Hey friends, tonight, we're stepping back into the roaring 20s, not just the glitz and speakeasies, but the real, everyday rhythm of life in a decade buzzing with change. From flappers to factory workers, from jazz clubs to quiet radios in living rooms, it was a time of contradiction, prosperity and poverty, liberation and repression, rebellion and routine. So before you get comfortable as always, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you, as we love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. Now dim your lights, grab your comfy blanket, and let's get this story rolling. Picture this. You're walking down a city street in 1923, and the world around you is humming with an energy that feels almost electric. The atmosphere isn't quite electric, but it's close enough. Sure, there are more light bulbs than ever before, but the real electricity is in the air itself, crackling with possibility and change. You'd notice it first in the sounds. The clip-clop of horses that dominated just a decade ago has been replaced by the puttering growl of automobiles. The sound is not the smooth purr of modern cars, but rather a sound akin to a coffee grinder arguing with a lawnmower. The Model T Ford, despite its mechanical prowess, was as unassuming as a brass band playing in a library. The smell hits you next. A cocktail of motor oil, cigarette smoke, and something indefinably optimistic. It's the scent of a country that's just discovered it can reinvent itself, like a middle-aged person trying on a completely different haircut and deciding they rather like it. You're dressed in attire that would make your great-grandparents cling to their pearls. If you're a woman, your hemline is scandalously revealing several inches of ankle and calf. Your hair is bobbed shorter than most men's, and you might be smoking a cigarette in public without a single person calling the authorities. If you're a man, your collar is a bit lower, your pants a bit looser, and you've got enough hair pomade to lubricate a small engine. The funny thing about the 1920s is that everyone calls them roaring, but they didn't start out that way. The decade began with people suffering from severe hangovers from World War I. The country was like someone who'd been to a really intense party and was now standing in their kitchen at 2 a.m, eating cold pizza and wondering what on earth had just happened. However, the Americans, with their unwavering optimism, gazed at the chaos and expressed, "That was quite unpleasant. Let's try something completely different." And boy, did they ever. The war had ended in 1918, and by 1920, everyone was ready to forget it had ever happened. It was as if everyone had experienced collective amnesia, accompanied by jazz music and illegal cocktails. People wanted to dance, laugh, make money, and generally behave as if they had discovered the perfect cocktail sauce. You'd see this attitude everywhere. People walked with a spring in their step, suggesting they were late for something fun. They spoke faster, louder, and with more slang than a teenager who had just discovered they could invent their own language. Bee's knees and cat's pyjamas not only served as expressions, but also as declarations of independence from the Victorian era, which had finally, thankfully, left town. The cities were growing like mushrooms after rain. People were flooding in from farms and small towns, drawn by the promise of factory jobs and electric lights, and the chance to reinvent themselves completely. It was like the world's largest costume party, except the costumes were new lives, and nobody was planning to take them off at midnight. Money was flowing like water from a broken pipe, and everyone was convinced they could catch some in a bucket. People were buying stocks with the same casual confidence they'd used to choose a new hat, as the stock market soared to unprecedented heights. What could possibly go wrong? However, we're assuming too much at this point. Right now, in this moment, you're standing on a street corner in 1923, and the future looks as bright as a freshly polished brass button. The air brims with potential. Your pockets may hold some cash, and a jazz band playing a tune in the distance entices your feet to dance independently. Welcome to the Roaring Twenties, where the past was new and the future was whatever you dared to make it. Let's now discuss your daily activities in the exciting world of 1923. If you're fortunate enough to have a job, as most people did, adding to the magic, you'd be engaged in a way that would have left your parents scratching their heads in confusion. For the first time in American history, more people were living in cities than on farms. This transformation wasn't just a demographic shift. It was like the entire country had decided to change its personality. America was transforming from a nation of people who knew every neighbour's cow by name to a place where you might not even know the name of the person living in the apartment next door. If you were a woman, you'd probably be working outside the home in a way that would have scandalised your grandmother. Instead of performing strenuous farm tasks or handling laundry, women found themselves seated at a desk in an office building, using innovative typewriters that resembled a hybrid of a piano and a mechanical spider. You'd be earning your money, which gave you a kind of freedom that previous generations of women could only dream about. The work itself had a rhythm to it that was entirely new. You'd clock in at 8 a.m. sharp, because the whole concept of business hours was becoming sacred. Lunch was exactly 1 hour, usually eaten at a counter lunch spot that served food faster than you could say efficiency. Everything was about speed and productivity, and the wonderful, terrible idea that time was money. But here's the thing that made the 20s special. When that workday ended, the real fun began. You'd step out of your office building into a world that was determined to entertain you. The streets were lined with movie theatres showing the latest Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton films. These weren't just movies. They were escapes into worlds where anything could happen, and usually did. If you desired to dance, you would make your way to one of the hundreds of dance halls that had sprung up like fervent plants. Jazz, a new musical genre, resembled traditional music with a hint of improvisation. It was syncopated, unpredictable, and absolutely irresistible. You'd do the Charleston until your feet hurt, then keep dancing anyway because the music wouldn't let you stop. The food was changing too. Instead of the heavy Germanic meals that had dominated American tables, you'd find yourself eating lighter fare. Salads became fashionable, not because anyone was particularly concerned about health, but because they felt modern and sophisticated. Canned foods were everywhere, promising convenience and consistency. You could open a can of peaches in the middle of winter and feel like you were living in the future. And speaking of the future, everything was about being modern. The furniture, art and ideas were all modern. If something was old, it was automatically suspect. People were redecorating their homes with clean lines and geometric patterns, throwing out the heavy, ornate Victorian furniture that had dominated parlours for decades. It seemed as though the entire nation had made a resolute decision to purge and never look back. Your evening entertainment might include listening to the radio, which was still magical enough to make you shake your head in wonder. The air carried voices and music directly into your living room. You'd gather around the radio like it was a campfire, listening to programs that connected you to the rest of the country in a way that had never been possible before. But the real excitement came from the speakeasies. Now, officially, alcohol was illegal thanks to Prohibition, which had gone into effect in 1920. But in reality, people were drinking more than ever, and they were drinking it in hidden clubs that had the atmosphere of a permanent party. You'd knock on an unmarked door, whisper a password, and suddenly you'd be in a world of dim lights, strong drinks, and the kind of music that made you want to dance until dawn. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The government tried to make America more moral by banning alcohol, but it made drinking more fun, social and exciting. It was akin to receiving a ban on dessert, which instantly elevated it to the pinnacle of desire. Let's settle in and talk about money in the 1920s, because this is where things get really interesting. Imagine if everyone in your neighbourhood suddenly discovered they had a talent for finding $20 bills in their coat pockets. That's roughly what the economy felt like in 1924. You'd wake up each morning and check the newspaper for stock prices the way people today check their social media. The numbers consistently increased, akin to a helium balloon devoid of gravity. Your neighbour, who previously sold insurance, was now providing you with valuable insights about radio companies and automobile manufacturers. Your barber was talking about his portfolio while he trimmed your hair. Even the woman who ran the corner grocery store was buying stocks with the confidence of someone who'd been doing it for decades. The beautiful thing was, you didn't need to be rich to get started. You could buy stocks on margin, which meant you only needed to put down a small amount of your money and borrow the rest. It was like a layaway, but for wealth building. What could possibly go wrong with borrowing money to buy something that was guaranteed to go up in value? Your typical day might start with a quick stop at the bank, where the teller would greet you with a smile that suggested he was personally invested in your financial success. Banks were no longer the stern, intimidating institutions they'd been in your grandfather's day. They were friendly, welcoming places that were eager to lend you money for just about anything. Want to buy a car? Here's a loan. Want to buy a house? Here's a mortgage. Want to buy stocks? Here's some margin financing. The bankers practically threw money at you, instilling in you a sense of gratitude for their faith in your future. The cars were a perfect example of how money was changing everything. Henry Ford had figured out how to mass-produce automobiles, which meant that for the first time in history, regular working people could afford to buy one. A Model T cost about $290 in 1925, which was roughly 3 months' wages for an average worker. Compare that to today, when a new car costs more like 8 months' wages, and you can see why everyone was feeling pretty optimistic about their purchasing power. But the real magic happened when you got that car home. Suddenly you weren't limited to your neighbourhood anymore. You could drive to the next town over for dinner, or take a weekend trip to the mountains, or simply cruise around on a Sunday afternoon feeling like the king of the world. The automobile didn't just change how you got around, it changed how you thought about distance, time and possibility. Consumer goods were flooding the market. Electric refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, radios. All of these things that had been luxuries for the wealthy were suddenly within reach of the middle class. You could buy them on instalment plans, paying a little bit each month until they were yours. It was like Christmas morning every time you brought home a new appliance. Department stores became wonderlands of possibility. You'd walk through Macy's or Wanamaker's and feel like you were touring a museum of modern living. Everything was bright, shiny, and available for purchase. The salespeople made you feel entitled to the best, and the credit terms were so generous that you couldn't afford not to buy. The advertising was getting more sophisticated too. Instead of just listing the features of a product, advertisers were selling you a lifestyle. Buy this soap and you'll be more attractive. Buy this car and you'll be more successful. Buy this radio and you'll be more connected to the world. They weren't just selling products, they were selling dreams, and business was booming. Your neighbours were all participating in this wonderful dance of prosperity. Everyone was buying, everyone was selling, and everyone was convinced that the music would never stop playing. The stock market was like a giant casino where everyone was winning, and the house never seemed to mind. But here's the thing about dancing. It's wonderful while the music is playing, but eventually the band needs to take a break. The trouble was, nobody in 1925 was thinking about what would happen when the music stopped. They were too busy enjoying the rhythm, the movement, and the sheer joy of being part of something that felt bigger than themselves. When the sun went down in 1925, that's when the real personality of the decade came out to play. You'd finish your dinner, straighten your tie or powder your nose, and step out into a world that was absolutely determined to show you a good time. The streets after dark were like nothing America had ever seen before. Electric signs blazed from every storefront, turning night into a neon-tinged approximation of the day. The cities had learned to stay awake, and they were absolutely delighted with their insomnia. You'd walk down Broadway or State Street or any main drag in any city, and the lights would be so bright you could read a newspaper without squinting. Your first stop might be a movie theatre, because the pictures were getting more elaborate and entertaining by the month. These weren't just films, they were experiences. The theatres themselves resembled palaces, adorned with elaborate ceilings, luxurious seats, and orchestras that accompanied the silent films. You'd sit in the dark with hundreds of other people, all of you gasping and laughing and collectively forgetting that the real world existed outside those velvet curtains. Charlie Chaplin was making everyone laugh with his little tramp character, a fellow who seemed to find dignity in the most undignified situations. Buster Keaton was performing stunts that defied both gravity and common sense. These comedians weren't just entertainers, they were philosophers of the absurd, showing you that life's problems could be solved with creativity, persistence, and a willingness to look ridiculous. But the real adventure began when you decided to find a speakeasy. By 1925, the country had gotten very creative about working around the 5-year-old prohibition. You'd walk down a perfectly ordinary street, counting doorways until you found the right one. Maybe it was marked with a small symbol, or maybe you just had to know which door to knock on. The password might be something like bee's knees, or Oscar sent me. You'd whisper it to a person whose eyes you could see through a small window, and if you'd gotten it right, the door would swing open to reveal a world that was half party, half conspiracy. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with cigarette smoke and possibility. The air practically vibrated with jazz music played by musicians who seemed to be making it up as they went along. In numerous instances, their interpretations were accurate. Jazz was all about improvisation, about taking a familiar tune and twisting it into something entirely new. It was music that matched the mood of the times, confident, experimental, and slightly dangerous. The drinks were stronger than anything you'd ever tasted, partly because the bootleggers weren't particularly concerned with subtlety. They mixed gin that could strip paint with fruit juices and served it in cocktail glasses reminiscent of fairy tales. The cocktails had names like Gin Ricky, Sidecar, and Bee's Knees, as if someone had decided that drinking should be an adventure in linguistics as well as intoxication. The dancing was unlike anything your parents' generation had ever seen. The Charleston was the signature move, all flying feet and swinging arms and complete abandonment of anything that might be considered dignified. The music would compel you to continue dancing despite your clothes becoming soaked with sweat. The women smoked cigarettes, wore makeup, and generally behaved in ways that would have horrified their grandmothers. Known as flappers, they appeared to have collectively decided to disregard the traditional norms of feminine behaviour. They wore their hair short, their skirts shorter, and their attitudes shortest of all. The men were trying to keep up, loosening their ties and learning dance steps that would have been considered scandalous just a decade earlier. Everyone was engaged in a collective rebellion against the stuffiness of the previous generation, and they were thoroughly enjoying themselves in the process. But here's the thing that made the speakeasy culture so special. It was democratic in a way that American social life had never been before. Rich and poor, young and old, immigrants and native-born Americans all crowded together around the same small tables, drinking the same illegal liquor and dancing to the same outrageous music. Prohibition had inadvertently created a kind of social mixing that the country had never experienced. The night would end with you stumbling out into the dawn, your ears ringing with jazz and your head spinning with gin, and the sheer exhilaration of being alive at a time when anything seemed possible. Tomorrow was another day, and tomorrow's night would bring new adventures, new music, and new reasons to celebrate the simple fact that you were young and American, and living in the most exciting decade anyone could remember. Now let's talk about how the 1920s changed the way people thought about everything. Not only did the music and clothes change, but the concept of what it meant to be an American underwent a complete transformation. You'd wake up in 1926 and realise that the world your parents had prepared you for no longer existed. A kind of exhilarating uncertainty replaced the old certainties, making every day feel like an adventure. It was like someone had rewritten the rules of life while you were sleeping, and you had to figure out the new version as you went along. The most significant change was in how people thought about themselves. Your great-grandparents had defined themselves by their work, their family, their church, and their community. But you were part of the first generation that could define itself by its entertainment, its style, and its attitude. You weren't just a blacksmith or a farmer or a shopkeeper. You were someone who listened to jazz, drove a car, went to the pictures, and had opinions about everything. The radio was particularly important in this transformation. Every evening you'd gather around that wooden box with its mysterious glowing tubes and listen to voices from New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. For the first time in American history, the entire country was hearing the same jokes, the same music, and the same advertisements. You were part of a shared national conversation that stretched from coast to coast. These developments created a kind of cultural democracy that was entirely new. A song that was popular in Harlem could be hummed by a farmer in Kansas within a week. Within a month, a dance that originated in Chicago might be performed at an Alabama high school dance. The regional differences that had defined American culture for centuries were beginning to blur into something more unified and simultaneously more diverse. The movies were doing something similar, but even more powerfully. You'd sit in a dark theatre and watch stories that took you places you'd never been, showed you lives you'd never lived, and made you feel emotions you'd never experienced. The stars weren't just actors. They were templates for how to be glamorous, sophisticated, and modern. Mary Pickford, Charlie Chaplin, and Rudolph Valentino weren't just entertainers. They were teachers in the Academy of Style. The magazines were changing too. The previous generation's serious, morally instructive publications gave way to magazines entirely focused on entertainment, fashion, and lifestyle. You'd flip through pages of photographs showing you how to dress, how to decorate your home, and how to conduct yourself at parties. It was like having a personal tutor in the art of being modern. The younger generation were particularly enthusiastic about rejecting everything their parents had taught them. They called themselves the Lost Generation, which sounds melancholy, but was actually a kind of celebration. They were lost from the old certainties, the old restrictions, and the old ways of thinking about life. and they were perfectly content to be lost, because being lost meant being free to find their own way. The slang reflected this new attitude. Everything was swell or keen or the cat's pyjamas. The language was becoming more playful, more inventive, and more fun. People were making up words and phrases with the confidence of poets, and everyone was eager to adopt the latest linguistic fashions. Even the art was changing. Instead of the realistic paintings and sculptures that had dominated American culture, artists were experimenting with abstract forms, bold colours, and ideas that didn't necessarily make logical sense. It was art that matched the mood of the times, experimental, confident, and slightly rebellious. The architecture was transforming too. Buildings were getting taller, sleeker, and more geometric. The Art Deco style was emerging, with its emphasis on clean lines and mechanical elegance. Cities were beginning to look like the future, which was precisely what their inhabitants wanted. But perhaps the most important change was in how people thought about tradition itself. Previous generations had revered the past, seeing it as a source of wisdom and guidance. However, the 1920s generation viewed the past as a challenge to conquer, enhance, or disregard. The future was more interesting than the past, and the present was more fun than either. This perspective created a kind of cultural acceleration that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Everything was changing so fast that you could barely keep up. But that was part of the excitement. You lived in a time of global reinvention and were part of it. By 1927, it was evident that something was beginning to go awry. The party was still going strong, the music was still playing, and everyone was still dancing. But if you looked carefully, you might have noticed that some of the dancers were starting to look a little worn out, and some of the music was starting to sound a little forced. The stock market was still climbing, but it was climbing in a way that was starting to make thoughtful people nervous. The numbers were getting so high that they seemed to have lost any connection to reality. Companies that had never made a profit were worth millions on paper. Stocks were doubling and tripling in value based on nothing more than the assumption that they would continue to double and triple. You'd overhear conversations that would have been impossible just a few years earlier. Your barber would be talking about his stock portfolio while he cut your hair. The woman who sold newspapers on the corner would be discussing market trends with her customers. Everyone claimed to be an expert, and while many appeared to be getting rich, nobody was asking the obvious question: where was all this money actually coming from? The answer, it turned out, was that it was coming from the future. People were borrowing against tomorrow's prosperity to pay for today's lifestyle. They were buying stocks on margin, which meant they were borrowing money to buy investments that they hoped would be worth more money later. It was a pyramid scheme that worked perfectly, as long as everyone kept believing it would work forever. The agriculture sector was already showing signs of strain. Farmers had expanded their operations during World War I to meet the demand for food. But when the war ended, that need disappeared. Crop prices were falling, and farmers were struggling to pay off the loans they'd taken to buy more land and equipment. No one in the cities was paying much attention to the fact that rural banks were beginning to fail. The construction industry was beginning to slow down. There were only so many office buildings and apartment complexes that any city could actually use, but developers kept building them anyway because construction loans were easy to get, and real estate seemed like a guaranteed investment. Empty buildings were becoming more common, but the newspapers didn't write much about that. Even the consumer goods market was showing signs of saturation. What is the practical number of radios a family might need? What is the practical number of automobiles a person can drive? The factories were producing more than the market could absorb, but they kept producing anyway because the credit was available and the future looked bright. The international situation was becoming more complicated too. Europe was still struggling to recover from the war, and the German economy was particularly fragile. American banks had loaned enormous amounts of money to European governments and businesses, but those loans were looking increasingly risky. If Europe couldn't pay back what it owed, American banks would be in serious trouble. But in 1927, you probably wouldn't have noticed any of this. You'd be too busy enjoying the prosperity, the entertainment, and the sheer fun of being alive in the most exciting decade in American history. Despite the presence of warning signs, it was effortless to overlook them when everything in your immediate experience was thriving. The speakeasies were still packed, the jazz was still playing, the stock market was still climbing, and everyone was still convinced that the good times would last forever. The prospect of everything collapsing was too disheartening to contemplate. This was America, after all. Americans didn't have economic disasters. They had temporary setbacks followed by even greater prosperity. The newspapers were full of optimistic predictions about the future. By 1950, they said, everyone would have an airplane in their garage and a robot in their kitchen. Machines would do all the work, eliminating poverty and disease and reducing the work week to a few hours. It all sounded perfectly reasonable. Science was advancing rapidly, technology was solving problems faster than anyone could have imagined, and the American economy seemed to have discovered the secret of perpetual growth. What could possibly go wrong? The answer to this question was already beginning to emerge in the financial markets, the agricultural sector, the construction industry, and the international banking system. But in 1927, you could still choose to ignore those warning signs and focus on the fun, and that's exactly what most people did. And then, suddenly, it was 1929, and the music stopped. You'd wake up on a Tuesday in October and the world would look the same as the day before. You'd see the same buildings, streets, and people rushing to work with the same hopeful attitude. But something fundamental had changed overnight. Something that would take months or even years to fully understand. The stock market had crashed. The stock market not only experienced a decline, correction, or adjustment, but it plummeted, akin to a chandelier plummeting from a ballroom ceiling. Stocks that had been worth hundreds of dollars were suddenly worth pennies. Fortunes that had been built over years of careful speculation were wiped out in a matter of hours. The crash did not occur abruptly. The process began when a few nervous investors decided to sell their stocks, leading to a slight drop in prices that made other investors anxious. More selling caused prices to drop further, which made even more investors nervous. The situation resembled a domino effect, but instead of traditional dominoes, the pieces consisted of money and confidence. In just a few days, the American economy had experienced a significant decline of approximately 40% in its value. People who had gone to bed wealthy woke up poor. Suddenly the banks, seemingly as solid as mountains, revealed themselves to be based on sand. The prosperity that had seemed so permanent was exposed as an elaborate illusion. The human cost was staggering. Your neighbour, who had been bragging about his stock portfolio, was now trying to figure out how to pay his mortgage. Suddenly the bank where you deposited your savings closed, and a sign on the door declared your money unavailable. The factory where you'd worked for years was laying off workers because nobody could afford to buy what they were producing. But here's the thing about the crash. It wasn't really the end of the Roaring Twenties. It was more like the moment when someone turned on the lights at the end of a party and everyone realised what the place actually looked like. The problems had been there all along, hidden by the excitement, optimism, and sheer fun of it all. We would call the decade that followed the Great Depression a period marked by hardship, struggle, and collective soul-searching. But it would also be a time of innovation and resilience, and the discovery that Americans could survive just about anything if they worked together. Looking back from the perspective of 1932 or 1935, you might have been tempted to dismiss the entire decade of the 1920s as a foolish mistake, a time when the country lost its mind and forgot about the values that had made it great. But that would have been unfair to the genuine achievements of the era. The 1920s had given America jazz, movies, radio, and automobiles, as well as the beginnings of a modern consumer culture. It had liberated women from Victorian restrictions and given young people the freedom to define themselves. It had connected the country in ways that had never been possible before, and created a shared national culture that transcended regional differences. Most importantly, it had shown Americans that they could reinvent themselves, that they could reject the limitations of the past and create something entirely new. That lesson would prove invaluable in the decades to come as the country faced the challenges of depression, war, and social transformation. The Roaring Twenties evoked a vision of immense prosperity and boundless possibilities. It was excessive, unsustainable, and ultimately destructive. But it was also creative, liberating, and genuinely enjoyable. It was a time when Americans learned they could be more than they ever thought, even if they couldn't keep it up. As you drifted off to sleep, you may have realized that the 1920s' true legacy was the confidence they gave Americans to believe anything was possible, not the crash that ended them. That confidence would be tested in the years to come, but it would never be completely broken, and that perhaps was the most important lesson of all. The music had stopped, but the memory of the dance would last forever. And just like that, our little piece of history for tonight comes to a close. If you're struggling to sleep due to anxiety or insomnia, please know that I always understand your feelings. That's why we have included a variety of stories from both the past and present on the channel, in case you want to choose something different. Now, I will catch up with you later, my friends. Take care and sleep well. Thomas Jefferson was born on April the 13th, 1743, at Shadwell, a plantation in the Virginia Piedmont. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a surveyor and landowner renowned for physical strength and an adventurous spirit. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from a prominent family. Growing up amid rolling hills and dense forests, young Thomas embraced the frontier ethos even as he absorbed the genteel expectations of the colonial gentry. He delighted in full horseback rides, the hush of mountain trails, and the hum of intellectual debate courtesy of visiting tutors. By the 1750s, Virginia's plantation economy thrived on tobacco cultivation, with an enslaved workforce forming its backbone. Peter Jefferson owned enslaved labourers, and Thomas grew up witnessing the institution's daily operations, an uneasy inheritance that would later spark internal conflict in his adult years. But as a child, he balanced field observations with classical studies. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving him a sizable estate, but also the burden of paternal absence. This responsibility shaped him, instilling a drive for self-reliance and scholarly achievement. Around age 17, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. He immersed himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the law, studying under influential mentors like George Wythe. Late-night reading sessions at the Royal Governor's Palace Library fostered his fascination with Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. Their calls for reason over tradition resonated with Jefferson, who scoured texts on government, science, and ethics. He also cultivated his violin skills, joining small music gatherings that balanced his rigorous academic schedule. After concluding his college years, Jefferson read law with Wythe, forging a bond that melded legal rigour with ethical inquiry. This training hammered into him the notion that laws must be grounded in rational principles, not arbitrary decrees. Meanwhile, he kept track of tensions brewing between the colonies and Britain, attending assemblies where taxation and representation roiled the gentry. Even then, Jefferson's reflective nature showed he was not the most boisterous voice, but his private letters revealed a keen sense of injustice at Parliament's intrusions. By 1767, he began practicing law. After being admitted to the bar, he frequently represented small landholders in property disputes or merchants caught up in customs enforcement. Observers noted his calm demeanour, meticulous arguments, and persuasive writing. He built a reputation as a reliable advocate who valued clarity over theatrics. That skill set would soon extend to political life, as colonial unrest over the Stamp Act and Townshend duties escalated. Parallel to his legal career, Jefferson oversaw the expansion of Monticello, his future architectural masterpiece perched on a hill near Shadwell. He had begun designing the house in his early 20s, referencing Palladian styles gleaned from books. The property's vantage offered sweeping views, symbolising for Jefferson both intellectual curiosity and the potential of the new world. He adored the notion of designing living spaces with geometric harmony, installing hidden staircases, symmetrical wings, and carefully proportioned rooms. Monticello was not just a home, but a living laboratory for architecture, horticulture, and personal reflection. In 1769, he won a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses, marking his formal entry into public affairs. He arrived in a tense climate. Radical voices called for boycotts of British goods. Jefferson, though quietly spoken, sided with the emerging patriots. He penned resolutions decrying British overreach. Though initially mild in tone, over time his pen would sharpen as London doubled down on the colonial authority. Around this era he courted Martha Wells Skelton, a young widow famed for musical talent and a gentle spirit. They married on New Year's Day at 1772, forging a partnership that would shape Jefferson's personal life. She joined him at Monticello. Though her health was fragile, they spent tranquil moments reading or playing duets, Jefferson on violin, Martha on harpsichord. Their bond was tender, yet overshadowed by the mortality rates of the period. Over their decade together, Martha bore children, but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Her eventual passing left Jefferson in deep mourning and likely influenced his future emotional reserve. Early in the 17th century, Jefferson found himself on the brink of a more significant colonial crisis. The Boston Tea Party erupted, the British closed the port of Boston, and the call for intercolonial unity grew louder. Jefferson's pen, influenced by his legal background and Enlightenment convictions, would soon craft arguments that soared beyond local assemblies. Fate was guiding him toward the epicenter of revolutionary debate, where he had become a pivotal voice championing independence and articulating a new model of governance. For now, though, he was a rising Virginian notable, poised, methodical, and quietly determined, with Monticello as both sanctuary and symbol of evolving ideals. Jefferson's political instincts emerged as colonial tensions escalated into outright conflict. In 1774, he drafted A Summary View of the Rights of British America, a pamphlet addressing colonial grievances. Though less famous than later texts, it signalled a decisive shift, arguing that Parliament had no authority to govern the colonies without their consent. This stance, radical for its time, circulated widely. Some older patriots found it brash, but for Jefferson, it was a matter of logical extension. If reason and natural rights were universal, British claims to dominion flouted moral law. Virginia recognised Jefferson's talents, sending him in 1774 to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The environment crackled with possibility. Delegates from 13 colonies debated whether to petition the crown or brace for independence. Jefferson's stoic presence, overshadowed by the fiery rhetoric of John Adams or the gravitas of Benjamin Franklin, masked his deep convictions. He served on committees, drafting formal statements. As skirmishes around Lexington and Concord flared into the Revolutionary War, the push for full independence intensified. In June 1776, the Congress appointed a 5-man committee to draft a declaration asserting the colony's break from Britain. Despite his relative youth, Jefferson was chosen, with Adams and Franklin among the others. They recognized his gift for articulate prose, honed by years of reading Enlightenment treatises. Holed up in a second-floor apartment, Jefferson wrote feverishly for 2 weeks. He produced a text that merged Lockean philosophy with a distinctly American context, championing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase soared beyond local grievances to a universal principle of individual rights. Adams and Franklin made slight edits, and the Congress, after heated debate, adopted a final version on July 4, 1776. Thus Jefferson's words became the bedrock statement of a nascent nation, although the final text moderated some of his vehement attacks on slavery. Speaking of slavery, Jefferson's contradictory stance glimmered even then. He condemned the slave trade in an early draft of the Declaration, but that passage was cut under pressure from Southern delegates. He personally owned enslaved individuals at Monticello. Over time, he penned theoretical critiques of slavery as morally corrosive, yet he never comprehensively freed his own. This paradox, rarely resolved, would haunt his legacy. Despite disclaiming the system as an abominable crime, his economic reliance on it ran deep. Following the Declaration's adoption, Jefferson returned to Virginia to help craft the state's new constitution and overhaul its legal codes. He championed disestablishment of the Anglican Church, arguing religious freedom was a cornerstone of liberty. He also sought to reform inheritance laws that concentrated wealth in certain families. Such measures, including the Statute for Religious Freedom, would become pillars of Jefferson's vision of a Republican society, a place where personal conscience reigned and inherited privilege dwindled. Yet implementing them stirred resistance from tradition-bound legislators. During the war, Jefferson served as Virginia's governor from 1779 to 1781, a tenure overshadowed by British invasions. The conflict tested him in ways that writing never had. He faced logistical chaos, troop shortages, meagre supplies, and loyalist uprisings. British forces under Benedict Arnold raided Richmond, nearly capturing Jefferson at Monticello. Critiques of his governorship circulated, branding him ineffective or hesitant under pressure. This damaged his reputation, but the war's chaos left no easy solutions for any leader. In 1781, after stepping down, Jefferson retreated to Monticello, battered in spirit. The personal realm also dealt him blows. Heartbreak at the death of his wife Martha in 1782. She had endured multiple difficult pregnancies, and her final days saw Jefferson nearly inconsolable. Her deathbed request that he not remarry bound him in sorrow for weeks. He burned their correspondence, an act reflecting deep grief and a desire for privacy. The father of 2 surviving daughters, he turned inward, focusing on writing Notes on the State of Virginia, a comprehensive look at his region's geography, economy, and mores sprinkled with philosophical musings. That text, published years later, revealed both his intellectual scope and the racial theories that many modern readers find troubling. By war's end in 1783, Jefferson felt the weight of personal loss and the uncertainties of the new Confederation. He took a seat in the Continental Congress, forging ahead with legislative tasks. The faint outlines of a more stable federal government were forming, and so we see Jefferson, father of the Declaration, parted from his wife, uncertain about the new nation's trajectory, but steadfast in pursuit of reason-based governance. His next chapter beckoned, a diplomatic role in Europe, giving him a vantage on global politics that would shape his future as Secretary of State and, eventually, President. For now, though, he was a man in flux, bridging heartbreak, revolutionary ideals, and the complexities of forging a stable republic from scratch. In 1784, Congress appointed Thomas Jefferson as a minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin in representing the fledgling United States abroad. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson found the city teeming with Enlightenment fervour, intellectual salons, and noble flamboyance. Despite missing Monticello's quiet hills, he savoured the chance to cultivate ties with European thinkers and push for commercial treaties beneficial to the US. He immersed himself in French culture, attending theatre, frequenting scientific demonstrations, and forging friendships with luminaries like the Marquis de Lafayette. This diplomatic post sharpened Jefferson's global perspective. He observed how Europe's monarchical structures stifled personal freedoms, reinforcing his belief that the American experiment in republican governance was unique and precious. At the same time, he recognised that Europe's manufacturing base dwarfed that of the US. He lobbied European states to accept American exports, especially tobacco and timber, hoping to reduce reliance on British markets. Negotiations proved slow, but Jefferson's calm intellect helped cultivate goodwill. While in Paris, Jefferson also served as a cultural conduit. He introduced French elites to American plants and produce, shipping seeds for vineyards or pecan trees. In return, he noted advanced French architecture and engineering, particularly the building of canals and mechanized flour mills. Letters home brimmed with ideas for implementing such innovations in the new United States, reflecting his unwavering desire to see his homeland flourish. He also studied the nascent politics swirling in France, though few predicted how rapidly the monarchy would topple in the coming years. On a personal note, Jefferson's time in France was laced with paternal obligations. He brought his daughter Patsy, later joined by younger daughter Polly, to ensure they had a European education. He also maintained a retinue that included enslaved individuals from Monticello, including Sally Hemings, whose presence stirred controversies that would ripple through subsequent centuries. Historians debate the specifics of their relationship, but many conclude that she bore children fathered by Jefferson. While details remain partly opaque, the power imbalance underscores the moral complexities overshadowing his public championing of liberty. In 1789, as the French Revolution erupted, Jefferson initially celebrated the wave of reform. He saw parallels with America's recent independence struggle, welcoming calls to curb aristocratic privilege. Yet the revolution's escalation, when moderate hopes gave way to the reign of terror, alarmed him. Before that radical shift, he had already departed France. Recalled to serve as the first Secretary of State under President George Washington in 1790. His Paris sojourn ended with a mixture of admiration for French Enlightenment and unease at the extremes their revolution might unleash. Returning to the US, Jefferson joined Washington's cabinet tasked with shaping foreign policy. This role put him at odds with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who championed a strong federal government and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, conversely, favoured robust state autonomy and warmer relations with France. Their clashes anchored the birth of America's first party system. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, advocated centralization, while the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson, pushed for agrarian-based democracy and suspicion of concentrated federal power. During this cabinet period, Jefferson navigated multiple crises, tensions with Britain over frontier forts, uncertain alliances with post-revolutionary France and domestic strife like the Whiskey Rebellion. He championed free trade and a minimal navy, resisting Hamilton's push for a standing army. Deep philosophical differences turned personal, prompting Jefferson to leave the cabinet in 1793. Soon he built a political network, harnessing sympathetic newspapers to shape public opinion. This dynamic signalled the future of American politics, where partisan alignments would drive policy discourse. By 1796, the schism was public. Jefferson found himself running for president against John Adams, though somewhat reluctantly. He lost narrowly and became Adams's vice president, a job lacking much real power. From the Senate's vantage, Jefferson observed Adams's presidency enacting laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson deemed tyrannical. Furious, he covertly authored the Kentucky Resolutions, suggesting states could nullify unconstitutional federal statutes. The move introduced a heated debate over federal-state relations. Critics labelled it subversive, but Jefferson saw it as safeguarding the spirit of '76. Thus, by the cusp of the 1800 election, Jefferson embodied a Republican champion for agrarian liberties, suspicious of Federalist centralization. Yet he also carried personal baggage from his enslaver background and the complexities of his private life. The stage was set for a pivotal showdown in US politics, with the country's future direction at stake. In a swirl of partisan editorials and backroom deals, the election would test whether the fledgling republic could survive a peaceful transition of power or devolve into rancor. Jefferson's calm but determined approach once again pressed him into a central role, bridging Enlightenment ideals and the gritty realities of partisan brawls. The election of 1800 brought turmoil. John Adams sought re-election, Hamilton's Federalists loomed, and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans consolidated around him. The campaign was vitriolic, filled with accusations. Federalists called Jefferson an atheist radical. Republicans branded Adams a monarchist. In an era before direct popular ballots, electors cast votes for president and vice president in a complicated procedure. A tie emerged between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, each receiving the same number of electoral votes. The House of Representatives, controlled by Federalists, had to break the tie. Days of tense balloting ensued. Ultimately, with Hamilton's reluctant nod, Jefferson triumphed. The ordeal spurred the 12th Amendment, ensuring future presidential and vice presidential candidates had distinct ballots. The pursuit. Thus, Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801. His inaugural address famously extolled unity. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists," signifying a desire to heal partisan wounds. He scaled back certain Federalist measures, cutting the army budget, abolishing some taxes, and releasing those imprisoned under the Sedition Act. He aimed for a wise and frugal government, believing the US should remain primarily agrarian, suspicious of large cities and banks. This pastoral vision resonated with many frontier settlers who saw the new president as their champion. One early success was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon, embroiled in European wars, unexpectedly offered to sell France's vast North American holdings. Jefferson hesitated, aware the Constitution provided no explicit power for land deals of this magnitude. Yet the chance to double the nation's territory overshadowed strict constitutional scruples. For $15 million, the US acquired a domain stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. This bold stroke ensured control of the Mississippi's crucial port of New Orleans and opened a frontier for expansion. Westerners rejoiced, but Federalists balked, claiming it diluted the eastern states' political power. Still, Jefferson proceeded, blending principle with pragmatic advantage. To explore these new lands, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis, his former secretary, and William Clark led a team from the Missouri River to the Pacific coast. Their 1804 to 1806 journey mapped routes, documented flora and fauna, and engaged with indigenous nations. Jefferson eagerly awaited their findings, seeing it as a scientific quest paralleling his Enlightenment ideals. The expedition's success fueled national pride and curiosity about the continent's vast potential. Yet it also signified new tensions with tribal communities as more settlers pressed westward. Domestically, Jefferson faced controversies. He disliked the existence of the Bank of the United States but tolerated it when expedient. He slashed federal budgets, forcing some in the Navy to protest that the nation's sea defences weakened. Furthermore, the issue of slavery persisted. Jefferson's personal writings described it as a moral and political hazard, yet he neither freed most of his own enslaved individuals nor championed federal abolition. Indeed, the 1807 law banning the importation of enslaved Africans was a partial measure. Some historians argue Jefferson missed a critical chance to push for more sweeping reforms. Foreign affairs proved trickier. Britain and France waged relentless war in Europe, ignoring US neutrality, seizing American merchant ships and impressing US sailors into their navies. Incensed, Jefferson tried economic warfare, championing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting nearly all US exports. He reasoned Britain and France needed American goods. Instead, the measure devastated US ports, invited smuggling, and turned public opinion against him. The fiasco illustrated the limits of peaceable coercion. Eventually, the unpopular embargo was repealed, tarnishing Jefferson's last year in office. In 1809, he handed the presidency to his close ally, James Madison, quietly retiring to Monticello. His 2 terms shaped the US, expanded territory, a stable political identity, but also heightened regional tensions. His approach, a mix of lofty Republican ideals and occasional pragmatic contradictions, left a complex imprint. People revered him as a philosophical statesman, but criticised his moral inconsistencies. He parted from Washington, D.C., worn from the tribulations of governance, yet proud he had preserved a measure of individual liberty, and doubled the nation's size without large-scale war. Back at Monticello, the next chapter in Jefferson's life would revolve around the pursuit of knowledge, founding a university, and hosting endless visitors intrigued by the sage of the Revolution. Yet deeper fissures over slavery and states' rights would soon overshadow the era, complicating his cherished vision of a harmonious agrarian democracy. For now, though, he retreated to the place he loved, surrounded by inventions, fields of crops, and the quiet pursuit of reason, staying active in public discourse through letters that carried enormous influence in the young republic's intellectual circles. Retirement for Thomas Jefferson did not equate to seclusion. Back at Monticello after 1809, he embraced the role of Sage of Monticello, receiving statesmen, foreign visitors, and curious travellers. He corresponded widely, shaping discourse on American identity and preserving his Revolution-era repute. The estate itself reflected his restless creativity, expansions to the house, pavilions, and a labyrinth of gardens for experimental horticulture. Visitors often found him in his library or tinkering with mechanical gadgets like a polygraph machine that duplicated his handwriting. His thirst for innovation remained undimmed. However, Monticello's finances were precarious. Jefferson indulged in architectural whims, financed extended family, and endured the fluctuating price of tobacco. Debts mounted, especially as he refused to scale back a gracious lifestyle. Slavery underpinned Monticello's operations, with over 100 enslaved individuals performing the labour. Jefferson supervised them, recording births, tasks, and schedules with methodical detail. Yet behind these ledgers lay human lives subjected to forced servitude. He recognised the moral quagmire, but rationalised it with incrementalist arguments or deferrals to future generations. This tension complicated his public image as a champion of liberty. One of his crowning retirement achievements was founding the University of Virginia. Jefferson felt older institutions clung to religious influences or archaic curricula. He envisioned a secular campus emphasising modern languages, science, and a broad-based liberal education. Persuading the Virginia legislature to back it required political finesse. He personally designed the campus layout, with a central rotunda reminiscent of the Roman Pantheon, flanked by academical village pavilions. Construction began in Charlottesville, near Monticello, around 1817. Even in his 70s, Jefferson frequently visited the site, checking architectural details, conferring with builders, and selecting faculty. He aimed to cultivate enlightened citizen leaders for a republic that demanded knowledge-based self-governance. Meanwhile, national issues still beckoned. As an elder statesman of the Democratic-Republican Party, Jefferson provided advice to Madison and later to Monroe. He supported the Louisiana Purchase's expansion further, welcoming new states into the Union. However, the War of 1812 with Britain tested his convictions about limited government and a small military. He lamented that some Federalist enclaves seemed willing to undermine national unity, especially in the Northeast. letters show him torn between localism and the emergent sense of a broader national identity. As the US overcame that conflict, Jefferson expressed relief that Europe's meddling was lessening. A parallel development was his rekindled friendship with John Adams. The two had been friends turned adversaries turned icy correspondents for years. But in retirement, both recognised a mutual bond shaped by the revolution's intensity. Through letters, they revisited old debates, monarchy versus republic, the role of religion, the fragility of democracy. Their exchange soared with philosophical reflection, spiced with humour about advanced age. The revival of their friendship stands as a testament to the capacity for bridging old political rifts. In these letters, Jefferson revealed his abiding optimism that the American experiment, though imperfect, would endure if guided by reason and virtuous leadership. Yet personal sorrow recurred. Jefferson outlived several of his children, enduring repeated heartbreak. The Monticello household was no quiet domain. Grandchildren ran about. Extended relatives sought financial aid, and guests arrived unannounced to glean a moment with the iconic founder. He wore the mask of a benevolent patriarch, but diaries hint at bouts of melancholy. The precarious economy pressed him to mortgage properties, and he relied on lines of credit that threatened to upend the estate. The image of Monticello as a microcosm of Republican enlightenment concealed a precarious ledger balancing. As Jefferson neared 80, he took pride in the University of Virginia's nearing completion. He personally selected some library materials, established faculty guidelines, and wrote about its potential to transform American education. In 1825, the university opened to its first class of students. Jefferson's dream had become real, a secular institution dedicated to free inquiry, unencumbered by rigid religious dogma or stale tradition. He believed it would foster the next generation of leaders to safeguard the Republic's ideals. By 1826, Jefferson felt time slipping. Freed from daily policy fights, he dedicated his final energy to ensuring the university's stability. People noticed his health fading, but he refused to slow. He yearned to see July 4th, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. That day arrived. In a poetic twist, John Adams and Jefferson both passed away on that date, with Jefferson dying in the early afternoon. The synergy of these two revolutionaries departing on the nation's half-century mark cemented a legend. Thus, Thomas Jefferson's retirement was no quiet twilight but a culminating chapter of architectural innovation, educational reform, and reflection on a revolution's legacy. He left behind a complicated estate weighed by debt, a family overshadowed by the institution of slavery, yet also a shining new university and a trove of letters that would shape America's self-perception for generations. In him, old illusions of an agrarian utopia mingled with the unstoppable push of a modernizing republic, capturing the contradictions that still define the American ethos. In the immediate wake of Jefferson's death, admirers and critics clashed over his legacy. Many hailed him as the pen behind the Declaration of Independence, the mind that doubled the nation's size via the Louisiana Purchase, and the visionary who championed religious freedom. Others lambasted his inconsistencies, a self-proclaimed egalitarian who held enslaved labourers, an Enlightenment thinker who let personal finances descend into chaos, a champion of states' rights who, ironically, used federal power for expansion. Monticello, the physical embodiment of Jefferson's intellect, soon faced financial turmoil. His heirs struggled to pay his debts. They sold land and eventually auctioned off furniture and enslaved individuals, fracturing the community that had sustained the plantation. Monticello changed hands multiple times, deteriorating until the early 20th century, when the Thomas Jefferson Foundation acquired and restored it, symbolically reassembling his architectural dream as an American heritage site. This restoration also reignited debates about the everyday realities of enslaved families who once toiled there, culminating in renewed emphasis on their stories, a dimension historically muted in the veneration of Jefferson. Meanwhile, the broader American public constructed a mythic image of Jefferson. In the 19th century, as political parties shifted, references to Jeffersonian democracy emerged, praising his emphasis on small government, minimal taxes, and the righteousness of rural life. Andrew Jackson's supporters invoked Jefferson as a figure who'd champion the common man, but historians recognized that Jefferson's own approach to governance was more nuanced than populist idealists claimed. He recognised the necessity of compromise and occasionally invoked strong federal measures, especially in foreign affairs. The early 20th century saw the progressive era adopt a different aspect of Jefferson, the intellectual founder who believed in educated citizenry. Debates around the founder's intentions soared, with Jefferson's letters cited by all sides. Archival releases of his personal correspondence lent more profound insight into his moral grappling with slavery and his dynamic shift from localist to expansionist. The public began to appreciate that the founders were not monolithically consistent paragons, but flawed statesmen shaped by urgent demands. In scholarship, the 1970s and beyond propelled a fresh wave of inquiry, focusing on Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings. DNA evidence in the late 1990s pointed strongly to him fathering Hemings's children. This revelation forced a national re-evaluation of the so-called Sage of Monticello. Some were scandalised, others found it wholly unsurprising. In retrospect, it underscored the complexities swirling under his polished philosophical veneer. For a man who wrote, "All men are created equal," reconciling these two realms, intellectual champion of liberty and personal practitioner of slavery, was never straightforward. Academic attention also delved deeper into his political philosophy. Jefferson's notion of an empire of liberty entailed agrarian expansion across the continent. Yet it set the stage for native displacement and further entrenchment of slave labour in new territories. While he personally doubted the morality of forcibly taking indigenous lands, he accepted the unstoppable momentum of frontier settlers. This acceptance shaped federal policy that stoked tensions for generations, culminating in forced relocations. Today, some re-evaluate Jefferson's role in establishing moral frameworks that facilitated expansion at others' expense. In popular memory, Jefferson's Memorial in Washington, D.C., opened in 1943, still stands as a testament to his rhetorical brilliance. Visitors read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence and letters on the rotunda's walls, underscoring his luminous call for equality and freedom of conscience. The monument, ironically, does not portray the full tangle of contradictions. Yet, more incisive interpretive programs now incorporate nuance, describing his progressive achievements and moral failings side by side. Amid these controversies, Jefferson's intellectual achievements remain uncontested. His articulation of natural rights and the notion that legitimate government stems from the consent of the governed carved a philosophical bedrock for modern democracies worldwide. Educators and politicians continue citing him to justify policy, from religious tolerance to public education. Meanwhile, the University of Virginia stands as a living reminder of his conviction that knowledge fosters responsible governance. Its rotunda, overshadowing the lawn, keeps the spirit of Enlightenment learning alive. Hence, 2 centuries on, Thomas Jefferson remains as complicated as the era he shaped. A luminous author of democracy's founding creed, overshadowed by glaring contradictions on race and personal conduct. His life prompts reflection on how lofty ideals can clash with ingrained social structures and personal entanglements. For many Americans and observers abroad, grappling with Jefferson is akin to grappling with the nation's own layered identity, built on noble declarations, yet intimately entangled in unresolved injustices. The conversation he started continues, bridging history and contemporary debates on liberty, equality, and the messy realities in between. Thomas Jefferson's life invites reflections on how visionary ideals intersect with the flawed scope of practical living. He exemplifies the possibility that one can be intellectually gifted, deeply principled, yet remain entangled in personal contradictions. Observing his journey reveals lessons on leadership, creativity, compromise, and moral blind spots, each a facet that resonates in modern times, where we juggle personal convictions with structural constraints. At Monticello, his architectural flourishes highlight how creativity can transform personal space into a canvas of experimentation. Secret passages, rotating book stands, and advanced ventilation remind us that even domestic life can become a playground of innovation. We can learn that invention can change any environment, including home and office. But Monticello also underscores how comfort can rely on unseen labour. The estate's grandeur hinged on enslaved men and women, forced to cater to Jefferson's designs. This reality cautions that technological or aesthetic progress can coexist with ethical failings. Jefferson's public service, from drafting the Declaration to guiding foreign policy, underscores the power of well-crafted language. He harnessed rhetorical precision to unify disparate colonies under ideals that, centuries later, remain a moral yardstick. Even if we lament his hypocrisy, we cannot dismiss how effectively words shape collective identity. In an age of digital media, Jefferson's example affirms that carefully chosen language can galvanize or fractiously divide. His success in bridging disputes among the founders suggests the value of measured compromise. At the same time, the ordeal of the 1800 election warns us that partisanship can nearly fracture a young democracy. One cannot ignore the deeper moral debate, how a man proclaiming universal rights upheld the structure of slavery. Modern readers might view that as an irredeemable contradiction. Alternatively, one might interpret it as a historical caution that even well-intentioned reformers can remain captive to entrenched economic and social norms. Jefferson's story prominently highlights the difference between personal moral clarity and institutional inertia. It compels us to question our complicities in modern systems that might conflict with our professed values. Additionally, Jefferson's championing of religious freedom stands out. He insisted that each person's beliefs lay beyond governmental reach, a stance that shaped not just American but global norms on religious liberty. The Statute for Religious Freedom in Virginia, though overshadowed by the Declaration's fame, seeded the principle that government cannot coerce spiritual conviction. Today, as debates on religious expression swirl worldwide, his early push for disestablishment remains relevant. Another subtle dimension is Jefferson's approach to educational frameworks. Founding the University of Virginia mirrored his conviction that an informed populace anchors a stable republic. He favoured broad curricula, from ancient languages to modern sciences, rejecting church oversight. That model resonates in ongoing dialogues about academic freedom, the role of public universities, and how to equip citizens for complex global realities. His notion that education fosters self-rule might be more pertinent than ever. In his final years, weighed down by debts, Jefferson exemplified how personal miscalculations can overshadow public triumphs. The man who shaped a nation wrestled with monetary woes, culminating in Monticello's partial liquidation after his death. The story underscores that bright minds can still falter in everyday management. For modern professionals approaching midlife, the caution is clear. Brilliance in some arenas does not inoculate against practical pitfalls. Jefferson's demise, coinciding with John Adams's on July 4, 1826, lent a mythic close to their entwined sagas. Observers then marvelled at Providence's timing, interpreting it as a sign of national destiny. The solemn passing of two revolutionary architects on the Republic's half-century mark remains a striking historical coincidence. Yet behind that dramatic symbolism lies the more tangible truth. They were aging patriots who parted with an America still in flux, fragile, expanding, and grappling with unsolved tensions. The rhetorical arcs they set forth would guide and haunt subsequent generations in deciding how, or whether, to embody the pure ideals of 1776. Thus, Thomas Jefferson endures as a mosaic, liberation's poet, contradictory slave owner, visionary statesman, flawed caretaker of finances, and father of an institution championing reason. His life story holds up a mirror to the interplay of aspiration and compromise, the swirl of high-minded principle amid pragmatic gambles. For many, that reflection remains instructive, inviting us to measure our convictions against the structures we inhabit. In confronting Jefferson's complexities, we do not just revisit a founding father, we confront the universal tensions of forging a just society in an imperfect world, and that conversation, spurred by the man from Monticello, remains as vital as ever. The wind on the Mongolian steppe doesn't merely just blow, it also delivers judgment. Harsh and unrelenting, it strips away pretense, like skin from bone. Modern meteorologists measure wind speed in kilometers per hour. 13th century Mongols measured it by how quickly it could freeze the tears on your face. During winter, temperatures routinely plunge to negative 40 degrees, a number where Celsius and Fahrenheit find their rare point of agreement. That same landscape might bake at 40 degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit, in the summer, causing thermal swings that are unheard of in our climate-controlled lives. You, with your dependency on consistent room temperatures, hot showers, and memory foam mattresses, would find yourself desperately unprepared for this fundamental reality. The average Mongol warrior began developing their environmental resilience before they could walk. By age 3, children were placed on horses. By 5, they could ride independently. By 10, many had survived multiple seasons of brutal weather that would send modern emergency management agencies into crisis mode. Your entire concept of roughing it might involve a weekend of glamping with a portable espresso maker. The Mongols would find the idea laughable if they understood what espresso was. Water, that substance you acquire with a lazy twist of a faucet handle, required strategic planning in the empire. The steppes' watercourses were unreliable, sometimes disappearing entirely during dry periods. Many Mongols drank arag, fermented merez milk, which served multiple purposes: hydration, nutrition, mild intoxication, and, crucially, bacteriological safety. Your untrained digestive system would likely reject this essential staple, leaving you dehydrated on the windswept plains. Consider your current fitness level. The average Mongol regularly rode 60 to 80 kilometers daily. They maintained this pace for weeks while wearing armour and carrying weapons. Many could shoot arrows with deadly accuracy from horseback, drawing bows requiring 166 pounds of pull strength, nearly triple the draw weight of a modern compound hunting bow. Your gym membership and occasional weekend hike have not prepared you for this level of physical demand. The constant movement of nomadic life meant that storage space was precious. The concept of belongings underwent severe restriction. While you might feel anxious travelling with just carry-on luggage for a week, Mongols transported their entire lives on horseback or in carts. The mental adjustment alone, living with only what could be easily packed and moved, would challenge your very identity, shaped as it is by acquisition and accumulation. Sleep patterns differed dramatically as well. The Empire's military maintained vigilance through a system of night watches, with warriors sleeping in armour, ready to fight within moments. No alarm snoozing, no, just 5 more minutes. When the signal came, you rode or died. Sleep was not a right, but a resource to be carefully managed and often denied. Food security operated on principles alien to your experience. The average Mongol warrior could survive on dried meat and milk products for extended periods, supplemented occasionally by foraged plants and hunted game. Their digestive systems adapted to high protein, high fat and low carbohydrate diets, similar to a ketogenic diet, but without modern conveniences like Instagram posts or specialty products. Your body, accustomed to regular meals with diverse nutrients, would struggle with both the content and irregularity of steppe nutrition. Then there's the matter of hygiene. Your concept of cleanliness hinges on daily showering and the liberal application of scented products. The Mongols, living in a water-scarce environment, developed different standards. Smoke from dung fires provided antibacterial benefits inside yurts, while animal fats protected skin from windburn and frostbite. The smell of a Mongol encampment, a potent blend of horses, humans, smoke and fermentation, would overwhelm your sanitized sensibilities. These environmental challenges represent merely the baseline difficulties, the ambient conditions that existed before considering human conflicts, political complexities, or social hierarchies. If the elements themselves defeated you, imagine how poorly you would fare against humans who mastered this harsh existence and then decided to conquer the known world. The social architecture of the Mongol Empire would confound you as thoroughly as its physical demands. You've been conditioned by modern Western ideology to believe in certain fundamental rights, speech, assembly, and individual autonomy. These concepts would be difficult to understand within the Mongol socio-political framework, which valued individuals based on their utility to the collective and their position within a rigid hierarchy. Let's begin with language. The Mongol Empire eventually encompassed speakers of dozens of languages, but the lingua franca remained Mongolian, specifically Middle Mongolian written in Uyghur script. Without fluency, you would be effectively mute, unable to defend yourself verbally, comprehend orders, or navigate social situations. Interpreters existed, certainly, but they served the empire's elite. Your linguistic isolation would render you vulnerable in ways you cannot imagine. Having always inhabited linguistic environments where communication felt like a birthright rather than a privilege. Then there's the matter of honour culture. Modern society has largely abandoned honour as an organising principle, replacing it with legal frameworks and bureaucracy. In the Mongol Empire, slights to honour, real or perceived, could trigger immediate violence without legal recourse. Your ingrained habits of casual speech, direct eye contact or inadvertent physical contact might constitute grave offences. Without the cultural fluency to navigate these unwritten rules, you would blunder into conflict through innocent behaviours. The Mongol legal system, codified in the Yasa, Genghis Khan's legal code, prescribed death for a startling range of offences. What was the penalty for urinating in running water? Death. Adultery? Death. Theft? Often death. Even minor theft could result in punishment 9 times the value of the stolen item. Bankruptcy, the debtor and their family could be enslaved. Your understanding of proportional justice would provide no protection in a system where examples were made to maintain order across vast territories. Religious tolerance in the Mongol Empire is often celebrated by historians, but this tolerance had pragmatic rather than ideological roots. The Mongols permitted various faiths because religious leaders were exempt from certain taxes and conscription, providing administrative convenience. However, this tolerance did not extend to religious practices that conflicted with Mongol customs. For instance, Muslim and Jewish prohibitions against consuming blood or improperly slaughtered meat were directly at odds with nomadic food practices. Religious practitioners were forced to choose between spiritual compromise or physical hunger. Your conception of privacy would dissolve entirely. The GER, yurt, housed extended family units in a single open space. Conversations, bodily functions, and intimacy all occurred within a communal environment. The Mongol camps themselves were arranged according to military organisation, with placement determined by rank and function rather than personal preference. Your desire for me-time or a quiet space to decompress would find no accommodation in this structure. Your modern sensibilities would be further shocked by gender roles. While Mongol women enjoyed more rights than their counterparts in many sedentary civilizations, they could own property, divorce, and sometimes participate in warfare. Their status remained fundamentally determined by their relationship to male power structures. Women's primary value centered on reproductive capacity and household management. The concepts of gender equality or personal fulfillment outside prescribed roles would seem alien and dangerous. Class mobility, that cherished modern ideal, existed but followed different patterns than you might expect. Genghis Khan famously promoted based on merit rather than birth. But this meritocracy was measured primarily through loyalty and military prowess. Your specialised modern skills, programming, marketing, and financial analysis would hold little immediate value. Unless you could quickly demonstrate utility in warfare, animal husbandry, or practical crafts, your position would likely default to the bottom of the hierarchy. The concept of face, or social reputation, functioned as actual currency. In an empire where written records remained limited, your word and reputation formed your primary assets. Breaking promises, showing weakness, or failing to reciprocate generosity would irreparably damage your standing. Without understanding the intricate dance of obligation, favour trading, and reputation management, you would quickly find yourself socially bankrupt. Most fundamentally disorienting would be the collective rather than individual orientation of Mongol society. Decisions prioritise group survival over individual rights or preferences. Resource distribution, military service, and marriage arrangements all serve collective interests first. Your deeply ingrained individualism, whether you recognise it or not, would mark you as fundamentally untrustworthy in a culture where solidarity meant survival. The Mongol military apparatus operated with a systematic efficiency that transformed warfare across Eurasia, but your integration into this machine would prove catastrophically difficult, assuming you were even permitted to join rather than being classified as a servant or slave. First, consider the entry requirements. By adolescence, Mongol warriors could shoot arrows accurately while riding at full gallop, navigate vast distances without maps using only astronomical and geographical features, butcher animals efficiently for maximum resource utilization, survive independently on the steppe with minimal equipment, track humans and animals across varied terrains, execute complex cavalry maneuvers in formation. These weren't specialized skills for elite units, they were baseline competencies expected of ordinary soldiers. Your modern abilities with spreadsheets, home appliances, or even conventional weapons would provide almost no transferable advantages. The physical conditioning alone would likely break you within days. During campaigns, Mongol warriors frequently rode between 100 and 130 kilometers each day. They did not ride for a single day, but for weeks or months at a time. Modern endurance athletes train specifically for singular events. Mongol warriors maintained this capacity as their baseline existence. They could sleep in saddles, go days with minimal water, and function effectively despite extreme physical discomfort. The Mongol military diet during campaigns frequently consisted of dried meat powder mixed with water or blood drawn from a small incision in their horse's vein. This high-protein, virtually zero-carbohydrate regimen sustained warriors through extraordinary physical demands. Your digestive system and metabolism, accustomed to regular carbohydrate intake and consistent meals, would struggle catastrophically with this dietary shift. Equipment maintenance formed another insurmountable challenge. Each warrior maintained multiple horses, weapons requiring specialized care, and armor demanding regular attention. The composite bow, the signature Mongol weapon, required constant maintenance to prevent delamination of its complex structure of wood, horn, and sinew. Improper storage could render it useless in hours. Without generations of accumulated knowledge in these maintenance protocols, your equipment would fail at critical moments. The communication system would leave you perpetually confused. Mongol armies coordinated complex battlefield maneuvers using flag signals, horn calls, and drum patterns, a military language as foreign to you as ancient Sumerian. In battle conditions, misinterpreting these signals meant instant death, either from enemy action or from disrupting your side's carefully orchestrated movements. Discipline within the Mongol military operated with mechanical precision. The decimal organization system, with units of 10, 100, 1000, and 10,000, the famous two-men, created clear chains of command and responsibility. This structure enforced collective punishment. If one member of your Arban unit of 10 fled battle, all members could be executed. Your survival hinged not only on your own performance, but also on the performance of your assigned comrades. Pain tolerance represented another area where you would find yourself woefully unprepared. Medical care during campaigns was rudimentary by modern standards. Arrow wounds were treated by inserting milk-soaked cloth into the wound, then extracting it after the wound had begun festering, pulling damaged tissue out with the cloth. Broken bones might be set, but complex injuries often resulted in battlefield euthanasia. Your expectation of pain management would meet the harsh reality of pre-modern medicine. The psychological warfare practiced by the Mongols would disturb even hardened modern military personnel. Their systematic use of terror included constructing pyramids from the severed heads of civilians, using enemies as human shields, and deliberately allowing some survivors to flee and spread tales of horror. Mongol forces not only expected you to witness these acts, but also to participate in them without moral objection. The Mongol forces treated weather conditions that modern armies would consider operation suspending as merely incidental. They preferred campaigning in winter when rivers froze solid enough to support cavalry movements. Your cold weather gear, however advanced by today's standards, would prove inadequate against the combination of Siberian winds and constant movement that prevented establishing proper shelter. Most critically, the psychological framework of Mongol warfare would alienate you entirely. Modern military ethics emphasized distinction between combatants and non-combatants, proportionality in force application, and limitation of unnecessary suffering. Mongol strategic doctrine recognized no such distinctions. Civilian populations were legitimate targets, both for resource acquisition and psychological impact. Cities that immediately surrendered might escape, while those that resisted faced complete annihilation, not as a war crime, but as standard operational procedure. Your modern moral framework, whether you consider yourself hardened or not, has been shaped by centuries of evolving notions about the ethics of violence. The cognitive dissonance between these ingrained values and daily participation in Mongol military operations would create psychological trauma beyond anything your contemporary mind is structured to process. While the physical environment, social complexities and military demands of the Mongol Empire would each present formidable challenges, perhaps nothing would threaten your survival more immediately than the microbial landscape, a biological battlefield for which your body is perilously unprepared. Your immune system has developed in an environment of unprecedented sanitation, regular vaccination and antibiotics. This protected upbringing, while extending your lifespan, has left you immunologically naive compared to a 13th century nomad. The average Mongol survived numerous childhood diseases that would ravage your unprepared system. Their immune responses, honed through constant exposure to pathogens, operated at a level of efficiency your sheltered physiology cannot match. Consider water consumption, that most basic necessity. The Mongols developed specific techniques for locating reasonably safe water sources and, more importantly, harboured gut microbiota adapted to local pathogens. You, accustomed to treated municipal water, would likely contract severe dysentery within days of drinking from steppe water sources. Dehydration would rapidly follow, compromising physical performance precisely when maximum strength was needed for adaptation. The parasite load carried by average Mongol Empire inhabitants would astound modern physicians. Intestinal worms, skin parasites, and blood-borne pathogens existed in a complex equilibrium with host immune systems. These parasitic relationships often began in childhood, allowing for co-adaptation rather than acute crisis. Your body, encountering these organisms for the first time as an adult, would mount extreme inflammatory responses that could prove more dangerous than the parasites themselves. Zoonotic diseases, those transmitted between animals and humans, presented particular danger in a culture where close contact with livestock was unavoidable. The Mongols lived alongside horses, sheep, goats, camels and cattle, drumming living spaces during harsh weather. Anthrax, brucellosis, and various animal-borne influenzas circulated continuously. While the Mongols developed partial immunity through childhood exposure, you would have no such protection. The bacterial environment itself would prove hostile. Soil-dwelling bacteria like Clostridium tetani, causing tetanus, represented constant threats in a lifestyle filled with small injuries from riding, hunting, and combat. The Mongols treated wounds with fermented mare's milk, hot animal fat or cauterization, methods that, while crude, often provided antimicrobial benefits. Without these techniques, any injury could become fatal due to infection. Dental health presents another vulnerability. The Mongol diet lacked refined sugars but still posed dental challenges. These were managed through specific hygiene practices using steppe plants with natural antimicrobial properties. Your teeth, despite modern dental care, would likely be unprepared for abrupt cessation of this care combined with a radically different diet. Dental infections, minor inconveniences in the modern world, became life-threatening in pre-antibiotic environments. Fungal infections flourished in the close quarters of Mongol encampments. Ringworm, athlete's foot, and various dermatological fungi spread readily among populations with limited access to complete hygiene facilities. The Mongols managed these conditions with specialized techniques involving smoke exposure and application of specific animal fats with antifungal properties. Without this knowledge, chronic fungal infections would compromise your skin's integrity, creating additional pathways for more dangerous infections. The Mongol Empire's greatest irony was that its military success facilitated unprecedented disease transmission across Eurasia. As the empire connected previously isolated disease pools, novel pathogens travelled trade routes with devastating efficiency. You would encounter not just local Mongolian pathogens, but biological threats from China, Persia, and the Rus' lands, all without the immunological preparation that lifelong inhabitants developed. We cannot overlook the psychological dimension of illness. Modern humans expect recovery from most infections. This expectation shapes how we experience illness, as a temporary inconvenience rather than an existential threat. During the Mongol era, every fever posed a risk of death. This chronic uncertainty created psychological resilience among survivors that you, with your expectation of medical rescue, have never needed to develop. Most critically, the communal understanding of disease differed fundamentally. While the Mongols recognized contagion patterns and practiced forms of isolation for certain conditions, their explanatory models incorporated spiritual and humoral concepts alien to your biomedical framework. Treatments focused on restoring balance rather than eliminating specific pathogens. Your inability to conceptualize illness within their framework would prevent you from accessing what limited effective treatments existed. Ultimately, your body represents a naive immunological system entering an environment of hardened pathogens and limited medical interventions. Diseases that were minor for the Mongols could severely affect you due to your biological vulnerabilities. Modern medicine has not made you stronger. It has allowed physiological weaknesses to persist that would become fatal liabilities in the 13th century disease landscape. You would be as unfamiliar with Mongol Empire survival psychology as with its physical challenges. Your mental architecture, formed by a wealth of information, psychological safety nets, and individualistic frameworks, would crumble in the 13th century wandering landscape. Consider how you use time. The modern mind divides time into hours scheduled days ahead, minutes recorded on computer screens, and seconds before deadlines or meetings. Moon cycles, seasonal migrations, and animal diurnal habits shaped Mongol temporal perception. Instead of calendars, weather, grass, and animal behaviour were considered. Your artificially scheduled internal clock would struggle to match these fundamental needs, leaving you confused and out of sync. Information processing includes another major discontinuity. Due to information overload, you're swimming through mountains of data and constructing sophisticated filtering systems. Because of a lack of information, Mongols saw every observation as potentially useful for survival. Their hyper-awareness of minute animal activity, distant dust clouds, and small wind direction changes showed cognitive adaptations to a low-information world. Your attention patterns are used to getting a lot of information with little meaning, so you would miss critical environmental cues. Risk assessment frameworks vary widely. Modern psychology indicates humans employ probability estimation and outcome severity to judge danger. These systems developed in environments with long-term, well-controlled dangers. Existential threats in the Mongol cognitive environment required being assessed immediately without probability calculations. In a world where everyday choices may kill, your brain's risk assessment software, updated for modern risks, would cause constant anxiety. Identity would change totally. Personal narratives regarding your past, professional tasks, and chosen connections likely shape your sense of self. Mongol identity was based on ancestry, tribe, and military unit. Only when an individual's attributes assisted these collectives did they matter. Few modern brains can make the leap from who I am to whose I am in self-concept. It goes beyond cultural adaptability. Emotional management methods would fail you. Modern emotional management involves verbalization, introspection, and discussional therapy. For the Mongols, physical expression, emotional restraint, and stoicism were more important than words. Emotions were largely expressed in ritualized circumstances like funeral laments and triumph celebrations. Your persistent emotional transparency might be risky due to your ongoing unmet need for emotional processing. Another psychological barrier is sleep architecture. Modern humans sleep consolidated and temperature-controlled, gloomy environments. Security requirements dictated the Mongols' segmented sleep patterns, which often occurred in socialized locations with little calm. Your brain was conditioned for deep sleep cycles under regulated conditions, thus persistent sleep disturbance would damage it severely. When survival demands optimum cognitive performance, such disruptions hinder decision-making. Your moral landscape change may be most puzzling. Modern morality centers on rights, justice, and harm minimization across fictitious populations. Mongol ethical frameworks emerged from communal bonding, resource acquisition, and lineage continuation. Actions that helped short-term aims were good regardless of outgroups. Your deep-rooted moral intuitions about universal human value would not help in a moral world whose ethical limits rarely extended beyond familial networks. Spiritual systems would also alienate. Modern spirituality emphasizes belief, emotional connection, and personal meaning, even when religious. Mongol spiritual practices focused on balancing the visible and invisible realms through rituals. Animistic beliefs held that natural, atmospheric, and celestial phenomena were aware. Due to this fundamental disparity between your consciousness bounds and the Mongol spiritual environment, you would repeatedly commit significant spiritual transgressions. Your association with violence would be emphasized. Modern psychology says violence is traumatic and requires recovery. Violence involvement and observation were commonplace in Mongol cognitive environments, requiring minimal psychological processing. Your brain was never educated to be exposed to violence, so it would react to everyday occurrences with traumatic stress, generating a chain reaction of psychiatric instability that no 13th century framework could handle. Your relationship with uncertainty may be your final and most difficult psychological challenge. Modern life is complicated, but institutional stability, medical prognoses, and weather forecasts are predictable. Mongols had to be comfortable with unclear information and unpredictable consequences since they lived in a world of tremendous uncertainty. In a world where uncertainty is the norm, your underlying need for predictability would generate constant worry. The Mongol Empire's technology would be both familiar and unfamiliar to modern humans. You may assume you're more technologically sophisticated than 1300 travellers, but you don't grasp what technology implies in diverse contexts. Mongol weapons include the composite bow, materials science, biomechanical engineering, and generational knowledge went into this little device. These weapons were fashioned of wood, horn, sinew, birch bark and glues. Correcting them took 2 years. The resulting device could penetrate armour at 200 metres for expert shooters. Not being able to produce, maintain or use this primitive technology would leave you unarmed in a weapon-rich civilization. Another seemingly easy field was textile production, which was exceedingly difficult. Mongol felt making developed wool into a water-resistant, warm textile. Protecting against severe weather was crucial. The process required a profound understanding of animal fibres, how to manipulate them, and how to mechanically apply pressure, moisture, and heat. Without understanding these procedures, you can't create or fix safety gear. This process exposes you to the outdoors. Fire control methods would also be inaccessible. The Mongols were knowledgeable about using animal excrement, wood, and dried grasses as fuel sources. Each burned differently and had varied uses. They started fires even in windy or damp conditions using flint striking and specific tinder. You would be vulnerable if matches or lighters broke down and you had no other options. Navigation technology may be the most extreme example of development versus reality. GPS would stop operating after a few hours if the battery died. However, the Mongols navigated using star positions, landmarks, weather patterns, and animal behaviour. These techniques didn't require power or infrastructure. The Mongols crossed thousands of kilometres of flat desert without charts, which you probably can't do with paper directions. Similar variances exist in food preservation. Refrigerators, industrial canning, and chemical preservatives keep food fresh nowadays. They didn't exist in the 1300s. Mongol technologies like fermentation, dehydration, smoking, and salt curing preserved food's caloric value year-round without energy. If you're unfamiliar with these strategies, you might need to rely on others for food preservation. Transportation technology revolutionises progress. You may be proud of your driving skills, but they're meaningless without proper equipment. The Empire's principal mode of transportation was horseback riding, which required biological knowledge, years of practice, and intricate equipment maintenance abilities. Horses were self-repairing, self-replicating transportation systems that converted grass into engine energy. Not being able to use primitive transportation would make getting around and socializing difficult. Communication technology also turned growth around. Without modern infrastructure, interaction was impossible in the 1300s. Mongols used yams for long-distance communication. A complicated relay network carried messages up to 300 kilometers daily across the world's largest land empire. Messages were conveyed through memory, multilingual scripts, and equine relay systems without any infrastructure. Without your communication equipment, you wouldn't be able to communicate like a Mongol messenger. Disparities in medical tools matter. Drugs, electronic diagnostics, and specialists power modern medicine. However, Mongol medicine used localized botanical knowledge, physical manipulation techniques, and environmental remedies gleaned from generations of observation. Their pharmacopoeia contained hundreds of plant, mineral, and animal treatments for different ailments. As your body faced new pathogens, you would have fewer medical care options without contemporary medical systems or traditional knowledge bases. Technological epistemology, how knowledge was gained, verified and shared, may be the most confounding development. Today, we understand technology through theoretical theories, mathematical modelling, and standard documentation. The Mongols learned technology via talking, practicing, and teaching. I learned technology by practicing under professionals for years, not reading manuals. If people understood about technology instead of reading directions, watching tutorials, and experimenting with settings, your regular methods of learning new technologies would not function. From infrastructure-dependent externalized technologies to knowledge-based embedded technologies, this move may be the hardest to adjust to. Modern technology makes humans smarter by providing external devices, by providing internalized information and embodied abilities. Mongol technology made people wiser. Even more fundamental than physical hardships, social complexity, military demands, disease susceptibility, psychological barriers and technological inversions is the fact that your modern consciousness would still be unable to access the existential meaning framework that gave Mongol suffering purpose. Think about time horizons. Modern life encourages long-term planning, retirement plans for decades, health habits for life, and career routes for 50 years. Urgency, seasonal preparation, and generational continuity limited meaningful temporal contemplation in the Mongol existential framework, which operated on compressed time horizons. Compression was an adaptive response to the environment, not a cognitive restriction. Your natural ability to project into distant possibilities would not help you survive in an unpredictable world. Different meanings were given to suffering. Modern paradigms view suffering as a problem to be solved rather than a part of life. Social, technical, and medical systems aim to alleviate discomfort and promote comfort. A meaningful life required hardship which showed one's value, demonstrated character through resilience, and reinforced communal relationships via common suffering, according to the Mongol existential paradigm. Aversion to discomfort would be considered a sign of dangerous weakness in a society where accepting adversity deliberately was a sign of maturity. You would be confused by value hierarchies. Self-actualization, expression, and fulfillment are valued in modern Western culture. The Mongol value system prioritized ceremonial attendance, communal survival, and lineage continuation to maintain cosmic order. The ideal death for Mongols was often dying in battle for their master, which ensured spiritual transition and familial prestige. Modern ideas of a beneficial death include comfort, respite from pain, and family. In a culture that values social status over individual identity, your individualistic ideals are irrelevant. Justice would also look strange. The primary principles of modern justice theory are proportional punishment, procedural fairness, and individual rights. Restoring cosmic, social, and outcome stability was paramount in Mongol justice. The severity of the penalty often reflected the victim-offender status gap rather than the crime. Significant crimes against low-status victims carried nominal fines, while minor offences against high-status victims carried death sentences. These arrangements offended your daily sense of fairness. Therefore, they wouldn't help you adapt to the real judicial system. Translation is especially challenging in religion, even while they preserve ancient elements. Modern spiritual systems have adapted to individualism and science. Mongol religion integrated animistic traditions, shamanic intermediation, and ancestor veneration in a cosmic perspective where spiritual and material realms were interconnected. To please invisible entities, rituals had to be performed regularly. Your secularized worldview or modern religious framework might discourage you from engaging in spiritual practices that were once considered necessary social technology for regulating invisible forces. Political engagement definitions would shift similarly. Voting, speaking out, and joining institutions are all elements of modern politics. Mongol politics centered on personal allegiance, as shown by military duty, resource giving, and physical presence. Political legitimacy was based on military victory, resource acquisition, or divine favour, not procedure. If might and right were still linked rather than conceptually distinct, your good governance idea would fail. Your new relationship with nature may be the most complicated. Modern environmental frameworks represent humans as independent of and influencing natural systems, whether exploitative or conservationist. Mongol existential philosophy holds that humans are part of ecological systems impacted by seasonal flows, weather patterns, and animal migration. Human communities were little subsystems of nature that were the primary reality, not a resource or aesthetic backdrop. In a worldview where humans were integrated into natural processes, your role as nature's spectator, consumer or protector would change. Different meanings surrounded death. Most deaths today occur in sterile, medicalized, and artificially delayed conditions. Death was a constant presence in the Mongol Empire, often violently. This proximity fostered practical acceptance of mortality rather than callousness or despair. Happy lives included planning for death, ensuring lineage continuity, adopting memorial rites, and keeping spiritual links beyond physical life. Your possible death phobia, bred in a culture of mortality denial, would not exist in a society where accepting death was normal emotional development. Integration of purpose is the final existential challenge. Today, purpose is often considered a human enterprise of meaning-making through identity construction. Work choices, and purchase decisions. The Mongol existential framework gave meaning to societal roles, cosmic order, and ancestry. Pre-existing systems externalized the goal. You would not get much social support for self-determined meaning in a setting where purpose comes from doing prescribed tasks well rather than pushing or exceeding them. Existential estrangement would make you a lifelong outcast, more than physical hardship, illness, or technology. Even if you physically adapt and sit, get the necessary skills, and make social relationships, the framework that gives these adaptations meaning would remain unavailable to awareness shaped by modern existential assumptions. To survive in the Mongol Empire, you would have to strive to find purpose, which is perhaps the hardest task. From his earliest days, young Marcus sensed expectations clinging to him like a heavy mantle. He was not yet the philosophical emperor history would revere, merely a curious boy from a prominent Roman family. Marble halls and hushed political debates formed the backdrop of his childhood, each conversation reinforcing the idea that he was fated for a grand role. Even while tinkering with wax tablets and toying with styluses, the weight of the future loomed in every corner of his home. Despite his tender years, Marcus felt drawn to the Roman Forum's colossal columns and venerable statues. Each marble figure whispered tales of victory and downfall, reminding him how power shimmered, then vanished. He marvelled at the thought that these silent sentinels once watched over leaders who, like him, had walked these streets, shoulder to shoulder with fate. More than politics or pageantry, Marcus discovered his keen interest in philosophy. His mother, gentle but incisive, recited lines from Stoic texts on rainy afternoons, speaking of moral fortitude as the shield against life's unpredictable storm. In these verses, Marcus found a reassuring promise that wisdom could transcend the clamour of ambition. This fascination grew when he met Junius Rusticus, a revered tutor uncompromising in truth. Instead of coddling Marcus, Rusticus challenged him, igniting the fire of a questioning mind. Their lessons were forging an inner sanctuary, one guided by reason rather than impulse. While many children dreamed of feasts and fleeting distractions, Marcus quietly gravitated toward calmer pursuits. Evening hours found him practicing letters by lamplight, his stylus carving words about duty and virtue into smooth wax. Even at a young age, he sensed that an empire was not just a playground of wealth and power, but an arena where moral strength was tested at every turn. Politics, however, remained an unrelenting reality. Allies and adversaries shifted like desert sands. Whispered rumours ignited disputes in the Senate before the boy even finished his morning meal. The sheer chaos unsettled Marcus, reinforcing his belief that the world desperately needed unwavering ethical principles. In the orchard behind his family's estate, where lemon trees cast comforting shadows, the boy pondered the gap between noble intentions and the labyrinthine struggles for control. Could a leader maintain honour in a realm that seemed to thrive on cunning? One evening, he overheard a conversation between two young senators, speculating on the emperor's successor. They spoke of cunning, lineage, and ties that could tip the scales of power. The gravity of those words thrilled and sobered him. Soon, the emperor's choice would reshape the lives of thousands. Perhaps they would someday look to Marcus for leadership. The thought both exhilarated and weighed him down. He was fully aware that the opulent facade of Rome concealed genuine struggles for numerous individuals. However, a glimmer of determination glowed within him. If he could combine his moral convictions with practical governance, perhaps he could leave a lasting legacy for Rome, surpassing the monuments adorning its skyline. Within the hush of the orchard, lulled by the scent of citrus, Marcus would close his eyes and imagine a city where leaders governed with compassion and clarity, where a child's lessons in virtue could shine light into the darkest corners of public life. This was more than daydreaming. It was the formation of an inner compass. Over time, that compass would guide him through personal trials and political storms alike. The seeds of the greatness, once planted, sprout in quiet moments of introspection. Marcus Aurelius was still a boy, but those daily lessons, Stoic texts, moral debates, afternoons spent in wide-eyed awe at the Forum's relics, were shaping him into something unexpected. He wanted to be more than a figurehead who wore the purple cloak of Rome. He aspired to be a leader who, through reason and resolve, could honour the empire's legacy while also moulding it into a place where virtue had not yet gone to die. Only time would reveal the magnitude of that promise. But in those early days, he nurtured it beneath the lemon trees, letting the steady Roman sun coax it into full bloom. Occasionally, he noticed the quiet fear in the eyes of servants, wondering if the next political shift would upend their lives. These silent observers became Marcus's secret teachers, revealing how the whims of the powerful sent ripples through every social stratum. Each nervous glance was a stark reminder that real lives rested on the emperor's decrees. For Marcus, the truest path forward lay in forging a principled heart, one that would not falter when confronted by the swirling winds of power. He did not yet know how he might achieve such steadiness, only that he must, lest he become the very thing he feared. The turning point came when Emperor Hadrian, aging and burdened by illness, cast his gaze upon the empire's future. In doing so, he settled upon Antoninus Pius as his immediate successor, but insisted that Antoninus adopt young Marcus alongside Lucius Verus. For Marcus, this was no mere ceremonial shift. Suddenly, every gesture was scrutinized, every uttered word weighed for hints of potential. However, while he felt destiny's grip tighten around him, he also discovered unexpected warmth in Antoninus, the man he would learn to call father. Antoninus Pius was neither a flamboyant conqueror nor a voracious politician. His nature leaned toward the steady and the dutiful. He managed affairs of state with consistent practicality, doing so in a manner that contrasted sharply with the tempestuous reigns Rome had witnessed before. Gradually, Marcus realized that the empire did not always hunger for breathtaking exploits. It sometimes needed the comforting hand of stability, and from Antoninus, he absorbed a set of quiet lessons, among them the value of patience, the virtue of measured decision-making, and the simple power of reliability. But not everyone supported this new arrangement. Some in the Senate murmured that Marcus was too young, too reflective, too predisposed toward philosophy to handle imperial responsibilities. They questioned whether the boy who spent hours with Stoic scrolls and moral treatises could ever become the commanding presence they believed Rome required. In response, Marcus met these doubts not with anger, but with a focused determination. If he was untested in governance, then he would devote himself even more deeply to studying its intricacies. He devoured treatises on law, pored over military histories, and conversed late into the night with advisors who had navigated the labyrinth of Roman politics. The more he learned, the more he recognized that governance was not a place for rash tempers or inflexible dogmas. Indeed, it demanded both compassion and detachment, an ability to stand firm for justice, while also understanding the fragility of human ambition. His bond with Lucius Verus added a twist to this evolving chapter. Lucius was his co-heir, a young man prone to revelry and spectacle, far less studious than Marcus but undeniably charismatic. The two could not have been more different. Yet they were tied together by destiny's decree. Even so, Marcus found that their differences enriched his perspective. Through Lucius, he glimpsed the appeal of festivity and lived experience, worlds that felt distant to his contemplative soul. He did not begrudge Lucius his extravagances, but he pledged to maintain a certain balance, steering clear of the pitfalls of mindless indulgence. Under Antoninus's watchful guidance, Marcus began attending meetings where Roman officials debated issues of provincial taxes and infrastructure. At first, he was a silent observer. He listened intently, noting how rhetorical skill could sway opinions, how alliances formed and dissolved. Gradually, Antoninus entrusted him with minor tasks, drafting letters to distant governors, reviewing small legal disputes, or overseeing the maintenance of an aqueduct. Despite the seemingly mundane details, each assignment revealed the hidden threads that held Rome together. An enlightening moment arrived when an official from a far-flung province complained about an unpaid legion. Though it seemed a trivial matter, an administrative oversight threatened the morale of hundreds of soldiers, men tasked with safeguarding Roman borders. Marcus tackled the crisis with empathy, ensuring funds were dispatched promptly and carefully, offering a few thoughtful words of gratitude for the troops' service. The gesture, though modest, resonated widely. Rumours spread of the young heir who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of people he had never met. For the first time, Marcus sensed that his inclination toward moral philosophy might, in fact, hold a practical value in the arena of power. Life under Antoninus's roof was both nurturing and demanding. The emperor expected discipline, but also allowed Marcus to cultivate intellectual pursuits. Debates with learned scholars and philosophers became as common as talk of grain shipments from Egypt. In these discussions, Marcus refined his belief that leadership was not about personal glory, it was about serving a greater whole. He saw in Antoninus a man who laboured daily for the good of Rome, not because it was glorious, but because it was right. Still, there were moments of doubt. The ghosts of the previous emperors, men such as Domitian and Nero, cast long shadows. Marcus knew well that absolute authority could corrupt a weak soul. Late at night, when Roman lamps flickered, he wrestled with questions that few dared to ask aloud. How could one wield power without compromising virtue? Was it possible to harmonise the Stoic ideals he revered with the demands of realpolitik? The path ahead was a precarious one, lined with expectations both from the Senate and the people. Yet each day, in small but significant ways, Marcus was learning that an emperor's duty was not just to conquer, but to care, not simply to command, but to comprehend. By internalising these truths, he began shaping the course of his future reign. More importantly, he was becoming the steward of an empire that, under his guiding hand, might just find the soul it had long been missing. Years passed quietly, each sunrise an opportunity for Marcus to refine his understanding of both philosophy and government. Antoninus Pius, hale and cautious, presided over Rome without the military spectacles or outlandish feasts that had characterized some of his predecessors. In this environment, Marcus matured into a man who merged introspection with practical discipline. The empire, under Antoninus's measured hand, was relatively calm, but that calmness was not guaranteed to last. Everyone sensed the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Marcus spent his days balancing official duties with philosophical exploration. When he was not poring over scrolls of legislation or meeting envoys from distant provinces, he would lose himself in the works of Epictetus and Seneca. Far from an abstract exercise, these writings felt like maps, guiding him through the moral intricacies of leadership. He scribbled notes in the margins, pondering how to remain true to himself even when thrust into decisions affecting thousands of lives. Although he now enjoyed a status second only to Antoninus, Marcus remained approachable. He developed a habit of conversing with those at the fringes of power. Interpreters who facilitated talks with foreign delegations, stewards who oversaw the daily distribution of grain, even the librarians who cared for Rome's repositories of knowledge. Listening to their small but urgent stories, he saw more clearly the magnitude of responsibility that would soon rest upon his shoulders. Each conversation reminded him that the empire's success was anchored in everyday diligence, not just in grand proclamations. His personal life, though mostly tranquil, had its challenges. Encouraged by Antoninus, he entered a thoughtful marriage with Faustina, the emperor's daughter. Their union was not just a political arrangement, there was genuine affection between them. Faustina brought a spirited energy that balanced Marcus's more reflective nature. Yet, the intricacies of raising a family within the palace tested his composure in ways philosophy books rarely addressed. Their children's laughter filled the marble halls, but so did the strains of potential succession debates. Marcus tried to be an engaged father, but he often found himself juggling the empire's needs with the demands of parenthood. Meanwhile, Lucius Verus, his adoptive brother, grew increasingly restless. The lull under Antoninus's rule left Lucius craving excitement. He frequented gatherings that were rumoured to be lavishly hedonistic, drawing the curiosity of Rome's elite and the concern of its moralists. Despite their occasional friction, Marcus still cared for Lucius, who was, after all, part of the family. To reconcile their worlds, Marcus invited Lucius to more official functions, hoping to blend Lucius's charm with the seriousness of leadership. Sometimes it worked, other times it sparked tension. It was around this period that disturbing news began to trickle in from the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes tested the boundaries of the empire, small incursions hinting at bigger clashes to come. Rome had grown accustomed to relative peace, and these events rattled the comfortable illusions of eternal stability. Marcus became acutely aware that Stoic ideals would soon be tested on the battlefield, as much as in the Senate. Responding to these threats required not just philosophical calm but strategic understanding, a skill he was only beginning to hone. In the midst of these concerns, Antoninus's health began its slow decline. The once vigorous emperor found it harder to manage day-to-day affairs. His breath grew laboured, and he often complained of fatigue. Though he did his best to hide this weakness from the public, it was clear that the reins of power would soon pass to Marcus. The Senate, aware of Antoninus's frailty, started looking to Marcus for guidance. The time of apprenticeship was ending. A new chapter beckoned. As the final months of Antoninus's life slipped away, Rome braced for another transition. Advisors, supplicants, and petitioners flocked to Marcus, seeking to gauge how he would wield authority. Their probing questions highlighted the complexity of the imperial mantle. He would have to be judge, general, administrator, and guardian of moral order. While Marcus's Stoic studies had long taught him to just detach from anxiety, he found it increasingly hard to remain unaffected by these growing burdens. In private moments, he confided in Faustina, admitting fears about war, about the intrigues lurking beneath Rome's placid surface, and about the simple possibility of failing those who depended on him. She, in turn, reminded him of his capacity for empathy and reason. Though the role of emperor seemed impossibly grand, Marcus had spent his entire life preparing, in subtle ways, for the very challenges that now loomed ahead. Finally, Antoninus Pius passed, gently and without drama, surrounded by those he loved. The city let out a measured sigh of sorrow, acknowledging the passing of an era defined by stability. However, beneath that grief lay a cautious optimism that Marcus Aurelius, thoughtful, unassuming, and thoroughly steeped in the empire's workings, might guide Rome with both virtue and pragmatism. Many whispered that a new golden age could be on the horizon. Others, recalling the cycles of history, reserved judgment until events proved the substance of Marcus's character. With the emperor's seat now vacant, all eyes turned to Marcus. The hush that settled over the city was brief but profound. A quiet vow formed in his mind. He would carry forth the Stoic torch, letting reason define his reign and compassion temper his decisions. Unknown trials awaited him, from barbarian incursions to political betrayals, but he would meet them as a man dedicated to something greater than personal gain. Rome was poised to discover if a philosopher king could truly exist, a leader who could blend moral wisdom with the realities of ruling an empire that, though splendid, was also vulnerable and flawed. In the wake of Antoninus's passing, Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne with a mixture of solemnity and resolve. By tradition, he shared authority with Lucius Verus, fulfilling the adoption arrangements that Hadrian had set in motion years before. It was a decision that simultaneously solidified Rome's governance and tested Marcus's patience. Despite their differing temperaments, one philosophical and measured, the other spirited and convivial, they now united in leadership. Their first challenge appeared swiftly. The Parthian Empire seized upon the perceived vulnerability of a transitioning Rome, threatening key eastern provinces. Roman legions prepared for battle, and Lucius Verus rushed to oversee military operations. Marcus stayed behind in the capital to manage the rest of the empire. Letters from the front revealed victories peppered with Lucius's flamboyant account of triumphs. Yet Marcus also sensed the strain on the troops. In addition to the clashing of swords, war also presented logistical challenges such as supply lines, desert conditions, and the imminent threat of disease. As if on cue, a devastating plague emerged, travelling with the legions back from the eastern campaigns. Called the Antonine Plague by future historians, it spread like wildfire, leaving panic in its wake. Citizens fled the densely populated quarters while rumours circulated that the gods were punishing Rome for its arrogance. In the midst of this horror, Marcus clung to his Stoic roots, advocating calm, reason, and measured steps to contain the devastation. Hospitals were organised, rations allocated. Despite scepticism from some corners, the emperor led by example, supporting sanitation measures and funding the medical efforts of Galen, the famed physician of the time. Yet the costs were severe. Cities grew somnant from the high death toll, farmland lay untended, and the empire's morale dipped to a new low. The plague's merciless reach sharpened Marcus's sense of empathy. He realised that no matter one's station in life, suffering belonged to all. He worked tirelessly with local leaders to provide relief, draining personal funds to feed and heal those most affected. While some criticised these expenses as unsustainable, Marcus saw them as a moral imperative. An emperor, he believed, was beholden to the welfare of his subjects, not the other way around. Over time, the plague receded, though the scars it left on Rome, both physical and psychological, would linger for years. The war front also stabilised under Lucius's oversight, enabling the generals to secure treaties. Eventually, Lucius returned to the capital, bringing with him ornate spoils of victory. Yet Marcus noticed a new gravity in his brother's demeanour. The conflict and subsequent plague seemed to have tempered Lucius's thirst for diversions, at least for a while. For the time being, they presented a cohesive front, but the empire had little time for respite. Almost as soon as the eastern threat subsided, word arrived of renewed aggressions along the Danube. Germanic tribes, emboldened by Rome's vulnerabilities, pushed southward. This new confrontation demanded a robust military response. Rome prepared legions to defend its territory, and Marcus himself resolved to lead them. Though it was not typical for a philosopher to don military garb, he understood that a hands-on approach would galvanise soldiers and reassure a fearful populace. Packing up his scrolls and leaving behind the marble halls of the palace, Marcus journeyed north. Stationed in military camps, he observed firsthand the stark realities of war. There were no polite Senate debates here, only the raw tension of men preparing for battle. Surrounded by tents and the clang of metal, he composed sections of what would later be known as his Meditations, journaling thoughts on duty, mortality, and the interplay between fate and free will. This writing served as a kind of mental fortress, shielding him from the cynicism and despair that often accompanied the brutality of war. In these harsh environs, Marcus discovered a facet of leadership seldom addressed in philosophical texts, the delicate balance between mercy and force. When tribunes asked how to handle captured enemy combatants or how to deal with the defiant provinces, Marcus weighed each decision with painstaking care. He believed that any punishment must be morally justified, not simply enacted for vengeance or as a show of might. Yet he also knew Rome had to maintain its authority, or risk inviting further rebellions. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the household and represented the imperial family in public ceremonies. She wrote supportive letters to Marcus, sharing updates about domestic affairs. Their bond, forged in quieter times, proved resilient through these challenges. Despite the stress of separation, they found solace in one another's determination to keep Rome functioning and hopeful. Night after night, Marcus read letters from the capital, reflecting on how ephemeral life could be, how swiftly fortunes changed. He reminded himself that an emperor's responsibility was to act as a steward, not a despot, and that each decision would reverberate through the empire long after he was gone. And so he pressed on, consulting with generals, negotiating with tribal leaders, and continuing to record his private reflections about human nature. As war raged, the empire watched with a mixture of dread and admiration. Here was a ruler who seemed less concerned with personal glory and more intent on preserving Rome's values and stability. Veteran soldiers, once sceptical of a philosopher-emperor, fought with a renewed fervour, encouraged by his willingness to share their burdens. In those windswept camps along the Danube, Marcus Aurelius began shaping a legacy unlike any other, one rooted in the conviction that wisdom and compassion, far from being weaknesses, were the empire's strongest defence. The savage winters on the Danubian frontier tested Rome's legions in ways few had anticipated. Snow whipped through the encampments, layering tents in white drifts. Horses whinnied at the bitter chill, and the men huddled around makeshift fires. Marcus Aurelius, never one to shield himself from hardship, felt the sting of frozen air each morning. For all the stoic counsel he'd absorbed, he still found it an unrelenting challenge to rise at dawn and address the concerns of his commanders. Yet the deeper the cold bit into his bones, the more he recognised that resolve was forged through shared trials. Messages arrived from Rome, some filled with trivialities of court life, others warning that the imperial treasury was dwindling under the twin demands of plague recovery and war expenses. Food prices rose, merchants hoarded grain, and unrest simmered in urban districts. In response, Marcus intensified efforts to maintain supply lines, ensuring that shipments of grain and other essentials could reach both the front line and the capital. It was a delicate balance, requiring deals with regional governors and the occasional stern reminder of imperial authority. Amid the logistics and strategizing, he found an unlikely companion in Claudius Pompeianus, a seasoned general known for his sharp wit. While Pompeianus thrived on military prowess, he was also open to philosophical musings. Many evenings the two men would talk over steaming bowls of spelt porridge about the nature of fate and whether a just war could exist. These conversations, though brief, allowed Marcus moments of intellectual clarity. He saw in Pompeianus a fellow seeker, albeit one who channeled his convictions into martial discipline rather than written reflection. Though the war's burden weighed heavily, Marcus's popularity among the soldiers soared. In him, they saw not an aloof imperial figure but a leader who endured the same bitter chill, the same muddy camps, the same threat of sudden attack. During battle preparations, Marcus took care to visit injured soldiers, offering words of encouragement. His presence among them became a reassuring symbol that Rome's emperor understood sacrifice not from a gilded distance, but through personal experience. Yet the frontier's dangers were manifold. Rumours circulated of potential betrayal among allied tribes, and infiltration by spies working for the Germanic chieftains. Skirmishes erupted unexpectedly. Sometimes a wave of arrows would descend at night, leaving the camp reeling. Through it all, Marcus refused to let paranoia corrode his judgment. He tightened security, yes, but also dispatched diplomats to negotiate terms. If a measure of peace could be attained through reason rather than bloodshed, he was determined to find it. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the empire's public face as best she could. She visited temples, performed ritual offerings, and listened to the appeals of citizens who sought the emperor's ear. Though many admired her resilience, whispers of court intrigue continued to swirl. Some criticized Faustina for her independent demeanor, while others, eager for influence, tried to align themselves with her. She navigated these politics deftly, sending regular dispatches to Marcus so he was never uninformed. Letters also arrived from Lucius Verus, who split his time between the capital and lesser conflicts simmering in other territories. His initial flamboyance had softened, replaced by a pragmatic acceptance of imperial duty. Together, albeit from a distance, Marcus and Lucius worked to present a united front. They knew Rome's foes would seize upon any sign of discord. As the war stretched on, Marcus felt the strain in every facet of his life. He was the philosopher emperor, yet he frequently ordered troop movements that ended in bloodshed. At night, when the cold wind rattled the tent flaps, he wrestled with guilt. He reminded himself that stoicism was not about denying emotion, but understanding it. Power, he realized, did not give him the luxury of clean hands. Leaders often had to act in ways that chafed against their deeper ideals. Still, there were small mercies, brief truces brokered, a day of sunshine to melt the ice, a messenger bringing news that a troubled province had stabilized. In these fleeting moments, Marcus remembered why he had taken up this struggle in the first place, to safeguard a realm that, for all its imperfections, still held the potential for virtue. If Rome could remain strong yet morally grounded, the seeds of a more enlightened society might one day take root. Victory was not guaranteed, nor was an end to the constant trials. The barbarian tribes fought with desperation, determined to carve out territories in the empire's weakening landscape. But Marcus pressed on, forging alliances and marshalling legionary forces, always mindful that true victory would involve reconciliation as much as military success. His body bore the signs of fatigue, and a creeping illness sometimes left him feverish, but he maintained the outward composure expected of an emperor. As the harshest winter months receded, there glimmered the faint promise of progress. More tribes showed willingness to negotiate, to accept treaties that allowed them limited settlement in exchange for peace. Though some Roman senators were outraged by the concessions, Marcus stood firm. He believed that clinging to old illusions of absolute dominion would only compound the cycle of violence. Compassion, guided by children's reason, was his guiding star even in the theatre of war. After countless skirmishes and negotiations, the tide slowly began to turn in Rome's favour. Marcus Aurelius, weathered and weary, found himself overseeing a series of settlements that cautiously stabilised the Danubian frontier. Tribes once considered mortal enemies now sought peaceful coexistence, albeit with complex agreements involving tribute, migration rights, and mutual defence pacts. Some senators bemoaned the dilution of Roman purity, but Marcus saw a different future, a broader, more interconnected empire that could adapt and thrive. His determination to incorporate foreign peoples instead of vanquishing them outraged traditionalists. However, the emperor deemed it imprudent to presume that the empire's initial borders were unchangeable. Like a living organism, Rome had to evolve or wither. He recalled his Stoic maxims: all things change, and one must move in harmony with the nature's flow. For Marcus, that included welcoming new voices into the Roman fold, even if it defied entrenched notions of superiority. Physically, the years of hardship had taken a toll. The relentless cold of the frontier, the stress of command, and the sporadic fevers that plagued him during extended campaigns left Marcus frailer than before. Long days spent riding between outposts led to frequent aches, and a persistent cough hinted at something more serious. Nonetheless, he pushed forward, guided by a sense of duty that burned hotter than any physical ailment. The war itself was winding down, yet a fresh tragedy shook him. Word reached the emperor of Lucius Verus's sudden death from illness while returning to Rome. Marcus grieved deeply for his adoptive brother. Though they had often been at odds, Lucius's presence had been a stabilizing factor, a reminder that rulership could have more than one face. In the aftermath, Marcus bore the weight of the empire alone. Sleepless nights ensued, haunted by questions about legacy, mortality, and the shape of Rome's future. Returning to the capital, he found a society wounded, but not broken. The plague's scars remained visible in empty shops and thinner crowds, but daily life had regained some vibrancy. Senators who once criticised him with veiled scorn now offered subdued respect. Many recognised that he had led Rome through one of its darkest chapters, whether or not they agreed with every decision. Outside the Senate, artisans and farmers alike spoke of the emperor's empathy, a trait seldom celebrated in men of power. However, no sooner did Marcus settle back into Roman affairs than fresh rumours emerged. Whispers accused Faustina of conspiring against him, suggesting she had grown too close to certain members of the court. Marcus, pained by this gossip, tried to separate baseless slander from legitimate concern. He had learned from his years of governance that rumours often sprang from envy or manipulation. Still, the seeds of doubt were difficult to eradicate entirely. Faustina dismissed the accusations, and Marcus, trusting her loyalty, did not pursue them further. In these uneasy times, he also grappled with fatherly worries. His son, Commodus, was approaching manhood, eager to mould him into a successor who could uphold Rome's evolving ideals. Marcus introduced him to generals, legal experts, and philosophers. Yet Commodus seemed indifferent to the stoic virtues that had guided his father. He exhibited flashes of arrogance, a taste for spectacle, and a hunger for the luxuries of court life. Marcus prayed that exposure to genuine responsibility would temper those impulses, but he could not silence the disquiet that churned within him. Amid political intrigues and paternal anxieties, Marcus returned to his writings, adding new pages to the philosophical journal he kept close at hand. These reflections, composed in the hush of dawn or by lamplight late at night, served as a compass when external chaos threatened to overwhelm him. Quietly, he reaffirmed that temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom remained the pillars upon which a life of purpose was built. If he could not enforce these virtues on an empire, let alone on his child, he could at least embody them. Determined to leave Rome stronger than he found it, Marcus embarked on a series of legal and social reforms. He wanted to streamline bureaucratic processes, ensure that provincial governors were held accountable, and provide stable infrastructure for a population still reeling from war and disease. Funding was scarce, but he allocated what resources he could to the projects he deemed essential. Aqueducts were repaired, roads improved, and schools granted modest stipends to educate the next generation. Critics warned that such benevolence bordered on naivete, yet Marcus viewed these steps as vital investments in a more resilient Rome. Even in the hush of progress, he was not blind to the undercurrent of discontent. Powerful families plotted behind closed doors, believing that an emperor preoccupied with moral philosophy could be outmaneuvered. Soldiers, once loyal, grew restless in peacetime. The empire's old ghosts never fully vanished. Marcus braced himself for the next upheaval, aware that stability was always an interlude, never a permanent state. And so he carried on, leaning on the very principles he had studied as a child, navigating betrayal and forging alliances, contending with the willful nature of his offspring. He tried to remain steadfast. Each day brought a new puzzle, a shortage of funds, a border skirmish, a senator's duplicity. Yet through it all, Marcus Aurelius refused to relinquish his core belief that reason and compassion might still illuminate the darkest corridors of power. Time was a patient sculptor, etching its lines deeper into Marcus's features. Though he still attended to official duties with unwavering diligence, his health faltered. That persistent cough worsened, and his nights grew more restless. The physicians advised rest, but an emperor's life rarely granted such luxuries. Fears lingered too, the sense that the empire was but one rumour, one betrayal, or one uprising away from fragmentation. Marcus stood at the centre, exerting every effort to maintain unity through the combined power of rational governance and moral conviction. In the final campaigns against resurgent Germanic tribes, Marcus once again took to the field. Age had not diminished his resolve. From camp to camp, he travelled with a small retinue, offering encouragement to battle-weary troops. Yet this time the war-worn emperor appeared more ghostly than regal. The men spoke of his stoic endurance, how his eyes shimmered with fever even as he spoke of duty and fortitude. For all he had done to keep Rome intact, the ravages of illness would not yield to rhetorical skill. Commodus, summoned to his father's side, witnessed firsthand the empire's fringes, a harsh land shaped by conflict. Marcus hoped the sight would steel his son's character, prompting a sense of responsibility. But Commodus wore impatience like a second toga. He complained about the cold, about the humble rations, about the lack of pomp he believed befitted with an imperial heir. Marcus inwardly grieved, knowing the path ahead might splinter beneath Commodus's restless feet. Yet he also recognised that no father could impose virtue on a reluctant child. In quieter moments, Marcus confided in Claudius Pompeianus, who had remained a steadfast advisor. The emperor spoke of the contradictions inherent in rulership, how an aspiring philosopher must enforce harsh discipline to maintain the empire's cohesion. Pompeianus offered practical wisdom, while Marcus responded with meditative reflections. Their conversations formed a final tapestry of friendship, weaving threads of pragmatism and introspection together in the twilight of Marcus's reign. Eventually, the news spread that the emperor had taken gravely ill. Camp physicians tried every remedy they knew, from herbal concoctions to prayers at makeshift altars, but the decline accelerated. Marcus retreated to his tent, his body weakening, yet his mind still alert, summoning Commodus for a last conference. He emphasized a single theme: the virtues that guide a leader must not be mere ornament. In the hush between father and son, he uttered words about compassion for subjects, fairness in judgment, and the necessity to curb excess. Commodus, shifting uneasily, nodded but offered little reassurance. As the hours slipped by, the emperor returned to his meditations. There, in the fading glow of a lantern, he penned a few final lines in a journal that had been his companion through wars, plagues, and political strife. He wrote not of victories or conquests, but of how fleeting each moment is, and how each individual's duty is to act in accordance with the good of the whole. Rumour would have it that these last notes carried more serenity than sorrow, as though Marcus were already stepping into the realm beyond mortal worries. When his eyes closed for the final time, the camp fell into a sombre hush. Soldiers who had long admired his calm presence gathered around the tent, quietly paying their respects. Courtiers murmured that the empire had lost its quell. Even those who once criticised Marcus found themselves longing for his steady hand. The commander of the guard ordered a gentle watch throughout the night, unwilling to break the solemn peace that followed his final breath. Yet life in the empire continued. The next day, Commodus assumed leadership, and Rome braced for another shift. Few doubted that change was inevitable. Marcus had known it himself, but he had also believed that his efforts, his stoic counsel and moral reforms, had planted seeds for a gentler, more reasoned empire. The question of whether those seeds would sprout or wither under Commodus's rule filled hearts with both anticipation and dread. In the days following his death, the body of Marcus Aurelius was prepared for a reverent return to Rome. Crowds lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession. Rome did not always cherish its philosophers, but it seemed determined to honour this one, who had guided the empire through despair. Women wept openly, remembering how he had once funded relief in their neighbourhoods. Veterans stood in stoic salute, each recalling the winter nights he spent among them. Scholars carried small scraps of parchment filled with the emperor's wisdom, uncertain if the new era would appreciate such lessons. In the coming years, Rome's course would deviate sharply from the principles Marcus had championed. Commodus's reign brought spectacle over substance, extravagance over empathy. Yet long after the empire's fortunes rose and fell, the writings of Marcus Aurelius endured, quietly offering guidance to those who, like him, sought a life anchored by virtue and reason. He left behind no sweeping arcs of conquest, no grand self-aggrandizing monuments. His legacy was etched in the hearts and minds of those who witnessed how an emperor could sit by a soldier's bedside or grant clemency to a defeated foe. The marble might crumble, the gold might tarnish, but the ideals Marcus championed, integrity, humility, wisdom, would stand resilient. And so, in the annals of history, he would remain a guiding light, a testament that even within the highest seat of power, the human spirit could strive for something nobler than mere dominion. The Battle of Stalingrad began in the summer of 1942. During the height of World War II, the German army, under Adolf Hitler's command, launched a massive offensive aimed at capturing the industrial city of Stalingrad on the Volga River. Stalingrad was more than just a strategic target. It bore the name of the Soviet leader, Joseph Stalin, and its capture would deal a psychological blow to the Soviet Union. For Hitler, taking Stalingrad was as much about prestige as it was about military strategy. Stalingrad was a vital industrial hub, producing weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Crucial to the Soviet war effort, its location on the Volga River made it a key transportation route linking the northern and southern regions of the Soviet Union. For Stalin, the city's defense was non-negotiable. Losing it would be both a symbolic and logistical disaster. In August 1942, the German Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, began its advance on Stalingrad. The city, a sprawling industrial expanse with factories, railways, and residential areas, became the site of one of the most grueling battles in history. The Germans were initially confident of a swift victory, but the Soviet defenders, under the command of General Vasily Chuikov, were determined to resist. At all costs, the fighting in Stalingrad was unlike anything the world had seen before. Urban warfare turned every street, building, and factory into a battleground. The Germans and Soviets engaged in brutal close-quarters combat, often fighting, room by room, floor by floor. The city became a labyrinth of destruction, with rubble and debris transforming entire neighborhoods into treacherous landscapes. The Soviets adopted a strategy of hugging the German forces, staying as close as possible to avoid being targeted by German airstrikes and artillery. This forced the Germans into relentless hand-to-hand combat, draining their resources and morale. Soviet snipers, hidden in the ruins, became a deadly force, picking off German soldiers with precision. One of the most famous snipers, Vasily Zaitsev, became a symbol of Soviet resilience, his actions inspiring defenders across the city. As the weeks turned into months, the harsh Russian winter set in, adding another layer of misery to the already dire conditions. Temperatures plummeted, and both sides struggled to survive in the freezing cold. Supplies dwindled, and hunger and disease took their toll. Yet, despite the suffering, the Soviets held firm. Reinforcements and supplies continued to trickle into the city across the frozen Volga River, ensuring that the defenders could maintain their resistance. The turning point in the Battle of Stalingrad came in November 1942 with the launch of Operation Uranus. The Soviet High Command, led by General Georgy Zhukov, devised a bold counteroffensive to encircle the German Sixth Army. While the Germans were focused on their assault within the city, the Soviets launched massive attacks on the weaker flanks of the German forces held by Romanian and Italian troops. The plan was a success. Within days, the Soviet pincers closed around Stalingrad, trapping the German Sixth Army inside the city. What followed was a desperate struggle for survival. The encircled German forces, numbering over 300,000 men, were cut off from supplies and reinforcements. Hitler, refusing to allow a retreat, ordered Paulus to hold the city at all costs. The Luftwaffe attempted to airlift supplies to the encircled troops, but the efforts were insufficient. The soldiers inside the pocket faced starvation, freezing temperatures, and relentless Soviet attacks. The Soviets tightened their grip on the city, systematically destroying the remaining German positions. The defenders' situation became increasingly hopeless, and morale plummeted. In January 1943, the Soviets launched their final assault to crush the pocket. By this time, Paulus and his men were exhausted, demoralized, and out of options. On February 2nd, 1943, Paulus surrendered, marking the end of the Battle of Stalingrad. The Soviet victory was a turning point in the war, shattering the myth of German invincibility and shifting the momentum in favor of the Allies. It was a devastating blow to Hitler's ambitions, and the loss of the Sixth Army was a humiliation from which Germany would never fully recover. The cost of the battle, however, was staggering. Over 2 million soldiers and civilians were killed, wounded, or captured. During the 5 months of fighting, Stalingrad itself was left in ruins, its streets and buildings reduced to rubble. The human suffering on both sides was immense, with countless families forever altered by the loss of loved ones. Despite the devastation, the Soviet victory theme at Stalingrad became a symbol of resilience and determination. It demonstrated the power of unity and the will to endure even the most harrowing of circumstances. The people of Stalingrad, who had endured unimaginable hardship, became heroes in the eyes of their nation. In the years following the war, Stalingrad was rebuilt, its scars serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to defend it. Monuments and memorials were erected to honor the fallen, including the iconic Mamayev Kurgan, a hill that saw some of the fiercest fighting during the battle. At its summit stands the towering statue of "The Motherland Calls," a symbol of the Soviet Union's strength and resilience. The Battle of Stalingrad remains one of the most studied and remembered events of World War II. It serves as a testament to the courage and determination of those who fought, and as a reminder of the horrors of war. The sacrifices made at Stalingrad helped shape the course of history, paving the way for the eventual Allied victory. As you drift into sleep tonight, let the story of Stalingrad remind you of the strength of the human spirit and the resilience that emerges in the face of adversity. Imagine the quiet, snow-covered streets of the rebuilt city, the echoes of history carried gently on the wind. Let the bravery and sacrifice of those who endured inspire a sense of gratitude and peace within you. The story of the Battle of Stalingrad did not end with the surrender of the German Sixth Army. Its aftermath rippled far beyond the frozen streets of the ruined city, shaping the course of World War II and the history of the 20th century. The Soviet victory was a turning point, not just for the Eastern Front, but for the entire Allied effort. It demonstrated the determination and resilience of the Soviet people and marked the beginning of a relentless push to drive the Axis forces out of the Soviet Union and eventually defeat them in Europe. The cost of the battle was nearly unimaginable. The casualty figures are staggering, with estimates placing the total number of dead, wounded, or missing on both sides at over 2 million. Civilians caught in the crossfire endured unimaginable suffering as the city they called home became a war zone of unthinkable destruction. Homes were destroyed, families torn apart, and lives forever altered by the relentless tide of war. For the survivors of Stalingrad, the end of the battle brought no immediate relief. The city, once a thriving industrial centre, lay in ruins. Entire neighbourhoods had been reduced to rubble, and the infrastructure was necessary for daily life, water, electricity, food supplies, was obliterated. The people of Stalingrad faced the monumental task of rebuilding their lives and their city from the ashes. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, there was a sense of pride and determination among the survivors. They had endured the unendurable and emerged victorious. The Soviet government worked swiftly to rebuild Stalingrad. The city became a symbol of resilience and sacrifice, a beacon of Soviet strength and determination. Propaganda celebrated the victory as a triumph of socialism and the indomitable spirit of the Soviet people. The rebuilding effort was immense, and though the scars of war were not easily erased, the city slowly rose from its ashes. For the German army, the defeat at Stalingrad was a catastrophe from which it would never fully recover. The loss of the Sixth Army, one of Germany's most experienced and well-equipped fighting forces, was a devastating blow. Morale among German troops on the Eastern Front plummeted, and the aura of invincibility that had surrounded the Wehrmacht since the beginning of the war was shattered. Hitler's refusal to allow a retreat, his insistence on holding Stalingrad at all costs, and the ultimate surrender of Paulus and his forces exposed the flaws in Germany's military strategy and leadership. The Soviets capitalized on their victory at Stalingrad, launching a series of offensives that pushed the Germans further and further west. The Red Army's momentum, gained at such great cost in Stalingrad, carried them all the way to Berlin by the spring of 1945. The victory at Stalingrad was the foundation upon which the eventual Soviet triumph in World War II was built. Beyond its military significance, the Battle of Stalingrad left a profound legacy in the collective memory of the world. It became a symbol of resilience, sacrifice, and the unyielding human spirit. The stories of the soldiers and civilians who endured the battle, stories of heroism, endurance, and survival, continue to resonate. Their experiences remind us of the horrors of war, the cost of conflict, and the strength of the human will to persevere. For the people of Stalingrad, their city's name became synonymous with courage and defiance. In 1961, during a wave of de-Stalinization in the Soviet Union, the city was renamed Volgograd, yet the memory of the Battle of Stalingrad remained deeply embedded in the hearts of those who lived through it and those who came after. The name Stalingrad continues to evoke the profound sacrifices made during those grueling months of battle. The battlefields of Stalingrad have since been preserved as places of remembrance and reflection. The Myrmiev-Kurgan Memorial Complex, with its towering statue of the Motherland Calls, stands as a testament to the courage and sacrifice of those who fought and died there. Visitors from around the world come to walk the hallowed ground, to honour the memory of the fallen, and to reflect on the lessons of history. As we look back on the Battle of Stalingrad, it serves as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable adversity. It is a story of sacrifice and survival, of hope and determination, and of the enduring belief in the possibility of a better future. As you rest tonight, let the story of Stalingrad remind you of the strength that lies within us all. Imagine the quiet streets of the rebuilt city, the soft whispers of the Volga River, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who endured inspire peace and gratitude in your heart. The legacy of the Battle of Stalingrad extends beyond its historical and military significance. It has become a symbol of human endurance, the cost of war, and the hope for reconciliation. The rebuilding of Stalingrad, later renamed Volgograd, was not merely a physical endeavour, but an emotional and cultural journey. Every stone laid, every home rebuilt, was a testament to the resilience of the people who survived the horrors of war. In the aftermath of the battle, the city became a focal point for the Soviet Union's narrative of victory and sacrifice. Monuments were erected to commemorate the bravery of those who fought, such as the eternal flame that burns in memory of the fallen. The massive statue of the Motherland Calls, one of the tallest statues in the world, towers over the landscape as a powerful reminder of the battle's significance. It is not just a symbol of victory, but a tribute to the unbreakable will of the defenders and the civilians who endured unimaginable suffering. For decades, the memory of Stalingrad shaped the Soviet Union's identity and its portrayal on the global stage. The battle was celebrated in films, literature, and art, each retelling emphasizing the unity and determination of the Soviet people. The city became a pilgrimage site for veterans, their families, and historians seeking to understand the profound impact of this defining moment in history on a more personal level, the stories of those who fought and survived. The battle have been passed down through generations. Veterans shared their experiences with their children and grandchildren, ensuring that the sacrifices made at Stalingrad would never be forgotten. These personal accounts, filled with both sorrow and pride, add depth to the historical narrative and remind us of the humanity behind the statistics. Globally, Stalingrad has become a symbol of resistance and perseverance. Its name is invoked in discussions of strategy, endurance, and the high cost of war for historians and military scholars. The battle offers countless lessons on tactics, leadership, and the interplay of morale and logistics for ordinary people. It stands as a reminder of what can be achieved when the human spirit refuses to yield. In recent years, efforts have been made to preserve the memory of Stalingrad, while fostering a spirit of reconciliation. Memorials and museums now serve not only as places of remembrance, but also as venues for dialogue and education. They encourage visitors to reflect on the consequences of war and the importance of working toward peace. The city of Volgograd, while forever tied to its past, is also a thriving modern metropolis. Its people have rebuilt their lives and created a vibrant community that honours its history. While looking to the future, the scars of the battle remain in some places, but they serve as reminders of resilience rather than destruction. The lessons of Stalingrad resonate today, reminding us of the importance of unity in the face of adversity, the necessity of standing firm for what is right, and the value of seeking peace, even in the darkest times. It teaches us that the human spirit, when fueled by determination and hope, can endure even the greatest challenges. As you settle into rest, let the story of Stalingrad fill you with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the calm, serene city of Volgograd today, its streets filled with life, its people moving forward while carrying the memory of their past. Imagine the stillness of the fields and the gentle flow of the Volga River, now a place of peace and renewal. The story of the Battle of Stalingrad is rich with details and facts that help us understand the scale of the conflict and the impact it had on the course of World War II. As we reflect further on this pivotal event, let's explore some key facts that bring its history into sharper focus. The Battle of Stalingrad lasted for 200 days, from August 23rd, 1942 to February 2nd, 1943. It is considered one of the longest and bloodiest battles in the history of warfare. The total number of casualties is estimated at over 2 million, making it one of the deadliest battles in human history. These figures include soldiers from both sides, as well as countless civilians caught in the crossfire. The German Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, was one of the most formidable bare forces in Hitler's military. At its peak, the Sixth Army was comprised of over 300,000 soldiers. By the end of the battle, nearly 91,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner, including General Paulus himself. The Soviet strategy of hugging the enemy, staying in close combat to neutralize the Germans' artillery and air superiority played a critical role in the city's defense. This tactic turned the urban ruins of Stalingrad into a deadly maze for the German forces. Vasily Zaitsev, a Soviet sniper, became a symbol of the defenders' resilience. During the battle, he is credited with killing over 225 German soldiers, including enemy snipers, which boosted the morale of his comrades. Operation Uranus, the Soviet counteroffensive launched in November 1942, was a brilliantly executed maneuver. By attacking the weaker flanks of the German forces held by Romanian and Italian troops, the Soviets were able to encircle and trap the German Sixth Army within the city. The German soldiers trapped in the encirclement known as the Kessel, or cauldron, endured horrific conditions. They faced starvation, freezing temperatures, and relentless Soviet assaults. Supplies delivered by air were woefully inadequate, leading to widespread suffering and death. One of the defining moments of the battle was Hitler's refusal to allow Paulus to retreat or break out of the encirclement. This decision sealed the fate of the Sixth Army and marked a significant turning point in the war. When General Paulus surrendered on February 2nd, 1943, it was the first time in history that a German field marshal had been captured alive. This was a major humiliation for Hitler and a symbolic victory for the Allies. The Soviet victory at Stalingrad marked the beginning of a series of offensives that pushed the German forces back across Eastern Europe. It was a critical turning point that shifted the momentum of the war in favour of the Allies. The city of Stalingrad, renamed Volgograd in 1961, has become a place of remembrance. Monuments like the Mamayev Kurgan and the Motherland Calls serve as powerful tributes to those who fought and died during the battle. Despite its association with destruction and suffering, Stalingrad is also a symbol of resilience, unity, and the indomitable human spirit. Its story continues to inspire people around the world, reminding us of the importance of courage and perseverance. As you reflect on these facts, let the weights of history settle gently. In your mind, each detail, each moment of bravery, courage, and sacrifice adds to the tapestry of this remarkable story. Imagine the quiet streets of Volgograd today, a city that has risen from the ashes of war, standing as a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. Picture yourself settling into a wooden chair by your hearth on a crisp autumn evening in the year 1066. You've just finished your barley soup and dark bread, and the fire crackles with that particular satisfaction that comes from a belly that's finally full after a long day of backbreaking work. Your bones ache in that familiar way, the kind that reminds you that you've earned your rest. You step outside to check on the chickens one last time, and that's when you see it. A blazing sword hangs in the western sky, its fiery tail streaming behind it like the banner of some celestial army. Your heart pauses, not because you're witnessing one of nature's most spectacular shows, but because you know, with the certainty that comes from a lifetime of sermons and warnings, that this thing in the sky means trouble. See, you don't live in a world where comets are chunks of ice and rock following predictable orbits of the sun. You live in a world where the heavens are God's own theatre, and when something unusual appears up there, it's not astronomy, it's a divine telegram. And this particular message looks pretty ominous. Your medieval brain doesn't think, oh, fascinating, a celestial visitor from the outer reaches of our solar system. Instead, it thinks something more along the lines of, well, that's it then. Someone's about to die, probably horribly, and it might just be me. The thing is, you're not being irrational. Not by the standards of your time anyway. You live in an age where the line between the natural and supernatural is as blurry as your vision after too much ale. Angels and demons are as real as your neighbour's cow, and the sky serves as God's bulletin board, announcing his disapproval of humanity's latest misdeeds. You know the stories. Everyone knows the stories. How a blazing star appeared before Jerusalem fell to the Romans. How strange that lights in the sky preceded the death of emperors and the fall of kingdoms. Your grandfather told you about the time a comet appeared just before the terrible famine that killed half the village. For you, these stories are more than mere entertainment. They serve as historical records. And here's the thing that makes it even worse. You can't just shrug and go back inside. Everyone else in your village has also witnessed it, and their thoughts align with yours. Tomorrow there'll be worried whispers at the well and anxious glances toward the manor house. The priest will have that particular expression. That means he's about to deliver some very unwelcome news from the pulpit. You pull your woolen cloak tighter around your shoulders and try to remember if you've been particularly sinful lately. Did you take that extra turnip from the Lord's field? Were you uncharitable toward your neighbour when his pig got into your garden? These things matter now because clearly the Almighty is paying attention and he's not happy about something. The comet hangs there like a cosmic reproach, and you can't help but wonder what fresh disaster it's announcing. Do you think the Normans will eventually follow through on their threats to invade? Will there be another plague? Will your Lord decide to raise the taxes again? In your world, bad news swiftly spreads across the night sky with a fiery tail. You stand there for what feels like hours but is probably only minutes, watching this unwelcome visitor. You want to appreciate its awful beauty, but mostly you want it to leave with the disaster it's advertising. If there's one thing you've learned in your hard-scrabble medieval life, it's usually not the kind of show you want front row seats for. The next morning arrives with all the subtlety of a mule kick to the head. You wake to the sound of church bells, not the regular call to morning prayers, but the urgent, irregular clanging that means Father Benedict has something important to announce. And judging by the frantic quality of the ringing, it's probably not good news about the harvest festival. You stumble out of your cottage, still pulling on your boots, to find half the village already gathered in the square. Everyone looks like they've seen a ghost, which in a way they have. It's the celestial ghost of impending doom, complete with a fiery tail and a profoundly negative outlook on humanity's moral state. Father Benedict stands on the church steps, his expression as troubled as everyone else's. His usually neat tonsure is dishevelled, and he's clutching his prayer book like it might sprout wings and carry him away from this mess. When he speaks, his voice has that particular tremor that suggests he's been up all night wrestling with theological implications. "My dear children," he begins, and you know immediately that whatever follows is going to be the opposite of reassuring. "The Lord has sent us a sign in the heavens, a reminder of his divine displeasure with the sins of this world." Now, here's where medieval logic gets particularly intriguing. In your time, everything happens for a reason, and that reason is usually either God rewarding the faithful or God punishing the wicked. There are no random cosmic events or natural phenomena that occur simply due to the laws of physics. When a comet appears, it's because God grabbed it by the tail and flung it across the sky like a cosmic javelin, aimed directly at whatever kingdom, village or individual has been getting too big for their britches. The mathematics of this system are beautifully simple and absolutely terrifying. Bad things happen because someone, somewhere, has offended the Almighty. The bigger the wicked thing, the bigger the sin that caused it. And a comet? A comet is not just any ordinary bad thing. That's the cosmic equivalent of God taking a serious stance. You glance around at your neighbours, all of whom are doing their own moral inventory. There's Thomas the miller, who you're pretty sure has been watering down the flour. Margaret the baker undoubtedly overcharges for bread and likely fabricates the weight. Old Henrik is known by everyone to poach rabbits from the Lord's forest, but he is clever enough to avoid getting caught. In fact, upon reflection, your village resembles a catalogue of petty sins and moral compromises. A flaming harbinger of divine justice suddenly casts a shadow over your village, making it seem less amusing and more like a poor strategic decision. Father Benedict continues his sermon, explaining how comets have historically appeared before great disasters. The medieval catastrophes, which included the destruction of cities, the deaths of kings, famines, plagues and invasions, were all preceded by fiery visitors from the afterlife. Father Benedict provides detailed explanations for most of his points. supplemented by insightful quotes from various saints who shared their perspectives on celestial phenomena. The truly maddening part is that this system of cosmic cause and effect actually makes sense within the medieval worldview. If God is all-powerful and all-knowing, then nothing happens without his permission. If something dramatic happens in the heavens, it's because he put it there. And if he put it there, it's because he's trying to tell you something. The only question is if you possess the intelligence to decipher that message before it's too late. You find yourself nodding in agreement with the priest's explanation, despite a part of your mind resisting the overwhelming unfairness of it all. After all, you've been a reasonably decent person. You go to church, you don't murder anyone, you only steal when you're really hungry, and you've never coveted your neighbour's ox with any serious intent. But apparently, the cosmic justice system operates on a collective guilt principle, and your village's moral credit rating has just been downgraded to pray for your souls. As Father Benedict wraps up his impromptu sermon with a call for increased piety, and possibly some emergency donations to the church roof fund, you can't help but stare up at the morning sky. The comet isn't visible now, but you know it's still there, lurking behind the sun like a cosmic bill collector waiting to serve papers. By midday, your village has descended into a state of organised hysteria. It's remarkable, really, how quickly a community can pivot from mundane concerns about grain storage and pig breeding to full-scale apocalyptic anxiety. Everyone becomes an expert on divine wrath and celestial omens after witnessing a fiery visitor in the night sky. While you attempt to carry out your daily tasks, such as feeding the chickens and fixing the leaky thatch in your cottage, it becomes difficult to focus when half of your neighbours are convinced that the world is on the verge of a catastrophic end, and the other half are debating the specifics of this end. The blacksmith has become convinced that the comet is specifically targeting smiths because he once made a horseshoe on a Sunday. The baker thinks it's about bread prices, which honestly might not be wrong given what she charges for a decent loaf. Young William from the mill is certain it's because he's been having impure thoughts about the merchant's daughter, though frankly, half the village has been having impure thoughts about the merchant's daughter, so if God punished every lustful glance with cosmic fireworks, the sky would look like a continuous celebration. What's fascinating is how everyone's personal guilt is suddenly cosmic in scope. Do you remember the apple you stole from your neighbour's tree last autumn? Clearly grounds for divine retribution via a flaming celestial messenger. The occasion when you informed your supervisor that you were too ill to work, even though you simply wished to sleep in. This is undoubtedly the type of moral transgression that necessitates a correction from a higher power. You're sitting on your doorstep trying to patch a hole in your boot and listening to the increasingly creative theories about what the comet means, when old Martha shuffles over. She's the village's unofficial historian, the keeper of all the local disasters and their supposed celestial announcements. If anyone knows about comets and their terrible implications, it's Martha. Saw one just like it 40 years ago, she says, settling onto the wooden bench beside your door with the careful precision of joints that complain about everything. It was the same colour, the same terrible brightness. You know what happened next. You're not sure you want to know, but Martha is going to tell you anyway. There's a gleam in her eye indicating that she's about to reveal a particularly juicy piece of historical catastrophe. The great sickness came through. The sickness claimed the lives of every third person in the village, including my first husband. God rest his soul. Though between you and me, she leans closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Harold had it coming. Man never met a commandment he couldn't find a way around. This is the thing about medieval life that makes comet fear so perfectly reasonable. Bad things really do happen with alarming regularity. Plagues, famines, wars, floods, droughts, fires, invasions. It's like living in a cosmic pinball machine where you're the ball and disaster is every bumper. When your baseline existence includes regular encounters with death, disease and destruction. The appearance of something unusual in the sky isn't just superstition, it's pattern recognition. Martha continues her catalogue of comet-related disasters, and you start to understand why your ancestors developed such a healthy fear of celestial visitors. In a world where medical science consists largely of bloodletting and prayer, where crop failure means starvation, and where political stability is whatever mood the local lord happens to be in that day, any advance warning of trouble is valuable, even if that warning comes in the form of astronomical phenomena that won't be properly understood for another few hundred years. The truly clever thing about comet fear is that it's almost impossible to disprove. Something bad always happens eventually. That's just the nature of medieval life. When a calamity occurs, everyone recalls the comet and reverently acknowledges the divine warnings and cosmic justice. The fact that bad things also happen when there aren't any comets around is conveniently forgotten in favour of the much more satisfying narrative of celestial cause and effect. As the day progresses, you observe that the panic begins to assume a distinctly practical aspect. People are checking their food stores, making sure their tools are in good repair, settling old debts, and being unusually nice to people they normally can't stand. If a calamity is imminent, it's crucial to prepare thoroughly, and the last thing you want is to confront divine wrath while in debt to your neighbour or harbouring resentment towards the miller. Evening comes again, and with it, the return of your unwelcome celestial visitor. The comet hangs in the western sky like a cosmic sword of Damocles, and you're beginning to understand why your medieval ancestors developed such elaborate theories about what these things meant. When you don't have telescopes or orbital mechanics or any real understanding of what's happening beyond the atmosphere, pattern matching becomes your primary scientific method. You must admit, the patterns are quite compelling. Comets appear. Bad things happen. Sometimes the timing is remarkably coincidental, like the comet everyone still talks about that showed up just weeks before the terrible winter when the rivers froze solid and half the livestock died. Occasionally the connection is more general. A comet appears, and then sometime in the following months or years there's a war or plague or famine or political upheaval. Of course, given that wars, plagues, famines and political upheavals are basically the background noise of medieval existence, connecting them to any unusual celestial event isn't exactly a stretch. It's like predicting that sometime after you see a strange cloud, it will rain. In medieval Europe, the analogous prediction would be that upon witnessing a comet, a calamitous event would inevitably befall someone, and this prediction would almost always prove accurate. You're contemplating this prediction while sitting outside your cottage, sharing a cup of weak ale with your neighbour Edmund. He's been unusually thoughtful all day, which is notable because Edmund's usual approach to complex problems is to ignore them until they either go away or become someone else's responsibility. "Been thinking about that thing up there," he says, gesturing toward the comet with his cup. "Wondering if maybe we're looking at this all wrong." The subject is intriguing. Edmund having an original thought is like seeing a comet, unusual enough to merit attention. "How do you mean?" you ask. "Well," Edmund continues, warming to his theme, "what if it's not a warning about something that's going to happen? Could it be a warning about something currently occurring that we have not yet observed? This interpretation of cosmic messaging theory is surprisingly sophisticated. Rather than the comet serving as a foreshadowing of future events, it's akin to God gently reminding you to take notice of a situation that has been unfolding while you've been preoccupied with other matters. This interpretation has the advantage of being almost impossible to argue with. Is there political tension brewing between neighbouring lords? Has there been an unusual number of sick cattle lately? Are the crops looking a bit too good this year, setting up for complacency and eventual disaster? Any of these could be the something that the comet is highlighting. Edmund's theory also explains why comets seem to precede disasters rather than directly cause them. They're not cosmic artillery shells fired by an upset deity. They're more like divine highlighter markers, drawing attention to problems that were already in the works. You find the idea oddly comforting. It suggests that maybe, just maybe, there's still time to address whatever issue the comet is pointing out, if you can figure out what it is anyway. The two of you sit in companionable silence, watching the comet and sipping your ale. Around the village, other people are doing the same thing, standing in doorways, sitting on benches and gathering in small groups to stare at the sky and speculate about meaning. It's like the entire community has become a philosophical society dedicated to the interpretation of celestial phenomena. The funny thing is, all this comet watching and disaster theorizing is actually bringing people together. Shared anxiety has a way of dissolving petty grievances and social barriers. The miller, who usually can't be bothered to acknowledge your existence, nods gravely when you pass him on the road. The Lord Steward, normally as approachable as a rabid badger, actually stops to ask your opinion about what the comet might signify. You realise that fear serves as a powerful equaliser. When everyone's worried about the same cosmic threat, suddenly the normal hierarchies and social divisions seem less important. Everyone, rich or poor, noble or peasant, has the same view of the troubling visitor in the western sky, and the same questions about what it means and what to do. This communal aspect of comet fear is probably one of its most valuable functions in medieval society. It provides a shared experience that transcends individual concerns and creates a sense of common purpose. Everyone is on the same cosmic journey, collectively rowing towards an uncertain yet potentially disastrous destination. As the evening deepens and the comet becomes more visible against the darkening sky, you can't help but appreciate the elegant simplicity of medieval cosmology. Everything has meaning, everything is connected, and everything ultimately serves a divine purpose. It's a worldview that leaves no room for chance or meaningless coincidence, which means it also leaves no room for the kind of existential anxiety that comes from living in an apparently purposeless universe. Within 3 days of the comet crisis, your village has established an advanced system of apocalyptic management. It's impressive, really, how quickly a community can organise itself around the shared belief that the sky is trying to tell them something important and probably unpleasant. The blacksmith has taken on the role of the village's spiritual audit committee, conducting door-to-door assessments to identify everyone's recent transgressions and recommend suitable penances. The baker has started giving away day-old bread to the poor, apparently reasoning that excessive charity might offset whatever cosmic imbalance has attracted divine attention. Even the Lord Steward has been unusually lenient about tax collection, which is either a sign of genuine piety or evidence that he's just as worried as everyone else. You're beginning to understand that medieval comet fear isn't just about superstition or ignorance. It's actually a pretty sophisticated social technology for dealing with uncertainty and managing collective anxiety. When faced with something potentially threatening but fundamentally incomprehensible, the community has instinctively developed a response that serves multiple practical functions. First, it creates social cohesion. Everyone's focused on the same problem, which means everyone's pulling in the same direction. The usual village feuds and petty grievances have been temporarily set aside in favour of more pressing cosmic concerns. When you're all potentially facing divine judgment together, it's easier to forgive your neighbour for letting his pigs root through your garden. Second, it encourages moral reflection and behavioural improvement. The prospect of celestial retribution effectively prompts individuals to reconsider their recent ethical decisions. The village has become noticeably more civil, more generous, and more cooperative since the comet appeared. If divine threats can achieve what sermons and social pressure couldn't, perhaps a little cosmic anxiety holds merit. Third, it provides a framework for collective action. Instead of everyone panicking individually, the community has organised its worry into productive channels. Food stores are being checked and consolidated, tools are being repaired, debts are being settled, relationships are being mended. If disaster is coming, at least everyone will face it together and prepared. You're pondering these sociological insights while helping Edmund repair his roof, a task he's been putting off for months, but suddenly considers urgent given the current celestial circumstances. It's remarkable how the possibility of divine displeasure can motivate home maintenance projects. "You know what I find interesting?" Edmund says, pausing in his hammering to gesture toward the sky where the comet will soon become visible. "How come we never get good comets? Comets that mean prosperity and favourable harvests and peaceful relations with our neighbours." This query is actually a profound question about the nature of divine communication through astronomical phenomena. Why are comets always harbingers of doom? Why can't they be harbingers of exceptional wine vintages or unusually cooperative weather patterns instead? You consider this while handing Edmund another nail. Maybe because good things don't need warnings, you suggest. If God wanted to send us prosperity, he'd just send it. But if trouble's coming, we need time to prepare, Edmund nods thoughtfully. So comets are like divine early warning systems? Exactly. God's way of saying, heads up, things are about to get complicated. This interpretation has the advantage of making comet fear seem not just reasonable, but practically wise. Of course, you should be worried when unusual celestial phenomena appear. They're not just random cosmic events. They're intelligence briefings from the highest possible authority, delivered via the most dramatic communication medium available. The more you think about it, the more you appreciate the elegant efficiency of the system. Complex bureaucracies or elaborate communication networks are not necessary. Just grab a convenient chunk of ice and rock, set it on a spectacular trajectory through the inner solar system, and let human pattern recognition instincts do the rest. Every culture on Earth will see it. Everyone will understand that it means something significant, and everyone will start taking appropriate precautions. As evening approaches and the comet becomes visible again, you and Edmund climb down from the roof to join the usual community comet watching session. It's become a nightly ritual now, this collective observation and interpretation of your unwelcome celestial visitor. People bring cups of ale or weak wine, share theories about what the comet might signify, and generally turn astronomical anxiety into a social event. Tonight, Father Benedict has joined the group, which adds a certain official theological weight to the proceedings. He's been consulting various religious texts about comets and their meanings, and he has some intriguing insights to share about the historical relationship between celestial phenomena and earthly events. The thing about divine warnings, he explains, settling onto a wooden stool that someone has thoughtfully provided, is that they're not just about predicting the future. They're about giving us the opportunity to change it. A week has passed since your celestial visitor first appeared, and you're beginning to suspect that medieval comet interpretation might be more art than science. The village has now generated approximately 17 different theories about what the comet means, ranging from Father Benedict's scholarly assessment that it represents divine displeasure with moral laxity, to young William's conviction that it's specifically about his lustful thoughts regarding the merchant's daughter. The most creative interpretation so far has come from old Henrik, who believes the comet is actually a beneficial sign, God's way of burning away evil influences so that righteousness can flourish. This theory is notably popular with people who consider themselves generally righteous and would prefer cosmic events to work in their favour for once. You're sitting by your hearth, mending a torn shirt, and contemplating the remarkable human capacity to find meaning in random events when there's a knock at your door. It's Margaret from the bakehouse, looking unusually flustered and carrying what appears to be an entire loaf of her best bread. "I need to talk to someone," she says, settling into your spare chair without waiting for an invitation. "About the comet, about what it might really mean." You set aside your mending and give her your full attention. Margaret rarely indulges in fanciful or theological speculation. If she's worried about cosmic implications, there's probably a good practical reason. "I've been thinking about timing," she continues, breaking off a piece of bread and offering it to you. "When exactly the comet appeared, and what was happening right around then. And I think I might have figured something out." This line is intriguing. Margaret has apparently been conducting her own investigation into comet-related causation, while everyone else has been focusing on moral inventory and spiritual preparation. "Remember how Lord Geoffrey's son came back from his travels just 2 days before the comet showed up? And how did he bring all those strangers with him? The ones who've been staying at the manor house? You do remember. There had been quite a bit of village gossip about the young lord's companions. Foreign-looking men with expensive clothes and secretive conversations. The general consensus was that they were probably merchants of some sort, though nobody seemed quite sure what they were selling. Well," Margaret continues, lowering her voice even though you're alone in your cottage, "I heard from Alice, who heard from the cook at the manor house, that those aren't merchants at all, they're soldiers, mercenaries, and they've been asking many questions about the local roads and the best routes to the neighbouring lordships." Suddenly the comet takes on an entirely different significance. If Margaret is right, then your celestial visitor isn't warning about divine displeasure with moral failing. It's a warning about human plans for very earthly conflict. The cosmic telegram isn't about spiritual concerns, it's about political ones. This revelation is both relieving and terrifying. As it implies that mere improvements in piety and charitable giving may not be sufficient to address the issues the comet is announcing. Terrifying because it suggests that your village might be about to become involved in the kind of armed conflict that tends to leave places looking significantly less village-like than they did before. "So, what do we do?" you ask. Margaret shrugs with the practical fatalism of someone who has survived several decades of medieval uncertainty. "Same thing we'd do if it was about divine wrath. Prepare for potential difficulties, maintain optimism, and avoid becoming entangled in the impending chaos." You spend the rest of the evening discussing practical preparations for potential conflict, and you realise that the village's response to the comet has actually been pretty sensible, regardless of what the comet actually means. Food stores checked and consolidated, tools repaired and sharpened, debts settled, relationships mended. All of these things are just as useful for surviving human-caused disasters as divine ones. The next morning, you share Margaret's theory with Edmund, who receives it with the thoughtful consideration he's been applying to all comet-related intelligence. After some discussion, you both agree that it doesn't really matter whether the comet is warning about spiritual crisis or political conflict. The appropriate response is pretty much the same. Get ready for trouble and hope you're wrong about how awful it's going to be. This insight into the practical wisdom of comet fear is oddly comforting. Your medieval ancestors weren't just superstitious primitives jumping at shadows in the sky. They were people living in genuinely dangerous and unpredictable circumstances, and they developed a system for interpreting unusual events that encouraged useful precautionary behaviour, regardless of the specific nature of the threat. Whether the comet means divine wrath, political upheaval, natural disaster, or just cosmic coincidence, the response is the same. Pay attention, prepare for difficulties, work together, and try to be the kind of person you'd want to be if you knew the world was watching. As evening approaches and the comet becomes visible once again, you find yourself looking at it with something approaching appreciation. Not because you're happy it's there, but because you're beginning to understand the elegant simplicity of a worldview that treats every unusual event as potentially meaningful, and every bit of meaning as a call to appropriate action. 2 weeks after your cosmic visitor first appeared, Lord Geoffrey's son makes his announcement. There will indeed be a military campaign, though he has the diplomatic courtesy to call it a defensive expedition to secure regional stability. The mercenaries Margaret spotted were advanced scouts, and the young lord has been planning what amounts to a small-scale invasion of his neighbour's territory over a disputed claim to some particularly fertile farmland. The comet, it turns out, was neither a divine warning nor a celestial coincidence. It was just excellent timing, a cosmic spotlight illuminating a very earthly drama that was about to unfold whether the heavens cooperated or not. But here's the thing about comet fear that you're beginning to truly appreciate. It doesn't actually matter whether the comet caused the crisis, or just happened to show up for it. What matters is that its appearance motivated your community to prepare for trouble, and that preparation is about to prove extremely valuable. The village is in better shape than it's been in years. Food stores are organised and adequate. Tools are repaired and ready. People have settled their debts and mended their relationships. The community is more cohesive and cooperative than anyone can remember. When Lord Geoffrey's steward comes around to requisition supplies for the campaign, your village is able to contribute without facing starvation. When he demands men for military service, the community is unified enough to negotiate reasonable terms instead of just accepting whatever conscription he imposes. Most importantly, when the inevitable refugees start arriving from the disputed territory, families fleeing the advancing soldiers and the chaos that always accompanies armed conflict, your village is prepared to help. Not only does your village provide material assistance, but it also provides social and emotional support. The comet has reminded everyone that we're all vulnerable to forces beyond our control, and that mutual support is the best defence against uncertainty. You're helping to distribute blankets to the refugee families when old Martha shuffles over, wearing the satisfied expression of someone whose theories have been validated by events. "Told you that comet meant something," she says, settling beside you on the bench outside the church. "Maybe not exactly what we thought, but something important all the same." "So you think the comet actually caused all this?" you ask, genuinely curious about her perspective. Martha considers this with the careful deliberation of someone who has seen enough history to understand its complexity. Maybe yes, maybe no, but does it matter? The comet got us ready for what was coming, whether it knew what was coming or not. That certainly holds significance. This is the final wisdom of medieval comet fear. It's not really about understanding cosmic causation or predicting specific disasters. It's about maintaining the kind of adaptive alertness that helps communities survive in genuinely uncertain circumstances. The comet reminds us that the future is uncertain, that we should prepare, and that we're all in this together. As you settle into bed that night, you step outside one last time to look at your celestial visitor. It's noticeably dimmer now, beginning its long journey back toward the outer darkness, where comets spend most of their time. In a few more weeks, it will fade from visibility entirely, leaving your village to deal with the earthly consequences of Lord Geoffrey's territorial ambitions. But the comet's real work is already done. It appeared at exactly the right moment to motivate exactly the right kind of preparation for exactly the right kind of crisis. Whether this event was divine providence, cosmic coincidence, or just the inevitable intersection of astronomical mechanics and human foolishness doesn't really matter. What matters is that when unusual things appear in the sky, it's probably wise to pay attention. This is not because the sky is attempting to convey a message, but rather because observing unusual occurrences often serves as an effective survival tactic. The universe is full of surprises, some of which require preparation, cooperation, and the wisdom to distinguish between the things you can control and the things you can't. Your medieval ancestors understood these facts instinctively. They lived in a world where unexpected events could be fatal, and preparation often made the difference between survival and disaster. They developed comet fear not because they were superstitious primitives, but because they were practical people dealing with practical problems using the best information available to them. As you drift off to sleep in your cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of your village settle into the night, you find yourself oddly grateful for your cosmic visitor. The experience taught you valuable lessons about community, preparation, and the importance of taking unusual events seriously, even if you don't fully understand them. The comet blazes on through the darkness, carrying its tail of fire toward distant appointments with other worlds and civilizations who will look up at it and wonder what it means and what they should do about it. Perhaps if they are wise, they will follow the same path as your village, brace for challenges, hold on to optimism, and keep in mind that we are all merely transitory occupants of a small planet, orbiting a common star in a universe brimming with both wonders and dangers. Sometimes the sky catches fire, and sometimes that's exactly what we need to see. Picture this. It's a crisp morning in May 16, and you're a respectable citizen of Salem, Massachusetts. Maybe you're a farmer, a merchant, or a craftsman, someone who's managed to stay out of trouble and earn a decent living in this Puritan community. You're probably thinking about the day ahead, perhaps wondering if your crops will survive the late spring frost when there's a knock at your door. Standing on your threshold is the town constable, looking unusually serious. He's not here about your neighbour's wandering pig or a dispute over property lines. No, today he's carrying a list of names, and unfortunately for you, yours is on it. You've been selected to serve on a special court jury to hear cases involving witchcraft. Congratulations, you've just won the colonial equivalent of the world's worst lottery. Now, you might think jury duty sounds like a civic honour, a chance to serve your community and uphold justice. After all, you're a God-fearing person who believes in doing what's right. But as the constable explains your duties, a knot begins forming in your stomach. This isn't going to be like deciding whether someone stole a chicken or failed to pay their debts. You're going to be determining whether your neighbours, people you've known for years, are in league with the devil himself. The weight of this responsibility settles on your shoulders like a heavy woolen cloak. In your Puritan world, witchcraft isn't just a crime, it's the ultimate sin, a betrayal of God that threatens the very fabric of your community. The Bible is clear, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. If you find someone guilty, you're essentially signing their death warrant. If you find them innocent when they're actually guilty, you might be allowing Satan's influence to spread through your town like a plague. As you stand there in your doorway, listening to the constable's words, you realise your peaceful life is about to become incredibly complicated. You can't exactly refuse. Jury service is mandatory, and besides, what would people think if you tried to get out of it? Would they wonder if you had something to hide? In Salem, suspicion spreads faster than gossip, and gossip spreads faster than fire. The constable hands you a notice with the date and time of the first trial. You'll be joining 8 other men of good standing to form the jury. The trials will be held at the Salem townhouse, and you're expected to be there bright and early. As he walks away, you can't help but notice how his shoulders seem tense, how he avoids making eye contact with the neighbours who peek out from behind their curtains. You close the door and lean against it, trying to process what just happened. Your wife looks at you with concern and you have to break the news that your summer is about to become very, very interesting. She doesn't say much, but you can see the worry in her eyes. Everyone in Salem knows that strange things have been happening. Young girls having fits, accusations flying, arrests being made. What started as whispers has grown into a full-blown crisis. The irony isn't lost on you. Here you are, chosen to help determine the truth about witchcraft, and you're not even entirely sure what witchcraft looks like. Sure, you've heard the stories. People flying through the air, turning into animals, making pacts with the devil. But you've never actually seen any of this yourself. Most of what you know comes from sermons, gossip, and the occasional pamphlet that makes its way to Salem from Boston or Europe. As you prepare for bed that night, you can't shake the feeling that your life has just taken a turn into uncharted territory. Tomorrow, you'll begin a journey that will test not just your judgment, but your courage, your faith, and your ability to sleep soundly at night. Because once you've looked into the eyes of an accused witch and decided their fate, there's no going back to the simple certainties of your old life. The morning of your first trial arrives with an unseasonable chill that seems to seep into your bones. You've barely slept, tossing and turning as you wondered what the day would bring. As you walk toward the Salem townhouse, you notice other jury members making their way through the streets. Some walk with purpose, others seem to drag their feet. Everyone looks a bit pale, and you wonder if you look as nervous as they do. The townhouse is buzzing with activity when you arrive. People have gathered from all over Salem and the surrounding areas, drawn by a mixture of curiosity, fear, and that peculiar human fascination with witnessing someone else's potential downfall. The atmosphere is electric in the worst possible way, like the air before a thunderstorm, heavy with anticipation and dread. You take your place in the jury box, and that's when you first notice just how many eyes are on you. It's not just the spectators, it's the judges, the ministers, the town officials, and most unnerving of all, the accusers themselves. These are the young women and girls whose strange afflictions started this whole mess, and they're watching you with an intensity that makes your skin crawl. The first case is called, and you're shocked to see it's someone you know. Sarah Good, a woman you've seen around town for years. She's never been popular, admittedly. She's poor, she begs for food, and she has a sharp tongue when people refuse her. But a witch. The accusation seems almost surreal as you watch her being led into the courtroom in chains. What strikes you immediately is how the whole process feels like theatre, but theatre where the audience participation might get you killed. The accusers begin their performance, and it really does feel like a performance. They writhe, they scream, and they claim to see Good spectre tormenting them right there in the courtroom. The judges nod gravely, the ministers quote scripture, and the crowd murmurs with a mixture of horror and fascination. You find yourself in an impossible position. On one hand, you're supposed to be an impartial juror, weighing evidence and seeking truth. On the other hand, everyone in that courtroom seems to have already decided that witchcraft is real, that these accusers are legitimate victims, and that your job is simply to confirm what everyone already believes. The pressure is suffocating. The worst part is the way the accusers react to your very presence. When you shift in your seat or lean forward to hear testimony better, they sometimes cry out that you're affecting them somehow. Are you in league with the accused? Are you a witch yourself? The paranoia in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife, and you realise that even as a juror, you're not safe from suspicion. As the day wears on, you begin to understand that this isn't really about evidence in any conventional sense. The main proof being offered is spectral evidence, testimony that the accused person's spirit or spectre was seen committing malicious acts. But here's the problem. Only the accusers can see these spectres. You're being asked to convict someone based on testimony about invisible actions that only certain people claim to witness. The judges seem convinced that spectral evidence is valid, citing learned treatises and theological arguments. But you can't shake the feeling that something is fundamentally wrong with this logic. If only the accusers can see the evidence, how can you verify it? How can you cross-examine a ghost? How can you determine if what they're seeing is real or imagined? Making matters worse, you're beginning to notice patterns in the accusations that trouble you. The accused tend to be people who don't fit in well. The poor, the argumentative, the eccentric. Meanwhile, the accusers are mostly young women from prominent families, and their accusations carry enormous weight. You start to wonder if there might be social and economic factors at play here that have nothing to do with the supernatural. But expressing these doubts would be incredibly dangerous. The judges, ministers, and community leaders all seem united in their belief that Salem is under attack by Satan himself. To question the proceedings might be seen as questioning God's will, or worse, as evidence that you yourself are influenced by dark forces. You're trapped between your growing skepticism and your need to appear as a faithful, orthodox member of the community. As the first day ends, and you walk home through the twilight, you realise that being on this jury isn't just about determining guilt or innocence. It's about navigating a social and political minefield where one wrong step could make you the next target. The comfortable certainties of your old life feel like a distant memory, replaced by the constant stress of trying to do the right thing when you're not even sure what the right thing is anymore. By your third day in the jury box, you've developed what you privately call the Salem stare, that hollow-eyed look of someone who's seen too much and slept too little. The accusers have elevated to the status of stars in this sombre theatre, allowing you to witness their increasingly dramatic performances up close. Today's main accuser is Abigail Williams, Reverend Parris's 11-year-old niece. She's small for her age, with sharp features and eyes that seem to take in everything. When Abigail points at the accused and screams that she can see their spectre pinching and choking her, the entire courtroom becomes silent. You find yourself studying her face, trying to determine if her terror is genuine or performed, and the fact that you can't tell makes your stomach churn. What's particularly unsettling is how the accusers seem to feed off each other's energy. When one girl starts having fits, the others quickly follow suit as if supernatural affliction were contagious. They convulse, they shriek, and they claim to see yellow birds perched on the accused's fingers, or black dogs lurking in the corners of the courtroom. The judges treat each outburst as crucial evidence, scribbling notes furiously and asking probing questions about the exact nature of what the girls are experiencing. You notice that the accusers never seem to be afflicted when they're outside the courtroom. They walk in looking perfectly normal, chat quietly with their families, and even smile occasionally. But the moment the proceedings begin, they transform into tortured victims of supernatural assault. It's like watching someone flip a switch, and you can't help but wonder if that's exactly what's happening. The social dynamics in the courtroom are becoming clearer to you with each passing day. The accusers come from families with influence and standing in the community. When they speak, important men listen. When they cry out in pain, those same men spring into action. You're watching young women wield a kind of power that would normally be unthinkable in Puritan society, and they seem to understand exactly how to use it. Meanwhile, the accused are almost always marginalised individuals, the impoverished, the argumentative, and the unconventional. Often after spending weeks in the miserable conditions of Salem jail, they arrive looking haggard and frightened. They're given little opportunity to defend themselves effectively, and when they do speak, their words are often twisted and used against them. If they maintain their innocence, they're accused of lying. If they confess, authorities ask them to identify their accomplices. You're starting to realise that confession might actually be the safest route for the accused, even if they're innocent. Those who confess are often spared execution, while those who maintain their innocence are more likely to face the gallows. It's a perverse system that seems to reward false confessions while punishing truthful declarations of innocence. The pressure on you as a juror is intensifying. After each day's testimony, you're expected to discuss the case with your fellow jurors, but these conversations feel more like exercises in group conformity than genuine deliberation. Anyone who expresses too much skepticism is met with sharp looks and pointed questions about their own spiritual state. The message is clear. Honest Christians believe in the reality of witchcraft and the credibility of the accusers. What's making you lose sleep is the growing realization that you're part of a system that seems designed to produce guilty verdicts regardless of actual guilt or innocence. The rules of evidence favour the accusers, the judges are clearly biased, and the community pressure is enormous. You're supposed to be seeking truth and justice, but it feels more like you're participating in a ritual that's already predetermined its outcome. The worst part is when you catch yourself getting caught up in the hysteria. During particularly dramatic testimony, you sometimes find yourself believing, or at least wanting to believe, that what you're witnessing is real supernatural activity. The alternative, that this is all elaborate deception or mass delusion, is almost too disturbing to contemplate. It would mean that your community has lost its collective mind, and that you're complicit in a series of terrible injustices. As you walk home after another day of accusations and supernatural claims, you can't help but notice how the town has changed. People view each other with suspicion, conversations halt when strangers approach, and everyone appears to be cautious. The sense of community that once held Salem together is dissolving, replaced by fear and mistrust. And you, as a member of the jury, are right in the middle of it all, trying to maintain your sanity and your conscience in a world that seems to have lost both. 3 weeks into your jury service, you've learned to recognise the sound of accusations before they are even spoken. There's a particular rustling in the courtroom, a collective intake of breath, and then the pointed finger that could seal someone's fate. Today, That finger is pointing at someone who makes your blood run cold. Martha Corey, a woman you've known for over a decade. Martha has always been a bit outspoken, questioning certain aspects of the witch trials from the beginning. She's made the mistake of suggesting that the accusers might not be entirely reliable, that perhaps the community was getting carried away with supernatural explanations for what might have natural causes. Now she's standing in the dock, accused of the very witchcraft she questioned, and you can see the cruel irony isn't lost on her. The accusers are in fine form today, writhing and screaming as they claim Martha's spectre is attacking them. But you remember Martha from church, from community gatherings, and from the time she's helped neighbours during illness or hardship. She's sharp-tongued, yes, and not always diplomatic, but evil. A servant of Satan. The disconnect between the woman you know and the monster being described in court is so jarring it makes you dizzy. What's particularly disturbing is how the accusers seem to know exactly which buttons to push. They claim Martha's spectre appeared to them in clothing that matches what she's wearing in court. Details they couldn't possibly have known unless they'd seen her that morning. They describe her house, her habits, and her relationships with neighbours. You're also noticing how the accusations seem to follow patterns of social tension. Martha Corey had disagreements with some of the accusers' families over church matters. She'd been critical of Reverend Parris, questioning his salary and his methods. She'd spoken out against the witch trials themselves. Now she's being accused by the very people she criticised. The coincidence is too convenient to ignore, but pointing it out would be incredibly dangerous. The evidence against Martha is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but today it feels different. Maybe it's because you know her personally, or maybe it's because you've been watching this process long enough to see the patterns. But the whole thing feels like an elaborate performance designed to eliminate someone who's become inconvenient. During the lunch break, you overhear conversations among the spectators that chill you to the bone. People are discussing Martha's guilt as if it's already been proven, debating whether she should be hanged or pressed to death. Some are even wondering aloud about her family members, suggesting that witchcraft might run in bloodlines. The presumption of innocence, a cornerstone of justice, seems to have been completely abandoned. When court resumes, you watch Martha attempt to defend herself, and it's heartbreaking. Every word she says is twisted against her. When she maintains her innocence, she's accused of lying. When she questions the accuser's credibility, she's accused of trying to undermine God's work. When she grows frustrated with the proceedings, her anger is cited as evidence of her evil nature. It's like watching someone drown while being told their struggles are proof they can't swim. The other jurors are watching you as much as they're watching the proceedings. You can feel their eyes on you during the most dramatic moments, gauging your reactions, checking to see if you're displaying the proper level of horror and conviction. The social pressure is enormous, not just to find defendants guilty, but to be seen as someone who finds them guilty for the right reasons, with the right level of religious fervour. You're beginning to understand that the witch trials aren't really about witchcraft at all. They're about power, social control, and the settling of old scores. The accusers have stumbled onto a method of wielding enormous influence, and the community leaders are using the crisis to reinforce their authority and eliminate troublemakers. The supernatural elements provide perfect cover for what's essentially a political purge. As Martha is led away to await sentencing, you catch her eye for just a moment. There's no evil there, no malice, just confusion and sadness. She looks like what she is, a middle-aged woman who spoke her mind once too often and now faces death for it. The weight of your responsibility as a juror feels crushing. You hold this woman's life in your hands, and you're beginning to realise that the system you're part of is designed to take that life, regardless of her actual guilt or innocence. Walking home that evening, you can't shake the feeling that Salem has become a place where being different, being outspoken, or simply being unlucky can be a death sentence, and you, whether you like it or not, are one of the people making those sentences possible. Fast forward 5 weeks in, you've now developed a nervous habit of checking your own behaviour for anything that might be construed as suspicious. Do you react appropriately when the accusers have their fits? Are you asking the wrong questions? Have you engaged in any questionable conversations? Salem's paranoia is beginning to consume you, a realisation nearly as terrifying as the trials themselves. Today's case involves a man named John Proctor, and his situation perfectly illustrates the impossible logic that's taken over your community. Proctor made the mistake of publicly criticising the accusers, calling them frauds, and suggesting that they should be whipped for their lies. His wife, Elizabeth, has already been accused and arrested. Now John himself is in the dock, and the accusers are claiming he's been tormenting them for months. The evidence against Proctor is particularly absurd, even by Salem standards. The accusers claim his spectre has been visiting them, forcing them to sign the devil's book and torturing them when they refuse. But here's the thing that makes your head spin. Proctor has been in jail for weeks. If the accusers are still being tormented by his spectre, and he's locked in a cell, what exactly is preventing this alleged supernatural activity? The judges seem untroubled by this logical inconsistency, but it's keeping you awake at night. What's worse is watching how Proctor's attempts to defend himself are twisted into evidence of his guilt. When he points out the contradictions in the accuser's testimony, he's accused of trying to confuse the court with Satan's logic. When he maintains his innocence, he's accused of prideful stubbornness. When he shows anger at the injustice of the proceedings, his anger is cited as evidence of his evil nature. It's like watching someone try to prove they're not wet while being pushed deeper underwater. The accusers have refined their performance to an art form. They've learned exactly how to time their outburst for maximum effect, how to coordinate their afflictions to support each other's claims, and how to direct their accusations toward the most vulnerable targets. Today, they're putting on a particularly elaborate show, claiming to see Proctor's spectre right there in the courtroom, mimicking their movements and mocking their pain. You find yourself studying the faces of the other jurors, trying to read their thoughts. Some seem genuinely convinced by what they're seeing, others look troubled but stay silent. A few appear to be going through the motions, saying what they think they're supposed to say while keeping their real thoughts hidden. The atmosphere of fear and suspicion has made honest communication almost impossible. The judges continue to treat spectral evidence as if it were as reliable as fingerprints or DNA. They ask detailed questions about the appearance and behaviour of spectres that only the accusers can see, recording their answers as if they were documenting observable facts. You keep wanting to ask the obvious question. If the devil can create false spectres to deceive people, how do we know these visions are real? But asking that question would be tantamount to confessing your own lack of faith. During a particularly intense moment of testimony, one of the accusers suddenly points directly at you and screams that she can see your spectre, whispering to the accused. The courtroom falls silent, and you feel every eye in the room focusing on you. Your heart pounds so hard you're sure everyone can hear it. For a terrifying moment you realise you could be next, that your position as a juror provides no protection against the machinery of accusation. The judge quickly intervenes, suggesting that the accuser must be mistaken, that the devil is trying to confuse her by creating false visions. But the moment has shaken you to your core. If you, a member of the jury, can be accused, then literally no one is safe. The realisation that you're sitting in judgment of others while being potentially one accusation away from the dock yourself is almost too much to bear. The worst part is that you're starting to understand why some people confess to witchcraft, even when they're innocent. The pressure is so intense, the logic so twisted, and the alternatives so terrible, that false confession begins to seem like the only rational choice. If maintaining your innocence means facing death, while confessing means survival, what would you choose? The question haunts you, because you don't know the answer. You glimpse Elizabeth in the gallery as they lead Proctor away to await his verdict. She's pregnant, which has temporarily saved her from execution, but you can see the desperation in her eyes. Her husband is probably going to die for the crime of speaking truth to power, and there's nothing she can do to save him. You're part of the system that's destroying this family, and that knowledge sits in your stomach like a stone. 2 months into your service, you've stopped counting the number of people you've helped condemn. The exact number feels less important than the weight of their collective presence, which seems to follow you everywhere. You see their faces when you close your eyes, hear their final words when the house is quiet, feel their absence in the spaces they used to occupy around town. Today brings a particularly difficult case. Rebecca Nurse, a woman so universally respected that her accusation has sent shockwaves through the community. She's 71 years old, deeply religious, and known for her charitable works and gentle nature. If Rebecca Nurse can be a witch, the logic goes, then anyone can be. The accusation has forced Salem to confront the possibility that evil can hide behind the most innocent faces, which somehow makes everyone seem more dangerous. The accusers seem to understand the significance of this case, and they're pulling out all the stops. Their performances are more dramatic than usual, their claims more outrageous. They're saying Rebecca's spectre has been tormenting them for months, appearing in their bedrooms at night, pinching and choking them, trying to force them to sign the devil's book. Watching this frail, elderly woman being accused of such energetic, supernatural terrorism would be almost comical if the consequences weren't so deadly serious. What's particularly disturbing is how the community is split over Rebecca's case. Her family and close friends maintain her innocence passionately, while others seem relieved to finally have an explanation for various misfortunes they've attributed to supernatural causes. Old grudges and property disputes are being reframed as evidence of malevolent witchcraft. You're watching Salem's social fabric tear itself apart, one accusation at a time. The evidence against Rebecca is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but her case highlights the fundamental absurdity of the entire system. If this woman, who has spent her entire life serving God and helping others, can be credibly accused of serving Satan, then the accusations have become meaningless. Either the accusers are lying, or the entire concept of judging people by their character and actions is worthless. During deliberations, you find yourself in the uncomfortable position of being one of the few jurors who seems troubled by the case. The others seem convinced that the accusers wouldn't lie about something so serious, that the consistency of their testimony proves its truth, and that Rebecca's very respectability might be a cunning disguise for her evil nature. The logic is so twisted that it makes your head spin, but questioning it too openly would be dangerous. You're also dealing with the personal cost of your jury service. Your family is suffering from your constant stress and distraction. Your wife looks at you with increasing concern. Your children seem afraid of your dark moods, and your work is suffering from your inability to concentrate. The witch trials aren't just destroying the accused, they're taking a toll on everyone involved in the process. The worst part is that you're beginning to see how the trials have become self-perpetuating. Each conviction validates the accuser's credibility, making the next accusation more likely to be believed. Each execution demonstrates the community's commitment to fighting Satan, making it harder to admit that mistakes might have been made. The system has gained a momentum of its own, and you're not sure anyone has the power to stop it anymore. When the jury finally reaches its verdict in Rebecca's case, you feel something inside you break. You've just helped condemn a woman whose only crime was being vulnerable to accusation in a community that has lost its moral compass. The weight of that decision will stay with you for the rest of your life, and you know it. You've crossed a line that can never be uncrossed and participated in an injustice that can never be undone. As you watch Rebecca receive her sentence, you see something in her eyes that will haunt you forever. Not anger or fear, but pity. She gazes at you and the other jurors with the same compassion she might show to lost children, and you realise she knows something you're just starting to grasp. The witch trials haven't just claimed innocent victims, they've corrupted everyone involved in them. You came into this believing you were serving justice, but you've become complicit in its opposite. Walking home through the Salem streets, you notice how empty they've become. People hurry past each other without making eye contact, afraid that any interaction might be misinterpreted, any conversation might provide ammunition for future accusations. The community that once held you together has dissolved into a collection of frightened individuals, each trying to avoid becoming the next target, and you've helped create this atmosphere of terror, one verdict at a time. 3 months have passed since you first took your seat in the jury box, and Salem barely resembles the town you once knew. The witch trials have transformed into a mechanism that consumes individuals, relationships, and sanity with equal efficiency. You've lost count of how many verdicts you've delivered, but your body keeps score in sleepless nights, stress-induced headaches, and a persistent knot in your stomach that never seems to loosen. The most recent case concerns Mary Easty, the sister of Rebecca Nurse, whose circumstances encapsulate all the negative aspects of the trials. Mary has maintained her innocence throughout the proceedings, but she's also done something that shows remarkable courage and wisdom. She's written a petition to the court not asking for her life, but pleading for the trials to be conducted more carefully to prevent future injustices. Her petition haunts you because it's so reasonable, measured, and obviously correct. Mary acknowledges that witchcraft exists but questions whether the current methods of detecting it are reliable. She points out the inconsistencies in spectral evidence, the dangers of mass hysteria, and the possibility that innocent people are dying for crimes they didn't commit. It's everything you've been thinking but haven't dared to say aloud. Reading her petition, you realise you've been witnessing the destruction of everything you once believed about justice, community, and truth. The trials haven't shielded Salem from evil. Instead, they've unleashed a distinct form of evil, one that divides neighbours and uses accusations as a weapon of mass devastation. The very people who are supposed to be fighting Satan have become instruments of a different kind of darkness. You're not the only one who's beginning to see the truth. Some of the other jurors are showing signs of doubt, though they're careful not to express it openly. There are whispered conversations about the growing implausibility of the accusations, quiet concerns about the accuser's motivations, and troubled questions about the reliability of spectral evidence. But by now, you're all so deep in the system that backing out seems impossible. The social cost of changing course would be enormous. Admitting the trials are wrong would mean acknowledging that innocent people have died, that the community has been deceived, and that everyone involved in the proceedings has been complicit in a massive injustice. It's easier to keep moving forward, to maintain the fiction that what you're doing is necessary and right, than to confront the alternative. But Mary Eastie's petition has forced you to confront that alternative. She's going to die. You can see it in the judges' faces, hear it in the accuser's testimony, and feel it in the courtroom's atmosphere. But she's using her final moments to try to prevent others from suffering the same fate. Her courage makes your complicity feel even more shameful. As you deliberate Mary's case, you're struck by the realization that you've become part of a system that values conformity over truth, fear over justice, and accusation over evidence. You came into this believing you were serving God and community, but you've instead served the darker impulses of human nature, the desire to blame others for our problems, to find simple explanations for complex issues, and to maintain social order through fear rather than justice. The verdict in Mary's case is predetermined, just like all the others. The jury's role has become purely ceremonial, a way of legitimizing decisions that have already been made by judges who believe in the accuser's infallibility and the reality of spectral evidence. You're not engaging in a deliberative process. Instead, you are merely validating a system that is completely disconnected from actual justice. When Mary Eastie is finally executed, something in Salem's collective consciousness seems to shift. Her dignity and death, her reasoned petition, and the growing implausibility of the accusations begin to create cracks in the certainty that has driven the trials. People start asking questions they should have asked months ago, noticing inconsistencies they should have seen from the beginning. However, you come to this realization too late. You've already been part of condemning at least 20 people to death, and no amount of later wisdom can undo that fact. You'll spend the rest of your life knowing that when your community lost its mind, you went along with the madness. When justice needed defenders, you were too frightened to speak up. When innocent people needed your courage, you chose your safety instead. The witch trials will eventually end, discredited and abandoned by the same people who once supported them enthusiastically. The accusers will recant or be forgotten. The judges will quietly distance themselves from the proceedings, and the community will try to move on as if nothing happened. But for you, there will be no moving on. You'll carry the weight of those verdicts forever, a reminder of how easily ordinary people can become complicit in extraordinary evil. Years later, when historians study the Salem witch trials, they'll focus on the accusers, the judges, and the victims. But you know the real story includes people like you, ordinary citizens who are swept up in events beyond their control and forced to make impossible choices. You were just trying to do your civic duty, to serve your community and uphold justice. Instead, you found yourself embroiled in one of the most tumultuous periods in American history, serving as a stark reminder that good intentions can lead to dire consequences. The trials taught you that courage isn't just about facing physical danger. It's about standing up for truth when everyone around you has abandoned it. Justice isn't just about following procedures. It's about questioning those procedures when they produce unjust results. Community is about protecting the vulnerable, even when it's inconvenient or dangerous. You failed those tests, and Salem failed them too. The witch trials succeeded in their stated goal of rooting out evil, but the evil they found was in the hearts of the accusers and the complicity of people like you. That's a lesson worth remembering, even if it's one you learned too late to do any good. You know that feeling when you realise you've been completely oblivious to something that was right in front of your face the whole time? Like when you finally notice your neighbour's been waving at you for 3 years and you thought they had some sort of nervous tic. Well, imagine that feeling, but multiply it by about 1,000, and you'll get close to what archaeologists felt when they stumbled upon one of history's most overlooked communication systems. It started, as these things often do, with someone having a perfectly ordinary day that was about to become extraordinary. Dr. Elena Vasquez was having her morning coffee in a dusty tent outside Cairo, squinting at pottery shards that looked about as exciting as yesterday's newspaper, when her graduate student Marcus burst in with the enthusiasm of a golden retriever who'd found the world's best stick. "Professor, you have to see this," he practically shouted, clutching a fragment of ancient painted plaster like it contained the secrets of the universe. Which, as it turned out, it kind of did. The fragment showed what appeared to be a typical Egyptian banquet scene. You know the type, where everyone's sitting around looking impossibly elegant while servants fan them with giant feathers. But Marcus had noticed something that generations of scholars had somehow missed. Every single person at this banquet had their hair arranged in a completely different style, and more importantly, these styles seemed to follow very specific patterns. You see, for centuries, historians had assumed that ancient hairstyles were just fashion statements, like how we might choose between a bob or layers based on what magazine we flipped through at the salon. But what if hair wasn't just about looking good? What if it was actually a sophisticated communication system, as complex and nuanced as any written language? The idea seemed ridiculous at first. After all, how could something as simple as how you wore your hair carry meaning beyond "I'm having a good hair day" or "I clearly gave up on life this morning"? But the more Elena and Marcus examined the fragment, the more patterns they discovered. The woman with 3 braids wound with gold thread was positioned next to the man with the elaborate top knot, while the figure with loose hair adorned with lotus flowers sat across from someone whose hair was completely covered. It was like looking at a crossword puzzle, where you suddenly realise all the clues are connected. The positioning wasn't random, it was deliberate, meaningful, coded. These people weren't just sitting around eating grapes and looking fabulous, they were having a conversation, and their hair was doing all the talking. As Elena sipped her now-cold coffee, she felt that familiar tingle that archaeologists get when they're about to turn the academic world upside down. It's the same feeling you get when you're about to tell someone a secret that's going to blow their mind, except, in this case, the secret had been hiding in plain sight for thousands of years. The implications were staggering. If hair truly functioned as a secret language in ancient Egypt, what about other cultures? Had archaeologists been looking at countless artifacts, paintings, and sculptures without realising they were essentially reading books with half the words missing? It would be like trying to understand a conversation by only listening to every other sentence. Technically possible, but you're definitely going to miss some crucial plot points. Eleanor set down her coffee cup with the decisive clink of someone who's just made a life-changing decision. She was going to prove that hair wasn't just about aesthetics in the ancient world. It was about communication, status, identity, and social navigation all rolled into one beautifully elaborate system. And if she was right, every museum in the world had been displaying what amounted to ancient text messages, completely unaware that they were looking at some of humanity's earliest social media posts. Little did she know that this discovery would lead her down a rabbit hole so deep and winding that she'd emerge on the other side with a completely new understanding of how our ancestors communicated, loved, thought, and lived their daily lives, all through the simple yet profound act of arranging the hair on their heads. You might think that cracking an ancient hair code would be like solving a jigsaw puzzle where half the pieces are missing and the other half are covered in dust, and you'd be absolutely right. However, Eleanor had consistently embraced challenges when faced with chaos. Her realisation that she had been approaching the problem incorrectly led to a breakthrough. Instead of trying to decode individual hairstyles like some sort of follicular Rosetta Stone, she needed to look at the relationships between different styles within the same cultural context. It was like realising that you can't understand what thumbs up means by just staring at a thumb. You need to know when, where, and how people use it. Elena started with what she knew. Ancient Egyptian art was notorious for its precision. Every hieroglyph, every colour, and every positioning had meaning. If the Egyptians were that meticulous about drawing a bird to represent a sound, surely they weren't just randomly doodling hairstyles for the fun of it. She began cataloguing every depiction of hair she could find in Egyptian art, from tomb paintings to temple carvings to papyrus illustrations. At first, the catalogue appeared monotonous, with page after page of ancient updos, braids and headpieces that would leave a modern wedding planner in a state of envy. But slowly, patterns began to emerge. Women depicted in domestic scenes consistently wore their hair in simple, low arrangements, often with minimal decoration. But the same women, when shown in religious ceremonies, suddenly sprouted elaborate constructions that defied both gravity and reasonable styling time. It wasn't that they were getting dressed up for special occasions, it was that they were literally changing their message. The domestic hair seemed to communicate availability, approachability and fertility. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of wearing your comfiest jeans and a world's best mom t-shirt. However, this ceremonial hair represented a form of pure power communication. Those towering arrangements studded with gold ornaments weren't just showing off wealth, they were broadcasting authority, divine connection, and social status so loudly that they might as well have come with their ancient PA system. Eleanor's real epiphany occurred when she began examining the men's hairstyles. For years, scholars had largely ignored male grooming in ancient art, assuming it was less complex than women's styles. This, Elena realised, was like assuming that ties are just decorative strips of fabric instead of recognising their role as subtle indicators of profession, personality and occasion. Ancient Egyptian men, it turned out, had their own sophisticated hair vocabulary. Priests kept their heads completely shaved, a visual representation of purity and dedication to the gods. But they didn't just shave randomly. The timing of when they shaved, how often they shaved, and what they wore to cover their baldness all carried meaning. A priest with a perfectly smooth scalp was saying something very different from one with the faintest stubble, and both were distinct from the high priest, who wore an elaborate headdress that compensated for his lack of actual hair with symbolic power. Military men wore their hair in practical short styles that nonetheless managed to communicate rank through subtle variations in length and styling. A general's hair might look similar to a foot soldier's from a distance, but up close, the differences were as clear as military insignia. The general's hair would be precisely trimmed, perhaps with small braids that indicated his victories, while the soldier's simpler style communicated his readiness for battle and his place in the hierarchy. Elena found herself staying up late into the night, poring over images by lamplight like a detective solving a cold case. Each new piece of evidence added another layer to the picture. Hair wasn't just communication, it was a complete social operating system. It told you who they were, what they did, their social status, if they were single, what gods they worshipped, and maybe what they had for breakfast. The more she learned, the more she realised that modern people had completely lost touch with this ancient wisdom. We might spend fortunes on haircuts and products, but we use our hair primarily for personal expression, rather than social communication. Imagine if your hairstyle could tell everyone you met your job, your relationship status, your political affiliations, and your current mood, all without saying a word. It would be like carrying around a constantly updating personal billboard, and everyone around you would be fluent in reading it. As Elena's research progressed, she began to suspect that the Egyptians weren't unique in this practice. If hair could serve as a secret language in one ancient culture, surely others had developed their own follicular communication systems. The question was, how many civilizations had been having entire conversations over our heads for thousands of years, and we'd just been admiring their fashion sense? You know how sometimes you meet someone who completely shatters your assumptions about what they're going to be like? Elena felt that way about the Vikings when she started investigating their relationship with hair. She'd expected to find a bunch of rough-and-tumble warriors who maybe braided their beards when they remembered to, not a sophisticated culture with a hair communication system that made modern social media look primitive. The Vikings, it turned out, were absolutely obsessed with hair. However, it was not about vanity or fashion in the way you might expect. For them, hair held immense significance, influencing everything from social status to the likelihood of survival during a raid. Elena discovered these facts when she started examining Viking burial sites with a new perspective. Instead of just cataloguing the weapons and jewellery buried with the deceased, she began paying attention to how their hair had been arranged for their final journey. What she found was remarkable. Every single burial showed evidence of deliberate hairstyling, even when the body had been buried quickly or in difficult circumstances. Viking men, contrary to popular belief, didn't just let their hair grow wild and free like extras in a heavy metal music video. They maintained their hair with the same attention to detail that they applied to their weapons. A warrior's hair told the story of his life. Each braid might represent a successful raid, a defeated enemy, or a heroic deed. Long hair was a symbol of strength and virility, but one had to earn it. You couldn't just decide to grow your hair long. Your community had to recognise that you'd achieved something worthy of long hair privilege. The really fascinating part was how Viking hair customs differed based on your role in society. Jarls, the Viking equivalent of nobles, wore their hair in complex arrangements that took serious time and skill to achieve. The practice wasn't just showing off. It was a practical demonstration that they had enough wealth and status to spend hours on grooming instead of manual labour. Their hair was essentially a walking resume written in keratin, but the Vikings also used hair to communicate temporary states and intentions. A warrior preparing for battle might braid his hair in a specific pattern that announced his readiness to die gloriously, while someone seeking to negotiate a peaceful resolution would arrange their hair to signal non-threatening intentions. It was like having a universal mood ring that everyone in your culture could read from across a longhouse. Eleanor was particularly amused to discover that Viking women had their own elaborate hair hierarchy that made modern office politics look straightforward. Unmarried women wore their hair loose and flowing, advertising their availability with every strand. But the moment they married, that changed dramatically. Married women covered their hair almost completely, not out of modesty as scholars had long assumed, but as a form of social communication that said, "I'm taken, and my husband is powerful enough to afford a wife who doesn't need to advertise herself." The hair covering itself was a marvel of coded communication. The fabric, the way it was tied, the amount of hair that showed beneath it, every detail carried meaning. A woman whose covering slipped to show a bit of hair at her temples was communicating something very different from one whose hair was completely hidden. It was like having an entire conversation through strategic hat placement. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Viking hair communication was how they used it for deception and strategy. Viking raiders were masters of psychological warfare, and they quickly figured out that they could manipulate enemy perceptions through strategic hair choices. A raiding party might style their hair to appear larger and more numerous than they actually were, or conversely, they might tone down their hair displays to appear less threatening before a surprise attack. Eleanor found evidence of Vikings who had completely changed their hairstyling when travelling to foreign lands, essentially code-switching their appearance the way modern people might change their accent in different social situations. A Viking trader entering a Christian kingdom might adopt more conservative hair arrangements to blend in and avoid unwanted attention, while the same person might sport elaborate warrior braids when returning home to establish their continued Viking credibility. The complexity of the system was mind-boggling. Elena realised that Vikings had essentially created a visual language so sophisticated that they could communicate detailed information about personal history, current intentions, social status, and availability for various activities, all through hair arrangement. It was like wearing your entire LinkedIn profile in your follicles. As she explored the Viking hair culture, Eleanor began to understand that this wasn't just about communication, it was about identity itself. Your hair wasn't something you had, it was something you were. Changing your hairstyle wasn't a fashion choice, it was a declaration of personal transformation. No wonder the Vikings considered forced haircutting one of the worst possible punishments, equivalent to stealing someone's voice or erasing their identity. The more Elena learned about Viking hair practices, the more she realised that modern people had lost something profound when we abandoned these complex systems of visual communication. We'd gained individual freedom of expression, sure, but we'd lost a shared language that could convey incredibly nuanced social information at a glance. Elena discovered that ancient Asian cultures had developed communication systems so intricate that they made Viking hair codes resemble finger painting next to the Sistine Chapel. The deeper she dug into Chinese, Japanese and Korean historical records, the more she realised she'd stumbled into the equivalent of discovering that ancient people had been writing novels with their follicles. Ancient Chinese hair culture, Elena found, was basically a three-dimensional language, with grammar rules more complex than Latin. During the Han Dynasty, your hairstyle didn't just tell people who you were, it told them exactly where you fit in the cosmic order of the universe. There was no pressure there. The Chinese had developed what Elena came to think of as architectural hair, styles so precisely constructed that they required engineering skills alongside beauty knowledge. A proper court lady's hairstyle might take 3 hours to create and require multiple assistants, special tools, and enough hairpins to stock a small hardware store. But every single pin, every twist and every ornament placement followed strict rules that communicated everything from the woman's family background to her husband's political affiliations, to her personal virtues and accomplishments. Eleanor was particularly fascinated by the discovery that Chinese women could essentially update their status by changing small details in their hair arrangement. Moving a decorative comb from one side to the other might signal that they were ready to receive visitors, while adjusting the angle of a hairpin could indicate their mood or availability for conversation. It was like having a constantly editable social media profile that everyone around you could read in real time. But the real genius of the Chinese system was how it incorporated time and season into hair communication. Summer styles were different from winter styles, not just for practical reasons, but because they communicated different aspects of a person's character and social role. Spring hair arrangements might emphasize youth and renewal, while autumn styles could highlight wisdom and preparation for challenges ahead. Your hair was essentially a calendar that also happened to be a personality test. Japanese hair culture, Elena discovered, had taken the concept of coded communication and elevated it to an art form so refined that it made ballet look clumsy. The elaborate hairstyles of geishas weren't just beautiful, they were walking encyclopedias of information for anyone who knew how to read them. A geisha's hair could tell you not only her level of training and experience, but also what season it was, what district she worked in, whether she was entertaining a regular patron or meeting someone new, and dozens of other subtle social cues. The shape of her top knot, the number and placement of ornaments, the way her hair was sectioned and folded, every detail was deliberate and meaningful. Eleanor found records indicating that accomplished geishas could communicate complex messages to each other across a crowded room, simply by adjusting their hair ornaments. A slight shift in the angle of a decorative comb might warn a colleague about a difficult client, while touching a specific hairpin could signal that a patron was particularly generous that evening. They'd essentially developed their own secret professional network using nothing but strategic hair adjustment. Korean court culture, meanwhile, had developed what Eleanor privately called diplomatic hair, styles so loaded with political meaning that changing your hairstyle incorrectly could accidentally start a war. Court ladies during the Joseon dynasty wore elaborate arrangements that indicated not just their status, but their family's political alliances, their husband's government position, and their opinion on current policy debates. Elena discovered records of women who had gotten into serious political trouble simply because they'd worn the wrong hair ornament to a court function, accidentally signalling support for a rival political faction. It was like showing up to a modern political rally wearing the wrong campaign button, except the consequences could include exile or worse. Eleanor's mind reeled from the intricacy of these Asian hairstyles, not only due to the time it took to style them every morning. These cultures had created visual communication systems so complex that they required years of education to master. Young girls from wealthy families would spend hours learning not just how to create these elaborate styles, but how to read the subtle messages in other women's hair arrangements. It was social media before social media existed, except instead of posting updates, you wore them. Instead of scrolling through feeds, you read the room by observing everyone's hairstyles. And instead of getting notifications, you received information through subtle changes in other people's hair presentations. Eleanor began to realize that these ancient hair languages weren't just sophisticated, they were actually more nuanced than many modern communication systems. We might have emojis and status updates, but could you communicate your entire family history, current mood, political affiliations, professional status, and availability for social interaction all through a single photograph? These ancient cultures could do exactly that, and they carried their messages with them everywhere they went. As Elena's research progressed, she started to wonder, had we gained convenience in modern communication but lost something profound about human connection? When everyone around you can read detailed information about your life and current state simply by looking at your hair, perhaps you develop a different kind of social awareness and empathy. Maybe we'd traded deep, intuitive communication for broad but shallow connection. Just when Elena thought she'd mapped the outer boundaries of ancient hair communication, she discovered that the Celts had been weaving messages into their hair with the same intricate artistry they brought to their metalwork and manuscripts. If Asian cultures had turned hair into architecture, the Celts had transformed it into storytelling. Elena's introduction to Celtic hair culture came through an unlikely source, a medieval Irish monk's complaint letter. Brother Finnegan, writing in the 8th century, was apparently fed up with how long it took to decode the messages that Celtic women were literally wearing on their heads when they came to the monastery seeking sanctuary. His frustrated scribblings reveal that Celtic hair braiding wasn't just decorative, it was narrative. Each braid pattern told a story, and not just any story, but often the woman's entire family history going back generations. A Celtic woman's hair might contain the tale of her great-grandmother's heroic defence of the clan lands, her mother's tragic love affair, and her own recent adventures, all woven together in patterns that functioned like a portable library. Eleanor imagined these women walking around like living, breathing audiobooks, except instead of listening, you had to know how to read braid patterns. The complexity was staggering. Eleanor found evidence that master braid readers could determine not just what stories were being told, but how the woman felt about those stories based on subtle variations in tension, direction, and decorative elements woven into the patterns. A tightly woven section might indicate pride in a family achievement, while looser braiding could suggest sorrow or regret about a particular event. Celtic men, not to be outdone, had developed their own hair-based communication system that was equal parts practical and poetic. Warriors wore their hair in patterns that announced their battle achievements, but they also incorporated elements that told the stories of their fallen comrades. It was like wearing a memorial and a military record simultaneously, except infinitely more personal and meaningful. Elena was particularly moved to discover that Celtic hair patterns often included memory braids, sections specifically dedicated to keeping the stories of deceased family members alive. A mother might weave the pattern that represented her lost child into her hair, ensuring that the child's memory travelled with her wherever she went. It was a form of grief, processing and memorial that was both private and public, allowing the community to recognise and support someone's loss while giving the bereaved person a tangible way to carry their loved one's story forward. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Celtic hair communication was how they used it for matchmaking and courtship. Young people could communicate incredibly detailed information about their romantic availability, preferences, and family background through strategic hair arrangement. A woman might weave patterns that told potential suitors about her family's cattle holdings, her own domestic skills, and even her personality traits, all while appearing to simply wear her hair in an attractive style. Elena discovered records of elaborate courtship negotiations conducted entirely through hair pattern exchanges. A young man might ask his sister to visit a potential bride's family and read the girl's hair to gather information about her suitability, while the girl's relatives would be simultaneously analysing the messenger's hair patterns to assess the suitor's family background and prospects. It was like having detailed dating profiles that you wore on your head. Eleanor called the Celts travelling hair, patterns that showed where a person was from and how they got there. This practice was incredibly practical, in a world where knowing someone's origin and journey could be crucial for determining whether they were friend, foe, or trading partner. Your hair essentially functioned as a passport and travel itinerary combined. Eleanor found evidence that Celtic druids had elevated hair communication to a spiritual level, using elaborate arrangements to commune with deities and channel otherworldly wisdom. The druid's hair pattern might incorporate symbols representing the phases of the moon, the changing seasons, and various natural forces, creating a living mandala that connected the wearer to the cosmic order. It was like wearing a direct line to the divine, except instead of a phone, you used intricate braiding techniques passed down through generations of spiritual practitioners. But what really impressed Elena was how the Celts had managed to make their hair communication system adaptable across different social situations. The same basic braid pattern might be worn loosely and casually for everyday activities, tightened and decorated for formal occasions, or modified with specific additions for ritual or ceremonial purposes. It was like having one incredibly versatile language that could shift registers depending on the context, from casual conversation to formal presentation to sacred ceremony. The more Elena studied Celtic hair culture, the more she realised that they'd solved one of the fundamental challenges of human communication: how to share complex personal information while maintaining privacy and dignity. A Celtic woman could tell her entire life story to those who needed to know it, While the same arrangement might appear to be simply attractive braiding to casual observers, it was selective broadcasting at its finest, intimate communication disguised as beautiful hairstyling. As Elena pieced together the complex mysteries of Celtic hair messaging, she began to understand that these ancient people had created something remarkable, a communication system that was simultaneously practical, beautiful, emotionally meaningful, and spiritually significant. They hadn't just figured out how to speak with their hair, they'd discovered how to turn their entire heads into living, breathing works of art that told the stories of their lives, their families, and their deepest beliefs. By this point in her research, Eleanor felt like she'd discovered that the entire ancient world had been having a massive ongoing conversation right over everyone's heads, literally. But the more cultures she investigated, the more she realised that hair communication wasn't just a collection of isolated cultural practices, it was something much more profound, a universal human impulse to turn our most visible feature into a language of identity, status, and connection. Eleanor's breakthrough came when she started mapping the common elements across all the hair communication systems she'd studied. Despite developing in complete isolation from each other, cultures around the world had independently arrived at remarkably similar solutions to the challenge of visual communication. It was like discovering that humans had an innate need to speak with their hair, regardless of their geographic location or historical period. Length, it turned out, was universal currency in hair communication. From Viking warriors to Chinese empresses to Celtic druids, longer hair consistently indicated higher status, greater power, or deeper spiritual connection. But the genius was in the details. How that length was managed, styled, and displayed varied dramatically between cultures while maintaining the same basic meaning. This is similar to how a smile universally signifies friendliness, yet the specific ways in which people smile differ according to their cultural backgrounds. Covering and uncovering hair also appeared to be a universal communication strategy, though the specific meanings varied fascinatingly between cultures. What remained constant was the recognition that hair visibility was a powerful tool for social signalling. Whether you were a Roman matron covering your hair to indicate respectability, a Celtic warrior leaving his hair wild to demonstrate his dangerous nature, or a Japanese geisha revealing carefully styled locks to advertise her artistic refinement, you were all participating in the same basic human practice of using hair visibility as a form of communication. Elena discovered that braiding patterns seemed to emerge independently in every culture that developed sophisticated hair communication, but each society had found its own symbolic vocabulary within the medium of woven hair. Vikings braided stories of conquest, Celts braided family histories, and various African cultures, whose hair communication systems Elena was just beginning to investigate, had developed braiding patterns that could indicate everything from tribal affiliation to personal achievements to spiritual beliefs. But perhaps the most universal element Elena found was the use of hair communication for mate selection and relationship status. Every culture she studied had developed sophisticated ways to broadcast romantic availability, partnership status, and desirability through hair arrangement. It made perfect sense from an evolutionary perspective. Hair is visible from a distance, can be styled to enhance or disguise certain features, and changes over time in ways that can indicate health, age, and social status. The more Elena studied these patterns, the more she realized that modern humans had retained many of these ancient instincts without consciously recognizing them. We still make judgments about people based on their hairstyles, still use our hair to signal different aspects of our personality and social status, and still pay attention to hair changes as indicators of life transitions or emotional states. We just don't have the sophisticated, culturally agreed-upon vocabulary that our ancestors developed. Eleanor began to see that hair communication hadn't disappeared with ancient civilizations. It had just become less conscious and systematic. Modern people still use dramatic haircuts to mark major life changes, still spend enormous amounts of money and time on hairstyling to communicate aspects of their identity, and still notice and interpret other people's hair choices as social signals. We'd just lost the shared cultural knowledge that would let us read these signals with the precision and sophistication of our ancestors. This realization led Elena to what she considered her most important discovery. Hair communication systems seemed to emerge naturally in any society that valued complex social relationships and nuanced identity expression. The more sophisticated the social structure, the more elaborate the hair language became. It wasn't that ancient people were obsessed with hair for its own sake. They were using hair as a tool for navigating increasingly complex social environments. Elena started to understand that these ancient hair languages represented something that modern society might have lost, a shared vocabulary for expressing the subtle, complex aspects of human identity that don't fit neatly into simple categories. When your hairstyle could communicate not just your social status, but your family history, your personal achievements, your current emotional state, your spiritual beliefs, and your availability for various types of relationships, you had a communication tool of remarkable sophistication and nuance. The implications were staggering. Eleanor realised that ancient people might have been better at reading social cues, understanding complex social dynamics, and navigating interpersonal relationships precisely because they had these shared visual languages that provided immediate, detailed information about everyone around them. Modern people might have gained individual freedom of expression, but we've lost collective tools for social communication and understanding. As Elena synthesized her research across cultures and centuries, she began to see that hair communication wasn't just an intriguing historical curiosity. It was evidence of a fundamental human capacity for creating meaning, building community, and expressing identity through the most basic aspects of our physical appearance. We'd always been speaking with our hair. We'd just forgotten how to listen to what it was saying. As Elena sat in her study one evening, surrounded by photographs, sketches, and notes from cultures spanning thousands of years and every inhabited continent, she realised she'd uncovered something that went far beyond academic curiosity. She'd discovered a lost dimension of human communication that revealed profound truths about connection, identity, and the ways people create meaning in their lives. The evidence was overwhelming. For most of human history, hair had served as a sophisticated, nuanced language that allowed people to communicate complex information about themselves, while simultaneously reading equally complex information about everyone around them. Modern humans had retained the instinct to use hair for communication. We still make dramatic hair changes to mark life transitions, still judge others based on their styling choices, still use our hair to express personality and attract partners. But we'd lost the shared cultural knowledge that would make this communication truly effective. Eleanor began to imagine what it would have been like to live in a world where everyone around you was constantly broadcasting detailed information about their identity, status, history, and current emotional state through their hair choices. Instead of the awkward small talk that dominates modern social interactions, ancient people could gather enormous amounts of relevant information about new acquaintances simply by observing their hair arrangements. It would be like having everyone's biography, current mood, and availability status visible at a glance. But the more Elena thought about it, the more she realised that ancient hair communication offered something even more valuable than efficient information exchange. It provided a way for people to express the full complexity of their identity within a shared cultural framework. When your hairstyle could tell the story of your family, your achievements, your beliefs, and your dreams, you had a way to be seen and understood as a complete person rather than just a collection of demographic categories. Elena found herself wondering what we'd lost when we abandoned these sophisticated visual languages. Modern people often complain about feeling disconnected, misunderstood, or unable to express their authentic selves in social situations. What if part of the solution was learning to read and speak in the visual languages that humans had naturally developed over thousands of years? The implications extended beyond individual communication to community building and social cohesion. When everyone in a community shared a visual language that could communicate personal history, family connections, social status, and current circumstances, it created a web of understanding and mutual recognition that went far deeper than surface-level interactions. People could understand their place in the community, not just through verbal communication, but through constant visual reinforcement of social relationships and shared values. Eleanor realised that ancient hair communication systems had solved one of the persistent challenges of human society: how to balance individual expression with community cohesion. These systems allowed people to express their unique identity and personal story while simultaneously participating in a shared cultural language that strengthened community bonds. You could be completely yourself while still being clearly connected to your community. While Elena reflected on her research, she began seeing parallels between ancient hair communication and modern digital communication. Social media platforms, dating apps, and professional networking sites all attempt to help people broadcast information about their identity, status, and availability, essentially the same functions that hair served in ancient cultures. But where hair communication was immediate, nuanced, and integrated into daily life, digital communication often feels artificial, performative, and separated from authentic human connection. Perhaps most importantly, Eleanor realised that hair communication had been inherently democratic. Unlike written languages that required literacy and education, or complex social protocols that required training in etiquette, hair communication was accessible to everyone. Rich or poor, educated or illiterate, everyone had hair, and everyone could participate in the visual conversation that helped bind communities together. Elena's research had started with curiosity about ancient aesthetics, but it had evolved into something much larger, a recognition that humans have always had sophisticated ways of communicating identity, building community, and creating meaning through the most basic aspects of physical appearance. We hadn't lost the ability to communicate through hair. We just lost the shared cultural knowledge that would make that communication effective and meaningful. As she prepared to share her findings with the world, Elena felt both excitement and sadness. Eleanor was filled with excitement as she discovered evidence of human creativity, ingenuity, and connection that had been concealed for centuries. She felt sadness because she realized how much richness and depth of communication modern people had unknowingly sacrificed for the sake of individual freedom and simplicity. But perhaps, Elena thought as she finally turned off her desk lamp and headed to bed, understanding what we'd lost was the first step toward recovering some of what had made ancient communities so skilled at reading, understanding, and connecting with each other. Perhaps we haven't truly lost the secret language of hair, but it's simply waiting for us to reclaim its ability to communicate. Your hair, after all, has been trying to tell your story all along. The only question is whether anyone around you still remembers how to listen. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. The bow conquers the throne, went an old Mongol saying, but ink preserves it. Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother, Arik Burka, seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The Tuluid civil war that erupted after Mongke's death pitted not just brother against brother, but competing visions for the Mongol future. While most historical accounts frame this conflict through military campaigns, the deeper struggle occurred in the halls of governance and finance. Kublai's 4-year campaign against Arik Burk featured an innovation that distinguished it from previous Mongol succession disputes: the systematic use of economic warfare. Controlling the agricultural heartland of northern China, Kublai restricted grain shipments to the Mongolian steppe, where Arik's supporters struggled to feed their families and livestock. This approach minimized direct military confrontation while steadily eroding his opponent's base of support. Throughout this conflict, Kublai demonstrated unexpected restraint toward captured enemies. After his final victory in 1264, he spared Arik's life, a mercy uncommonly extended in Mongol politics, though Arik would die mysteriously just 2 years later while in Kublai's custody. This initial clemency was notable for a man whose grandfather had created mountains of skulls across Central Asia. The war's resolution left Kublai as Great Khan in name, but the empire's fracturing had begun. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Ilkhanate in Persia, acknowledged Kublai's position with decreasing sincerity. Each pursued increasingly independent policies, rendering the title of Great Khan more symbolic than practical beyond East Asia. This reality shaped Kublai's vision. Rather than exhausting resources trying to reimpose central authority across the sprawling Mongol domains, he focused eastward, turning his grandfather's conquest into something new, a Chinese-style dynasty with Mongol characteristics. In 1271, at the age of 56, Kublai made this transformation official by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty. The name itself, meaning origin or beginning in Chinese, signalled his intent to establish not just a continuation of Mongol rule, but a legitimate Chinese imperial regime. This declaration came with a comprehensive adoption of Chinese imperial institutions, from 6 administrative ministries to elaborate court rituals. Yet beneath the Chinese imperial facade, Kublai maintained distinctly Mongol power structures. He instituted what historians later called the 4-class system, arranging his subjects in a strict hierarchy. Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asian Muslims and other non-Chinese peoples, the Semu, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system ensured Mongol military and political dominance while incorporating useful talents from all groups. Kublai's administrative innovations were practical responses to governance challenges. Unable to read Chinese himself, he commissioned the creation of the Faegi's Pe script, a writing system that could transcribe multiple languages, including Mongolian and Chinese. This script appeared on official seals and currency, allowing communication across linguistic divides within his administration. His legal system represented a similar hybrid approach. Rather than imposing Mongol customary law universally, or adopting Chinese legal traditions wholesale, Kublai created a tiered system where different ethnic groups were judged according to different legal standards. Mongols answered to traditional Mongol law, Muslims to Islamic law, and Chinese to modified Tang dynasty codes. Perhaps most revealing of Kublai's intellectual character was his establishment of the Muslim Astronomical Observatory in Beijing. While previous rulers might have consulted astrologers before campaigns, Kublai assembled a multicultural scientific team, including Chinese, Muslim, and even European scholars, to improve calendar systems, develop navigational tools, and study celestial phenomena. This institution reflected his genuine intellectual curiosity and recognition that knowledge from diverse traditions could serve practical governance. The Khan's personal habits similarly blended traditions. While maintaining the Mongol custom of hunting expeditions, Kublai transformed these into elaborate affairs combining Chinese imperial pageantry with steppe traditions. His hunting park at Xanadu, made famous centuries later by Coleridge's poem, featured not only game reserves but also agricultural demonstrations and botanical collections, reflecting his interest in natural sciences. By the time he consolidated his position as Emperor of China, Kublai Khan had evolved from a Mongol prince with Chinese tutors into something history had not seen before. A ruler equally comfortable discussing Confucian ethics, Buddhist cosmology, and the practical logistics of cavalry warfare. Perhaps most revolutionary was Dadu's religious landscape. Previous Chinese capitals had hierarchically arranged temples reflecting imperial orthodoxy. Kublai instead created what might be considered the world's first deliberately multi-religious imperial capital. Buddhist temples stood alongside Taoist sanctuaries, Confucian academies, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, and even a Jewish synagogue. This arrangement wasn't merely tolerant, it was strategically pluralistic, allowing the emperor to draw legitimacy from multiple religious traditions simultaneously. The city's demographic composition reflected equally revolutionary thinking. While traditional Chinese capitals segregated foreigners in designated quarters, Dadu integrated multiple ethnic neighbourhoods throughout its urban fabric. Specialised craft districts developed where artisans from across the empire, Uyghur papermakers, Persian astronomers, Tibetan Thangka painters, and Chinese porcelain masters lived and worked in proximity, creating unprecedented cultural exchange. Security considerations shaped the city in distinctive ways. Unlike previous Chinese capitals where the imperial precinct stood at the centre, Dadu's palace complex was positioned against the northern wall, allowing for an emergency escape route to the Mongol heartlands if rebellion threatened. The imperial hunting preserve adjacent to the city served dual purposes: recreation for the court and a buffer zone that could be rapidly militarised in crisis. What's rarely appreciated about Dadu is how its construction stimulated technological innovation. The massive demand for building materials accelerated the development of mass production techniques for standardised bricks and roof tiles. The need to transport these materials efficiently prompted improvements in canal boat design and lock systems. The imperial workshops established to furnish the palace complex became facilities for technical exchange, where Persian glass-blowing techniques merged with Chinese porcelain traditions. By the time foreign visitors like Marco Polo arrived at Kublai's court, Dadu had already transformed from a construction project to a functioning imperial capital. Its population surpassed 500,000, making it among the world's largest cities. Its markets offered goods from as far away as Madagascar and Scandinavia. Its libraries housed texts in dozens of languages, and at its centre sat a ruler whose very environment now reflected his unique position, neither fully Mongol nor Chinese, but something history had never witnessed before. While Kublai Khan's continental conquests earned prominent attention in most historical accounts, his maritime ambitions and their spectacular failures reveal perhaps more about the limitations of his imperial vision than his successes on land ever could. The Khan who conquered the Sung dynasty did not simply inherit China's existing naval capacity, he dramatically expanded it, creating the largest maritime force Asia had seen up to that point. By 1274, Kublai controlled over 5,000 ships, from river patrol vessels to massive ocean-going warships. His shipyards along the Yangtze and in Korea constructed vessels that dwarfed anything found in European waters during the same period. What drove this continental ruler toward maritime expansion? The answer lies partly in economic calculation. By the 1270s, maritime trade routes connected East Asia with Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East in a network that transported more wealth than the traditional Silk Road ever had. Controlling these sea lanes promised greater revenue than taxing caravan trade. Additionally, Kublai recognised that naval power could outflank regional rivals who might block land routes. The expeditions against Japan in 1274 and 1281 represent more than failed conquests. They mark critical turning points in East Asian military history. The first invasion fleet comprised approximately 900 ships carrying an estimated 23,000 troops, including Mongol, Chinese, and Korean contingents. Contemporary Japanese accounts describe these vessels employing technologies unfamiliar to Japanese defenders, including early explosive weapons derived from Chinese gunpowder developments. What's seldom acknowledged is how these invasions accelerated military technology transfer across East Asia. The Korean shipwrights drafted into Kublai's service brought their distinctive hull designs and sailing techniques into Chinese shipyards. Mongol cavalry tactics were adapted for marine landings. Chinese siege engineers developed floating platforms for their trebuchets. This cross-cultural military synthesis created entirely new approaches to naval warfare. The infamous kamikaze or divine wind typhoons that scattered both invasion fleets have become central to the narrative of Kublai's Japanese campaigns. However, evidence suggests the second expedition in 1281 faced significant problems even before the storm struck. Coordination between the Korean and southern Chinese fleet components proved nearly impossible due to different maritime traditions and command structures. Ships designed for different waters, the relatively protected Korean coast versus the open East China Sea, found themselves inappropriately deployed. Archaeological excavations of the invasion fleet wrecks near Takashima Island have revealed fascinating details about Kublai's naval technology. The recovered vessels show a surprising standardization of construction techniques, suggesting mass production methods that anticipated European shipbuilding approaches by centuries. Recovered weapons include sophisticated composite bows designed specifically for marine combat and early grenades with ceramic casings, technologies that would not appear in European naval warfare until much later. Less known than the Japanese campaigns were Kublai's naval expeditions to Southeast Asia. Between 1278 and 1287, he dispatched multiple fleets to various parts of what are now Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia. These expeditions faced challenges different from those in Japan. Tropical diseases decimated northern troops, and dense river systems negated the mobility advantages of Mongol cavalry once they landed. The campaign against Java in 1293 represented the furthest extension of Kublai's maritime reach, nearly 3,500 miles from his capital, and encountered unique difficulties. Local understanding of monsoon timing gave Javanese forces a decisive advantage. When Kublai's fleet arrived, they found harbours empty of trading vessels they had hoped to capture, and coastal areas already harvested of food supplies. The 1293 expedition ultimately returned with tribute but failed to establish lasting control, demonstrating the logistical limitations of projecting power across such distances. What truly distinguished Kublai's maritime ventures from previous Chinese naval operations was their hybrid nature. His fleets incorporated personnel and techniques from multiple traditions: Chinese navigational knowledge, Korean shipbuilding, Mongol command structures, and even Muslim navigators familiar with Indian Ocean conditions. Ships carried multiple types of provisions to accommodate diverse crews, including kumis, fermented mare's milk, for Mongol officers alongside rice for Chinese sailors. Perhaps most tellingly, these naval expeditions altered Kublai himself. Court records describe him becoming increasingly fascinated with maritime technologies. He personally interviewed returning captains, collected nautical maps, and commissioned treatises on Southern Ocean navigation. The Khan, who had begun his career as a steppe horseman, eventually developed such appreciation for maritime affairs that he established specialized schools for navigational astronomy and map-making in his capital. Yet despite these innovations, Kublai's maritime ambitions ultimately represented imperial overreach. The failed campaigns consumed enormous resources. The second Japanese expedition alone is estimated to have cost nearly 2 years' tax revenue from all of Korea. These expenses, combined with the massive costs of building and maintaining Dadu, placed strains on the imperial treasury that would have long-term consequences for Yuan dynasty stability. Among the overlooked dimensions of Kublai Khan's rule was his pioneering use of food as an instrument of statecraft. The imperial kitchen became a microcosm of his broader imperial project, a space where cultural synthesis wasn't merely symbolic but tangibly experienced through daily ritual and sustenance. The court's dining practices reflected Kublai's complex cultural positioning. unlike previous Mongol rulers who maintained strict nomadic eating habits even after conquests. Kublai orchestrated elaborate culinary performances that strategically deployed traditions from across his domains. Court banquets featured carefully choreographed sequences of dishes representing different territories. Steppe kumis followed by northern Chinese wheat buns, southern rice preparations, Central Asian pilaf, and Persian sweets. Archaeological excavations at the Yuan Palace complex have revealed specialized kitchen areas for different culinary traditions, each with distinct equipment and dedicated staff. The Imperial Food Service employed over 12,000 people, including hunters, farmers, butchers, cooks, servers, and food tasters, making it one of the largest court departments. This elaborate system served both practical and symbolic functions, ensuring the Khan's security through careful food preparation while demonstrating his dominion over diverse resources and traditions. Kublai maintained certain Mongol dietary customs that visibly distinguished him from Chinese emperors. He continued the steppe tradition of the White Feast, featuring dairy products, alongside the Red Feast, featuring meat. His preference for mare's milk, airag, and dried meat strips proclaimed his Mongol identity, even as he adopted Chinese administrative practices. Yet he strategically incorporated Chinese imperial food customs when politically expedient, particularly during ceremonies attended by Chinese officials. What distinguished Kublai's approach from simple cultural accommodation was its systematic nature. Court records detail elaborate protocols for determining which culinary traditions would be featured at which events, with specific foods functioning as diplomatic signals. When receiving emissaries from Tibet, the court served butter tea prepared in the Tibetan style, despite the Khan's personal dislike for it. Muslim diplomats were presented with meals prepared according to halal requirements, overseen by Muslim cooks maintained specifically for such occasions. The Khan's personal dining regimen combined medical theories from multiple traditions. His physicians included practitioners of Chinese medicine, Islamic Unani medicine, and traditional Mongol shamanic healing. Each contributed dietary recommendations that were synthesized into the Khan's eating plan. Contemporary accounts describe medicinal soups combining Chinese herbs, Central Asian spices, and ingredients from as far as India, prepared according to schedules aligning with both Chinese cosmological calendars and Islamic medical timing. Kublai's famous hunting expeditions at his summer capital of Xanadu, Shangdu, featured elaborate outdoor feasting that merged Mongol traditions with imperial Chinese ritual. These events, which could involve thousands of participants, followed precisely choreographed sequences. The Khan would first honour his ancestors with traditional Mongol offerings, then participate in the hunt itself, culminating in a feast where animals killed during the hunt were prepared using techniques from multiple culinary traditions. The multicultural composition of Kublai's court created unprecedented culinary exchange. Chinese techniques for fermenting vegetables spread northward into Mongolia. Mongol methods for preserving meat influenced Chinese practices. Persian fruit cultivation techniques transformed gardens around Dadu. This cross-cultural exchange accelerated the development of what would later be recognized as distinct regional Chinese cuisines. Some of Kublai's most effective diplomatic deployments of food occurred during his interactions with foreign emissaries. According to Marco Polo's account, visitors were first served familiar foods from their homelands, prepared by cooks who specifically researched foreign techniques, before being gradually introduced to Mongol and Chinese delicacies. This culinary progression mirrored the broader diplomatic process of establishing comfort before negotiation. One of Kublai's most significant culinary innovations was the development of imperial food supply chains that connected distant ecological zones. Specialized imperial farms around Dadu cultivated fruits and vegetables from across Eurasia. Fast horse relay stations, primarily developed for military and administrative communication, were adapted to transport perishable delicacies. Court records note shipments of fresh seafood from the Yellow Sea, reaching the imperial table within days of harvest, and fruits from tropical southern provinces arriving in edible condition at the northern capital. Archaeological evidence from Yuan dynasty elite tombs reveals the material culture supporting this culinary cosmopolitanism. Burial goods include Persian-influenced metal serving vessels alongside Chinese porcelain and Mongol ceremonial cups. This material hybridization reflected the lived experience of dining at Kublai's court, where the vessels themselves communicated political messages about cultural synthesis and imperial reach. By the later years of his reign, Kublai's court cuisine had evolved into something distinctly different from both traditional Mongol fare and Chinese imperial dining. It represented a third tradition, a Yuan court cuisine that embodied in edible form the Khan's vision of universal rule transcending ethnic and cultural boundaries, a sensory embodiment of his new type of empire. Beyond his military campaigns and architectural ambitions, Kublai Khan's most enduring innovation may have been his transformation of how information moved through and shaped his vast domains. Under his direction, the Mongol Empire evolved from a conquest state into an information empire whose administrative sophistication would influence East Asian governance for centuries. The cornerstone of this transformation was Kublai's development of the world's most extensive postal relay system. Building upon the Mongol Yam network established by Genghis Khan, Kublai systematically expanded and formalized this communications infrastructure until it encompassed over 1,400 postal stations across East Asia. Unlike earlier iterations that primarily served military coordination, Kublai's postal system became a comprehensive information network supporting administrative governance. What made this system revolutionary was its unprecedented speed and reliability. Official communications could travel up to 250 miles per day, a pace unmatched anywhere else in the medieval world. This goal was achieved through a precisely organized relay system, where stations were positioned approximately 25 to 30 miles apart, the distance a horse could gallop at speed before requiring replacement. Special passport tablets, paisa, issued in silver, gold, or platinum indicated the bearer's authority level, and determined how many horses they could requisition and how quickly local stations needed to respond. The scale of this operation was staggering. Historical records indicate that at its peak, the system maintained approximately 300,000 horses, employed tens of thousands of riders and station personnel, and delivered not just messages, but also officials, tax shipments, and commercial goods deemed important to imperial interests. The entire system operated under the jurisdiction of a specialized ministry whose records documented every horse, rider, and parcel in motion across the empire. This communications infrastructure enabled another of Kublai's innovations, standardized administrative reporting. Local officials throughout the realm were required to submit regular reports on population, agricultural production, weather conditions, and local events according to standardized formats. These reports flowed upward through provincial centres to the capital, creating what historians now recognise as one of history's first systematic government information gathering operations. The bureaucracy Kublai established to process this information was equally innovative. Unable to staff the entire administration with Mongols, who lacked experience in managing sedentary populations, he created a multi-ethnic civil service that included Chinese scholar officials, Uyghur financial experts, Persian astronomers, and Tibetan religious administrators. Most notably, he established specialized training academies where officials from different backgrounds learned standardized administrative methods, creating institutional knowledge that transcended individual cultural traditions. Particularly significant was Kublai's approach to language within this bureaucracy. Rather than imposing a single imperial language, as most conquering regimes did, he developed a sophisticated translation system. Key documents were produced in multiple scripts, including Chinese, Mongolian Fagspa script, Uyghur, Persian, and Tibetan. The Imperial Secretariat included dedicated translation bureaus for each major language group within the empire, ensuring that directives from the centre could be accurately implemented across diverse regions. The wealth of data flowing into Dadu enabled novel approaches to governance. Kublai pioneered large-scale statistical compilation to monitor agricultural production, population trends, and tax collection efficiency. When unusual patterns appeared, such as unexpected population declines or harvest yields, specialized investigators would be dispatched via the postal system to assess conditions directly. This feedback loop created a more responsive imperial administration than previous Chinese dynasties had achieved. Perhaps most remarkable was Kublai's development of paper currency as an instrument of economic integration. While paper money had existed in China previously, Kublai expanded its use and standardized its implementation across his territories. The notes issued under his authority, backed by silver reserves and carrying stern warnings against counterfeiting, facilitated commerce across regions with different traditional currencies and commodity standards. These notes represented more than economic policy. They were information technology that allowed the centre to influence distant markets. By controlling the quantity of currency in circulation, the Khan's financial ministers could respond to regional economic conditions more quickly than physical commodity money would allow. When Marco Polo described these paper that passes for money to European audiences, he was documenting not just a curious foreign practice, but one of history's most advanced economic control systems. The information infrastructure extended beyond government administration into the realm of scientific knowledge. Kublai established specialized bureaus for astronomical observation, cartography, historical documentation, and medical research. Each was tasked with systematically collecting and synthesizing knowledge from across Eurasia. The Astronomical Bureau, for instance, combined Chinese calendrical traditions with Islamic mathematical techniques and Tibetan astrological concepts to create more accurate predictive systems. By the middle of Kublai's reign, this multifaceted information system had transformed governance across East Asia. Officials who might never travel to the capital nevertheless operated within standardized protocols established there. Regional variations in administration certainly persisted. The system was too vast for perfect uniformity, but the overall effect was a degree of integration previously unachievable across such diverse territories. As Kublai Khan entered his 7th decade, the contradictions inherent in his imperial project began to manifest more acutely. The years between 1280 and his death in 1294 reveal a ruler grappling with the limitations of his vision and the mounting costs of maintaining the world's largest empire. While historical accounts often attribute the challenges of Kublai's later years to personal decline, his increasing corpulence, episodes of gout, and deepening reliance on alcohol, closer examination reveals systemic pressures that would have challenged even a younger, more vigorous ruler. The very success of his Chinese-style administrative state created unsustainable financial burdens that the empire's economic base struggled to support. The construction and maintenance of Dadu alone consumed resources on an unprecedented scale. The imperial household, with its 40,000 servants, required vast sums simply for daily operation. The postal relay system, vital for administrative control, maintained hundreds of thousands of horses requiring constant fodder. The military garrisons positioned throughout the realm demanded regular payment. Archaeological evidence from late Yuan dynasty administrative centres shows increasing sophistication in financial record-keeping, likely a response to mounting fiscal pressures. These economic strains manifested in policies that gradually undermined popular support for Yuan rule. Tax collection became increasingly aggressive. The issuance of paper currency, initially a brilliant financial innovation, evolved into a problematic dependence as the government printed more notes than its silver reserves could credibly back. By the late 1280s, inflation had become a serious problem in core provinces, eroding the purchasing power of government stipends and merchant revenues alike. Environmental factors compounded these challenges. The 1280s witnessed a series of natural disasters across East Asia, floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the southern provinces, and unusually harsh winters in the northern regions. Contemporary Chinese records describe these as heaven's disapproval of Yuan governance, reflecting growing ideological resistance to Mongol rule. Modern climate research suggests these events coincided with a cooling period that affected agricultural productivity across Eurasia, creating systemic pressures no ruler could have fully addressed. Kublai's personal response to these mounting difficulties reveals much about his character in these final years. Rather than retreating from his multicultural governance model, he doubled down on it, recruiting additional foreign experts, particularly Muslim financial administrators, with experience managing complex economies. This decision, while pragmatically sound, further alienated Chinese elites who resented being passed over for these positions. The Khan's later military campaigns reflect a similar doubling down on established patterns despite diminishing returns. The Burmese expeditions of 1283 to 1285, while ultimately extracting tribute, required disproportionate resources for limited strategic gain. The Java campaign of 1293 stretched imperial logistics beyond sustainable limits. These operations suggest a ruler attempting to maintain the momentum of expansion, even as the core empire's foundation showed signs of strain. What's seldom appreciated about Kublai's final years is his apparent awareness of the contradictions in his position. Court records document increasing periods of withdrawal to his hunting lodge at Xanadu. where he would surround himself with Mongol companions and engage in traditional steppe practices. These retreats seem less recreational than restorative, attempts to reconnect with his cultural roots amid the increasingly complex demands of ruling a predominantly Chinese empire. The Khan's relationship with his chosen successor, Temür, who would rule as Emperor Chengzong, offers further insight into his late-life thinking. Unlike earlier Mongol transitions where potential heirs competed militarily for succession, Kublai arranged an orderly transfer of power through bureaucratic channels. He engaged Chinese ritual specialists to formalize Temür's position, creating documentary legitimacy that would withstand challenges. This approach represented a final embrace of Chinese administrative traditions over Mongol customary practices. By 1292, with his health clearly failing, Kublai faced rebellion in the southern Chinese provinces and growing unrest in his Mongolian homeland, where many traditional nobles resented his Sinicization. His response to these dual pressures was characteristically balanced, dispatching Chinese-style bureaucratic investigators to the south, while sending Mongol military commanders to reassert authority in the north. When Kublai Khan died in February 1294, he left behind an empire fundamentally transformed from what he had inherited. The cosmopolitan administrative state he constructed had permanently altered East Asian governance traditions. The commercial networks he fostered had created new patterns of trade that would outlast Yuan dynastic control. The cultural synthesis he embodied had demonstrated possibilities for multiculturalism that challenged traditional assumptions about ethnic and cultural boundaries. What ultimately undermined Kublai's imperial project was not any single policy failure, but the inherent tension between Mongol military power and Chinese administrative complexity. His personal charisma and cultural flexibility had temporarily bridged this divide, but sustaining this balance proved impossible for his successors. Within 3 decades of his death, natural disasters, economic mismanagement, and growing Chinese nationalism would combine to end Mongol rule in China. Yet Kublai's legacy extended far beyond the Yuan dynasty's relatively brief tenure. The administrative geography of modern China still reflects boundaries established under his rule. The concept of China as a multi-ethnic state rather than exclusively Han Chinese traces its roots to Yuan governance models. The integration of Central and East Asian cultural traditions that characterizes northern Chinese cuisine, architecture, and art finds many of its origins in the cultural policies of his reign. Perhaps most significantly, Kublai Khan's rule marked a pivotal moment in global history, when the world's largest land empire attempted to transform itself from a conquest state into a sustainable administrative system. The ultimate failure of this transformation in no way diminishes the ambition of the attempt or its lasting influence on subsequent political formations across Eurasia. As the winter winds swept across the steppes in 1294, they carried away a ruler unlike any before him, a man who had bridged worlds and reimagined what empire could mean. The great Khan was gone, but the world he had remade would never be the same. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair, maybe with a warm cup of tea, as we travel back to a time when America was a very different place. It's the late 1800s, and if you wanted to get somewhere, you'd better have a good pair of shoes, a reliable horse, or access to a train. The idea of every family owning their own personal transportation device, well, that was about as likely as having a computer in your pocket that could connect you to anyone in the world. Oh, wait. Our story begins with a young man named Henry Ford, born in 1863 on a farm in what's now Dearborn, Michigan. Now, Henry wasn't your typical farm boy. While other kids were content to milk cows and plant corn, Henry was the kind of kid who'd take apart the family's pocket watch just to see how it worked. His father probably wasn't thrilled about this habit, much like how you might feel if your teenager decided to fix your smartphone. Henry had what we'd call today a classic case of mechanical curiosity. He couldn't see a machine without wondering how it ticked, literally and figuratively. When Henry first laid eyes on a steam engine at the age of 13, it was an instant connection. Not the romantic kind of love, mind you, but the kind of obsession that makes you forget to eat dinner because you're too busy sketching gear ratios. By 16, Henry had left the farm for Detroit, which was already becoming a hub of American industry. He found work as a machinist's apprentice, earning $2.50 a week. To put that in perspective, that's about what you might spend on a fancy coffee drink today, except Henry had to live on it for 7 days. but he was learning, absorbing everything about how things worked, from steam engines to the newfangled electricity that was just beginning to light up cities. What made Henry different from other tinkerers of his time wasn't just his mechanical aptitude, it was his vision. While others saw machines as individual marvels, Henry began to see them as part of something bigger. He understood that the real magic wasn't just in making something work, but in making it work for everyone. The project wasn't just about building a better mousetrap, this was about reimagining how society itself could function. During these early years in Detroit, Henry worked for the Edison Illuminating Company, eventually becoming their chief engineer. Yes, that Edison, Thomas Edison himself. Working for the man who brought us the light bulb gave Henry front row seats to the biggest technological revolution of his time. He watched how Edison didn't just invent things, but created entire systems around them. The light bulb was useless without power plants, wiring and switches. Henry was taking notes, but Henry's real passion project was happening in his spare time in a little brick shed behind his house. He was building what he called a horseless carriage, basically a carriage without the horse, powered by a gasoline engine. The carriage wasn't a completely original idea. Other inventors were working on similar projects, but Henry had something different in mind. While others were creating expensive toys for the wealthy, Henry was already dreaming of something that ordinary people could afford. In 1896, at 2 a.m. on a June morning, Henry fired up his first successful automobile. There was just one problem. The car was wider than the door of his workshop, so what did he do? He took an axe to the brick wall. His wife Clara, watching from the doorway in her nightgown, probably wondered if she'd married a genius or a madman. Time would reveal that it was a combination of both genius and madness. That first car, the quadricycle as he called it, could reach the blazing speed of 20 miles per hour. To put that in perspective, that's slower than most people jog today, but it was fast enough to scare horses and create quite a stir in the neighbourhood. Henry had achieved a significant milestone. He'd proven that his vision wasn't just a dream, it was possible. As you drift off tonight, imagine that moment when Henry first drove his quadricycle down Detroit's dirt roads. The neighbours peered out their windows, wondering what that strange contraption was. Henry himself, probably grinning from ear to ear, knowing that he'd just taken the first step toward changing not just how people got around, but how they lived, worked, and thought about the future. Now, you might think that after building his first car, Henry Ford would have immediately started mass-producing them. But here's where our story gets interesting, and where Henry shows he was more than just a good mechanic. He was a dreamer with a practical streak, and he understood something that many inventors miss. Building something once is engineering, but building it affordably for millions of people, that's revolution. Henry's early attempts at starting a car company were, to put it gently, learning experiences. His first company, the Detroit Automobile Company, folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. The cars were too expensive, too unreliable, and frankly too much like the luxury playthings that other manufacturers were making. Henry wanted something different, but he wasn't quite sure how to get there yet. This is where Henry's story becomes relatable to anyone who's ever had a big idea that seemed impossible. You know that feeling when you can see exactly what you want to accomplish, but every practical step seems to lead to another obstacle. That was Henry in the early 1900s. He could envision millions of Americans driving affordable cars, but the math just didn't add up. Cars were assembled by skilled craftsmen, one at a time, like handmade furniture. The result was beautiful but expensive, about $3,000 for a basic model, which was more than most people made in 2 years. But Henry was stubborn in the best possible way. Instead of giving up or settling for the luxury market, he became obsessed with a single question. How do you make something both good and cheap? It's the same question that would later drive entrepreneurs to create everything from affordable computers to budget airlines. Henry was researching cars at a time when most people considered them a fleeting trend. The breakthrough came when Henry started studying other industries. He spent time in slaughterhouses, not the most pleasant research locations, but bear with me here. He watched how they processed cattle, with each worker performing one specific task as the carcass moved along overhead rails. He visited flour mills and watched grain being processed in stages. He was seeing the power of breaking down complex tasks into simple, repeatable steps. The process wasn't just about efficiency, it was about democratization. You can only make a few of them, and they'll be expensive. But if you can teach someone to do one task well, you can make a lot of them, and they can be cheap. It's the same principle that makes your smartphone possible. Instead of one person handcrafting each phone, thousands of people each do one small part of the process. Henry's breakthrough occurred when he realised that instead of workers circling a stationary car, the car could move past these workers. Each person would install one component, then the car would move to the next station. It sounds simple now, but it was revolutionary then. It was like rearranging the entire world of manufacturing. But here's what made Henry different from other industrialists of his time. He didn't just want to make cars efficiently, he wanted to make them so efficiently that his own workers could afford to buy them. This wasn't just good business, it was visionary. He understood that the people who made the cars should also be able to enjoy them. It's a lesson that some modern companies are still learning. In 1903, Henry founded the Ford Motor Company with $28,000 in capital. That's roughly $850,000 in today's money. Significant, but not the billions we associate with major companies today. From the beginning, he was clear about his mission: I will build a car for the great multitude. He was not building a car for the wealthy or the elite, but for everyone. The first Ford Model A sold for $850, which was still expensive but considerably less than the competition. More importantly, Henry was already planning for the future. He knew that the present was just the beginning, that the real goal was to make cars as common as bicycles. His partners thought he was crazy. They wanted to focus on more expensive cars with higher profit margins per unit. But Henry had a different vision of profit. Instead of making a lot of money on a few cars, why not make a little money on many cars? As you settle in for the night, picture Henry in his office, sketching and calculating, surrounded by the noise and smoke of early Detroit industry. He's not just designing a car, he's designing a new way of life. He's imagining families taking Sunday drives, workers commuting to better jobs, and young people exploring the world beyond their neighbourhoods. He's dreaming of an America where mobility isn't a privilege but a possibility for everyone. Let's talk about what might be the most important car ever built. A car so revolutionary that it changed not just transportation, but the entire fabric of American society. In 1908, Henry Ford introduced the Model T, and if you've ever heard someone jokingly say, "You can have any colour you want as long as it's black," you're hearing an echo of this moment in history. But here's the thing about that famous quote. It wasn't about Henry being stubborn or lacking imagination. It was about something much more profound. The power of standardization. By offering the Model T in just one colour, and it was actually dark green initially, but black dried faster, Henry could streamline production and keep costs down. It's the same principle that makes modern fast food possible. Limited options, but consistent quality and low prices. The Model T wasn't just affordable, it was practically indestructible. Henry understood that if you're going to sell cars to farmers, factory workers, and middle-class families, those cars better be able to handle whatever life throws at them. The Model T could drive through mud that would stop a modern SUV, and it was so simple that just about anyone could learn to repair it. It was the era's smartphone, not due to its complexity, but because it was easy to use. Now, imagine you're living in 1908. Your world is still largely organised around walking distance. You live near where you work, you shop at the stores in your neighbourhood, and if you want to visit family in the next town over, that's a major expedition requiring careful planning. The Model T changed all of that. Suddenly, distance became less important than time. You could live in one place and work in another. You could shop where prices were better, not just where things were closest. But here's where Henry's real genius shows. He didn't just build a car, he built a system. He understood that selling cars was useless if people couldn't get parts, fuel or repairs. So Ford created a network of dealerships across the country, trained mechanics, and standardized parts. When your Model T broke down in rural Kansas, you could fix it with Detroit parts and procedures. It's the same thinking that makes your phone work the same way whether you're in New York or Nebraska. The production innovations were just as revolutionary as the car itself. Henry's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it made them consistently better. When each worker becomes an expert at one specific task, quality actually improves. It's like the difference between a home cook making one elaborate meal and a specialist making one perfect dish hundreds of times. In 1908, the Model T sold for $825. By 1925, the price had dropped to $290, even though the car had gotten better. That's the opposite of what usually happens with products. They typically get more expensive over time, not cheaper. Henry found the learning curve. The more you make something, the better you get at it. and the cheaper it is. But the real revolution was social. The Model T democratized mobility in a way that changed everything about how Americans lived. Young people could court someone from the next town over. Families could live in suburbs and commute to city jobs. Farmers could get their products to market faster and cheaper. It's hard to overstate how fundamentally these innovations changed daily life. The Model T also created something we take for granted today, the weekend road trip. Before cars, leisure travel was something only the wealthy could afford. But with a Model T, a middle-class family could pack up on the Saturday morning and explore places they had only heard about. This marked the start of America's passion for the open road. Extending from Route 66 to the interstate highway system, Henry's workers were among the first to benefit. In 1914, he made a decision that shocked the business world. He doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day. Other industrialists believed he had gone insane, but Henry understood something they didn't. If his workers could afford to buy the cars they were making, he'd have a whole new market. It wasn't just generosity, it was brilliant business strategy. The $5 day did more than boost sales. It created a new kind of middle class. Ford workers could afford not just cars, but homes, appliances, and education for their children. They became consumers, not just producers. This era was the beginning of the consumer economy that would define 20th century America. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the sound of a Model T puttering down a dirt road in 1915, perhaps carrying a family on their first real vacation, or a young entrepreneur heading to the city to start a business. That simple black car wasn't just transportation. It was possibility itself, rolling down American roads and into the future. Now we come to the most important part of our story, when Henry Ford changed how everything was made. The assembly line wasn't just a manufacturing technique, it was a complete rethinking of how work itself could be organised. Like many revolutionary ideas, it began with a simple observation and a willingness to challenge traditional methods. Picture the world of manufacturing before Henry's innovation. If you desired a car, a skilled craftsman would construct it from beginning to end. He'd be part mechanic, part artist, and part engineer. Each car was unique, like a handmade piece of furniture. It was beautiful in its way, because it was also slow, expensive, and required workers with years of training. It's like the difference between having a master chef prepare your meal from scratch versus having a kitchen staff where each person specialises in one aspect of the meal. Henry's breakthrough came from watching that slaughterhouse we mentioned earlier, but also from studying his workers. He noticed that when someone did the same task repeatedly, they got remarkably quick at it. They became not just slightly faster, but significantly faster. A worker who could install a dashboard in 20 minutes could do it in 5 minutes after doing it 100 times. The steep learning curve led to substantial improvements, but the real innovation was moving the work to the worker, instead of the worker to the work. Instead of craftsmen walking around a stationary car with their tools, the car would move along a line while workers stayed in one spot with their tools organised exactly how they needed them. It sounds obvious now, but it was revolutionary then. It's akin to the difference between a chef frantically gathering ingredients in a kitchen and having everything they need within easy reach. The first assembly line at Ford's Highland Park plant was almost comically simple. They used a rope and pulley system to drag car frames past workers onto a wooden floor. But it worked. The time to build a car dropped from 12 hours to 2.5 hours almost immediately. And this improvement was just the beginning. As they refined the process, adding conveyors and optimizing the workflow, the time kept dropping. But here's what made Henry's approach different from other industrialists. He obsessed over the details that made workers' lives better, not just more productive. He studied how high the conveyor belt should be, so workers didn't have to bend over or reach up. He figured out the optimal speed, fast enough to maintain efficiency, but not so fast that workers felt rushed or made mistakes. He was essentially inventing ergonomics, though that word wouldn't be coined for decades. The results were staggering. By 1914, Ford's Highland Park plant could produce more cars in a day than most manufacturers could make in a month. The Model T, which had taken 728 minutes to assemble in 1930, was taking just 93 minutes by 1914. That's not just improvement, that's transformation. But with this efficiency came new challenges. Repetitive work could be mind-numbing. Worker turnover was initially high as people found the work boring compared to the variety of traditional craftsmanship. Henry's solution was typically direct. He paid workers well enough that they wanted to stay. The famous $5 a day wasn't just about buying cars, it was about creating jobs that people actually wanted to keep. This is where Henry's philosophy really shines through. He understood that efficiency without humanity was ultimately self-defeating. Happy workers were productive workers. Well-paid workers were loyal workers. Workers who could afford the products they made were also customers. It was a virtuous cycle that benefited everyone. The assembly line also democratized skill. Previously, making cars required master craftsmen with years of training, but Henry's system could take someone with no experience and make them productive in days. The initiative wasn't about replacing skilled workers, it was about creating a new kind of skilled work. Workers became experts in their specific tasks, often innovating better ways to do their jobs. Other industries took notice. The assembly line principle spread to everything from appliances to electronics to food processing. Even today, when you unwrap a smartphone or open a packaged meal, you're benefiting from principles Henry Ford pioneered. The modern world of abundant, affordable goods traces back to that first rope and pulley system dragging car frames across a factory floor in Detroit. But perhaps the most important thing to understand is that Henry didn't just speed up production, he made it more predictable. Before the assembly line, you never knew exactly when a car would be finished. With the assembly line, you could plan production weeks in advance. This predictability made everything else possible: supply chains, dealer networks, even consumer financing. As you rest tonight, think about how many things in your daily life exist because of Henry's innovations. The device you're listening to this on, the car in your driveway, even the grocery store where you shop, they all owe something to that moment when Henry decided to move the work to the worker instead of the worker to the work. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how everything was made. January 5th, 1914 was a day that changed not just Ford Motor Company, but the entire relationship between workers and employers in America. On that day, Henry Ford announced something so radical that newspapers across the country struggled to believe it was real. He was going to pay his workers $5 a day. To understand why the news was so shocking, you need to know that the average industrial wage at the time was about $2.50 a day. Henry wasn't just raising wages, he was more than doubling them. Other business leaders believed Henry was insane. The Wall Street Journal called it an economic crime and predicted it would ruin Ford Motor Company. Competitors were furious, worried that they'd have to raise their wages to compete for workers. But Henry had done his math, and his reasoning was both simple and brilliant. If we pay our workers well, they'll be able to buy our cars. The immediate effect was chaos, but the good kind of chaos. The next morning, thousands of men lined up outside Ford's Highland Park plant, hoping for jobs. Police had to use fire hoses to control the crowds. Word spread that Ford was paying wages that could actually support a family, and workers came from across the country. It was like the gold rush, except instead of searching for gold, people were searching for good jobs. However, Henry's $5 day was not without its limitations. Workers had to meet certain standards, not just at work but in their personal lives. Ford created a sociological department that would visit workers' homes to ensure they were living properly. This meant no drinking, no gambling, keeping a clean house, and sending children to school. By modern standards, the arrangement seems intrusive and paternalistic, but in the context of 1914, many workers saw it as a fair trade, a middle-class wage in exchange for middle-class behaviour. The programme worked better than even Henry expected. Worker turnover dropped to under 20%, down from over 300% annually, meaning they had to hire 3 people for every job just to keep positions filled. Quality improved dramatically. Productivity soared. The workers who stayed were invested in their jobs in a way that had never been seen before in industrial America. But the real revolution was what happened after work. For the first time in American history, you had industrial workers who could afford more than just survival. They could buy homes, not just rent them. They could purchase appliances, furniture, and yes, cars. They could send their children to high school instead of putting them to work at age 14. They could plan for the future instead of just surviving the present day. Henry had essentially created a new social class, the industrial middle class. These weren't farmers or shopkeepers or professionals, they were factory workers who lived like middle-class people. The idea was revolutionary. Throughout history, people who worked with their hands had always been poor. Henry changed that equation. The ripple effects were enormous. When Ford workers could afford to buy homes, the construction industry boomed. When they could afford appliances, the appliance industry grew. When they could afford cars, the entire automotive industry expanded. Henry had discovered something that economists would later call the multiplier effect. When you put money in workers' pockets, they spend it, which creates more jobs, which creates more spending. Other companies slowly began to follow Ford's lead, not out of generosity, but out of necessity. They discovered what Henry had already figured out. Well-paid workers were more productive, more loyal, and more innovative. The idea that paying workers well could build a better business challenged the notion that paying them as little as possible would work. But the $5 day was about more than wages. It was about dignity. For the first time, industrial workers experienced a sense of partnership in the business, rather than being mere components. They had a stake in the company's success because that success directly affected their lives. When the Model T sold well, Ford workers benefited. When the company grew, their job security increased. Henry also understood something that many modern companies have forgotten. Training workers is an investment, not an impulse. The sociologicals department didn't just monitor workers' behaviour, it provided education and support. Workers could learn English, take classes in personal finance, and get help navigating the bureaucracy of home ownership. Ford was creating not just employees, but citizens. The program wasn't perfect. The intrusion into workers' private lives was problematic, and the standards were sometimes arbitrary and culturally biased. But the fundamental principle that workers should share in the prosperity they help create was revolutionary and remains relevant today. By 1915, Ford workers were buying Model Ts with their own paychecks. Henry's forecast had materialized. His employees had transformed into his clients. More than that, they had become tangible evidence that the American dream was achievable for individuals who employed their hands, not just their minds. As you settle into sleep, imagine what it must have felt like to be a Ford worker in 1915, driving home in a car you built and paid for with wages that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. You weren't just going home from work, you were driving toward a future that previous generations of workers could never have imagined. By the 1920s, something remarkable had happened in America. The country had become mobile in a way that no society in human history had ever been before. Thanks to Henry Ford's vision and the Model T's success, cars were no longer luxury items for the wealthy. They were becoming as common as telephones and electric lights. And this transformation was changing everything about how Americans lived, worked, and thought about themselves. The numbers tell an incredible story. In 1910, approximately 500,000 cars were present throughout the United States. By 1920, there were 9 million. By 1930, there were 26 million. That's not just growth, that's a complete transformation of society. It's like the adoption of smartphones, but even more fundamental because cars changed where people could live, work, and play. Think about what this development meant for a typical American family. In 1910, your job options were limited to what you could reach on foot or by streetcar. Neighbourhood stores were the only places you could shop. Your social life was limited to people who lived nearby. Your children's education was limited to the local school. By 1925, all of those limitations had been swept away. The car had given ordinary people a kind of freedom that had previously been available only to the wealthy. The transformation was especially dramatic in rural areas. Farmers had been among the most isolated people in America, sometimes going weeks without seeing anyone outside their immediate family. The Model T changed that overnight. Farmers could drive to town for supplies, attend church regularly, and send their children to better schools. They could get their crops to market faster and cheaper. They could access medical care that had been unreachable before. The car didn't just change rural life, it saved it. But perhaps the most profound change was in how young people lived. Before cars, courtship was a highly supervised affair. Young men would visit young women in their family's parlour, under the watchful eye of parents. The car changed all that. Suddenly young people could go out together, alone, and explore their feelings without constant supervision. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary the invention was. The car didn't just change transportation, it changed romance, marriage, and family formation. Cities began to reshape themselves around the automobile. New suburbs sprang up, connected to downtown areas by roads rather than streetcar lines. Shopping centres moved from downtown to the outskirts, where land was cheaper and parking was abundant. The mall, that quintessentially American institution, was born from the marriage of cars and commerce. People could live in quiet residential areas and commute to work, shop at convenient locations, and still have access to urban amenities. The car also democratized leisure in ways that are difficult to imagine today. Before cars, vacation travel was something only the wealthy could afford. Working families might take a day trip to a nearby lake or park, but real travel required trains and hotels that were beyond most people's budgets. The car changed that. Families could pack up and drive to national parks, beaches or mountains. They could camp along the way, making vacation travel affordable for the first time. This phenomenon gave birth to an entirely new industry, roadside America. Gas stations, motor courts, the predecessors of motels, diners, and tourist attractions sprang up along major highways. Route 66, the famous highway from Chicago to Los Angeles, became a symbol of American freedom and adventure. Railroads had bypassed small towns, but if they happened to be along a major highway, they suddenly found themselves back on the map. But the car revolution wasn't just about leisure, it was about opportunity. Workers could live in one place and work in another, which meant they could choose jobs based on quality rather than just proximity. Businesses could locate where land was cheaper and still attract workers. The entire economic geography of America was being redrawn by the automobile. Henry Ford had predicted this transformation, but even he was probably surprised by how quickly and completely it happened. The Model T had become more than just a product, it was the catalyst for a new way of life. Americans were becoming a mobile people, always ready to move toward better opportunities, new experiences, and different ways of living. The psychological impact was just as important as the practical one. Owning a car gave people a sense of control over their lives that they'd never had before. They weren't dependent on streetcar schedules or limited to walking distance. They could make decisions about where and when to go there. It was a kind of personal freedom that was entirely new in human experience. Of course, this transformation brought challenges too. Traffic jams, parking problems, and air pollution were the price of mobility. Traditional communities began to break down as people became more mobile and less tied to specific neighbourhoods. The car enabled suburbanization, which had both positive and negative effects on American society. But for most Americans in the 1920s, the car represented pure possibility. It was the physical embodiment of the American dream, the idea that with hard work and determination you could go anywhere and become anything. Henry Ford had built more than just an affordable car, he had built a machine that made dreams feel achievable. Imagine the excitement of a family in 1925, packing their Model T for their first real vacation, heading out on roads that led to places they'd only read about in books. They weren't just driving, they were exploring a new kind of freedom that their parents could never have imagined. As we reach the end of our story, it's worth reflecting on just how completely Henry Ford changed not just America, but the world. By the time he died in 1947, the boy who took apart pocket watches on a Michigan farm fundamentally altered how people lived, worked, and thought about the future. But his legacy goes far beyond the millions of cars that rolled off his assembly lines. Henry's greatest achievement wasn't technical, it was philosophical. He proved that mass production and high wages could work together, that efficiency and humanity weren't opposites, and that the people who made things should also be able to afford them. His approach wasn't just a business strategy, it was a new way of thinking about the relationship between work and prosperity. The principles Henry pioneered, standardization, continuous improvement, and treating workers as partners rather than just labour, became the foundation of modern manufacturing. When you buy something today that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from ideas that Henry Ford developed in his Detroit factories. From smartphones to furniture to food, the modern world of abundant consumer goods traces back to those early assembly lines. But perhaps Henry's most important contribution was proving that innovation could be democratic. Before Ford, most new technologies were luxury items that gradually became more affordable. Henry reversed that process. He started with the goal of making cars affordable for everyone, then figured out how to make them efficiently. He began with the customer, not the technology, and that customer-first approach revolutionized how businesses think about innovation. The social changes Henry set in motion were even more profound than the economic ones. The automobile culture he created, the freedom to live where you want, work where you want, and travel where you want, became central to the American identity. The suburbs, the shopping mall, the family road trip, the drive-in restaurant, even the drive-through bank, all of these trace back to Henry's decision to make cars affordable for ordinary families. Henry also demonstrated something that many modern companies struggle with, the power of long-term thinking. While his competitors focused on quarterly profits, Henry was thinking in decades. He understood that building a sustainable business meant creating a sustainable society where workers could afford to be customers, where efficiency served humanity rather than replacing it, and where innovation made life better for everyone, not just the wealthy. The influence of Henry's ideas extended far beyond the automotive industry. The assembly line principle transformed manufacturing across every sector. The concept of paying workers well enough to be customers influenced labour policy for generations. The idea that mass production could create prosperity rather than just profit became a cornerstone of American economic policy. But Henry's story also teaches us about the complexity of change. The same innovations that created suburban prosperity also contributed to urban decay. The freedom of the automobile came with costs: pollution, traffic, and the decline of public transportation. The efficiency of mass production sometimes came at the expense of craftsmanship and individual creativity. Every revolution brings both benefits and challenges, and Henry's was no exception. What made Henry special wasn't that he was perfect, he certainly wasn't. He could be stubborn, sometimes to the point of damaging his own company. His paternalistic approach to worker welfare would be unacceptable today. His later embrace of automation over employment showed the limits of his vision. But what made him remarkable was his ability to see beyond the immediate problem to the larger possibilities. Today, as we face new revolutions in technology and work, Henry's example remains relevant. His approach, starting with human needs rather than technical capabilities, thinking about workers as partners rather than costs, and believing that innovation should serve everyone, not just the few, offers lessons for our digital age. When you drive your car tomorrow, remember that you're not just using a machine, you're participating in a revolution that began with a young man who couldn't resist taking things apart to see how they worked. When you buy something that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from principles that Henry Ford pioneered over a century ago. Henry proved that work can provide not just survival, but prosperity. The boy who left his father's farm to work in Detroit factories became the man who showed the world that technology could serve humanity, that efficiency could coexist with fairness, and that innovation could create opportunities for everyone. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how we think about work, prosperity, and the possibilities of American life. As you settle into sleep tonight, remember that you're living in the world that Henry Ford helped create, a world where ordinary people can afford extraordinary things, where innovation serves humanity, and where the next great breakthrough might come from someone who simply refuses to accept that things have to be done the way they've always been done. Remember, every revolution begins with someone brave enough to imagine that things could be different.